Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, what if Harry Potter unlocked the legendary power of his bloodline? Here's a quick glimpse. When a hidden power within his bloodline awakens, Harry gains access to magic long thought lost. As his strength grows beyond anything the wizarding world has seen, he begins to reshape his destiny and the future itself. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Now, let the story unfold. Harry awoke in a cold sweat with his scream muffled by a pillow. He didn't remember the nightmare he just escaped from, but he knew it was similar to the numerous other nightmares that had plagued him since the night of the third task. A heartless, kill the spare, followed by Cedric Diggory's lifeless yet surprised eyes. In some of the more vicious dreams, Cedric's corpse would turn to Harry and inquire sadly, "Why didn't you save me, Harry? I would have saved you." Harry slammed his eyes shut to prevent at least some of the tears from falling, and slowly climbed out of bed to start his day. He had been back with his family at Privet Drive for a little over 2 weeks now. He had originally decided to do as he had planned in previous years, stay in his bedroom until he had served his annual sentence and pray that someone came soon after to release him. This summer was an interesting exception to that plan. Hedwig gave a small snore hoot from her perch. Today was the first day she decided to stay in. Maybe she needs a rest from all of the letters I've been sending. Thankfully, the Dursleys allowed him to let her free at night and did not keep her locked up. Then again, he had to sell himself to them this summer for that boon. The nightmarish replays of that night and the guilt of Cedric's death had pressed in on him within the walls of his room. After 2 hellish nights, Harry had come up with a compromise that seemed to benefit everyone. Well, everyone except him. He would try to sleep, but usually, once he had inevitably woken up from a nightmare, he would go through the house and do all of the chores in exchange for a few boons. Something about the familiarity of the tedious and meticulous work of cleaning up after the Dursleys gave him peace. And he was, in return, allowed to eat on his own and keep his freakishness within the shadows of his room. And they say indentured Avery was abolished. For the first time, and out of sheer boredom, he had finished all of his summer assignments for Hogwarts and reread nearly every book in his possession. Of course, he didn't actually have too many books. Maybe I should ask Hermione for some. She couldn't possibly refuse to answer a request for information like she's been ignoring my letters. Nevertheless, it scared him a bit that he managed all of that in 2 weeks. I guess sleeping only 3 to 4 hours a night will do that to a bloke. Robotically, he made his way through the house. Since it was Tuesday, there wasn't much to be done. Uncle Vernon always worked late on Mondays and came home tired. Aunt Petunia made her social rounds to the other nosy ladies to gossip about what happened in the neighborhood over the weekend on Mondays. And Dudley nursed his hangover, or flu, as his parents believed. So Harry had completed the bulk of his tasks on Monday. The sun was nowhere near close to rising, so making breakfast was out of the question. Somehow, Harry found himself sitting underneath the slowly disappearing stars on the well-worn swings of the neighborhood park. Had any of the neighbors been awake to see him sitting in his pajamas at 4 o'clock in the morning with a mug of tea and a sandwich, he knew it would have only confirmed the neighborhood rumors of him not being all there. Not that many within the wizarding world would think differently of him. Last year alone, he had been publicly defamed as a liar, cheater, backstabber, attention seeker and many other names due to his involuntary participation in the Triwizard Tournament. He shuddered at the thought of what was currently being said or written about him in the aftermath of the third task with Voldemort's return and Cedric's death. He was, however, more worried about what Voldemort was up to. His history books left little to the imagination on how bloody, vicious and terrible Voldemort's last reign of terror had been for both the Wizarding and Muggle worlds. There was a reason why Voldemort's name was not mentioned even after his defeat in 1981 at Harry's infant hands. Harry religiously watched the morning news for the Muggles, inexplicable occurrences, terrorist attacks or gas pipe leakages. According to the historian Bathilda Bagshot, that was the Ministry of Magic's main cover-up technique during the last war. But there was nothing, except that weird, boom, song from the Out There Brothers and the exhausting heat wave. Maybe he is somehow keeping the murders quiet. Maybe he's only attacking in the wizarding world. Maybe he's laying low at the moment. Although Harry half expected to return to a war-torn wizarding world in a few weeks, nothing scared him more than Voldemort hiding in the shadows, biding his time to make a big strike. If Fudge was still in denial, as he had been in the hospital wing a few weeks back, this would not bode well for the wizarding world. He wished he had someone to tell him what was going on. After 2 letters to each Ron, Hermione and Sirius, and no responses, Harry had all but given up. Hoot! Crunch! Harry jumped from the swing, grabbing his wand out of his back pocket. Scanning the small park with a trembling hand, he noticed, no small hint of embarrassment, the regal-looking brown owl on top of the swing set. It bore a special protection medallion that identified all Gringotts owls. "You didn't have to scare me like that, ruddy owl," Harry whispered. Though the owl had startled him, he was sure there had been another crunching sound from the bushes. Writing the sound off as a wild animal, possibly fleeing from the owl, Harry stowed his wand away and approached the pretentious owl. With a rather impatient hoot, the owl presented its leg and its burden. It pecked Harry hard on the head as his trembling fingers pinched its brown, sensitive leg feathers before taking off the second it was released from its burden. "Bloody menace!" Harry yelled at the bird's retreating form. Harry took the letter in both hands and almost dropped it immediately. His loud gasp echoed eerily in the park. Quickly, he gathered up his discarded tea mug, left the remains of his sandwich for the animals, and all but ran back to the house staring at the name on the rather heavy, official-looking letter. Goblin Secured Post. From Virgil Orville Potter, head of the Australian Cadet Branch, most noble and ancient House of Potter. To Harry James Potter, Lord Apparent and head of the most noble and ancient House of Potter. To be read immediately. Portkey activation 10 minutes post-opening. Self-destruct 5 minutes post-delivery if not opened. He never heard the crack of apparition from the panicked Order member behind him. Harry knew he was being impulsive as he sprinted towards number 4. Gryffindors charge forward, he reminded himself for the 3rd time. This could be his escape from the Dursleys. His moment to get away from his imprisonment. Maybe his only chance to meet true family. But it could also be a trap. A small shiver went down his spine as he fumbled with the keys to the house. With a deep breath, he left the door locked and placed his finger in the space indicated on the seal. After a small prick and drop of blood, the goblins are so cruel, he thought while cling the sore finger, he ripped the seal on the letter. A small glow was all he received as confirmation. If it were a ploy from Voldemort, I would be dead already, he told himself with conviction. In an opulent manor many miles away, a certain Dark Lord sneezed suddenly and promptly crucioed anyone who witnessed his spontaneous bout of weakness. Here goes nothing, Harry thought, his stomach clenching in unease, as he began reading with an unsteady hand. Herr Potter, the letter read. I apologize for the abruptness and urgency of this letter. This letter is my 12th attempt at contacting you and/or your guardians since 1985. I can only assume that you are either being held against your will or kept ignorant of your roles and rights. Thus, this blood-secure letter will activate as a portkey within 9 minutes, bringing you and your guardians safely to the Potter country home in Melbourne, Australia. Should I have erred with my suspicions, a portkey will be provided upon your arrival for a safe return to Potter Manor. Should you not wish to visit or arrive with the portkey, I merely ask for a brief note in response to this letter. I also beg forgiveness for my rash interference, Herr Potter. I have been following the news of your exploits through the media since your arrival in 1991, and am frankly afraid for your health, the continuation of the headline and appalled by the disrespect being shown to the Potter name. I assume that the family solicitors contracted by my dearly departed brother, Charles, upon receiving his lordship, are busy at work. These old eyes look forward to seeing what is left of my Charles. And I look forward to hearing what news you can provide on the Potter estate and Potter holdings. Should no response come from you, I shall attempt once more by post next year, before I physically make the long trek to England. With kind greetings from the Outback. Your great-great-uncle Virgil. P.S. Your cousin, third cousin to be exact, Henriette Marie, requests that you bring your firebolt so that she can burn some rubber against true competition. I ask that you keep an eye on her apparently pyromaniac inclinations. P.P.S. Please maintain physical contact with everything and anyone you wish to bring with you. International portkeys can be tricky sometimes. The letter made Harry blink twice. Potter Country House. Potter Estate, Holdings. What on earth, maybe they have me mistaken for another English wizard named Harry Potter who receives a lot of press who also owns a firebolt. He physically shook his doubt away. He suddenly wished that Hermione were here. She would know what to do. This is pathetic. Can I not tie my shoes without Hermione? If she were here, she would just recommend writing a letter to Dumbledore given her reverence for authority, and that would take too long. He took a calming breath, unlocked the front door and raced upstairs to his bedroom. He quickly placed the letter on the rickety table next to the bed and proceeded to fling everything he possessed into his trunk. Hedwig, now awake due to the racket he made, like most of the residents in the house, looked at him with big, questioning eyes. I'm going to see my family. I have a family, Hedwig. He picked up her cage and twirled it lightly with Hedwig in it. I have a family. Hedwig nearly barked unhappily at him. Boy, his Uncle Vernon yelled, banging open the door to Harry's bedroom. You'd better have a damn good reason for making all of this noise before the sun is even up. Rather than explaining himself, Harry grabbed the letter off of the table and pressed it into his uncle's hands. Country Home Solicitors Lordship Estate Holdings. His uncle nearly choked as he stumbled over the words. I don't know what it means, Uncle Vernon, but I can assume that I won't be coming back to visit this summer. Or any summer after this, hopefully. Despite the careless abandon and speed at which he was grabbing books, clothes, expired potion ingredients, etc. and throwing them into his trunk, Harry managed to see the internal struggle his uncle was having. He would be free of me for forever, but I will seemingly enjoy the rags to riches story that he's always dreamed of. Dumbledore told him that he was safe as long as he stayed with his family. Surely this includes my father's side of the family, right? His aunt sleepily entered the room as Harry was squeezing his trunk shut. Is this real? His uncle asked as he passed the letter wordlessly to his wife. That Dumbledore character didn't mention any other Potters in his letter to us. Letter? Which letter? Harry asked himself briefly as he locked the trunk and lured an agitated Hedwig out of her cage with treats. Vernon. His aunt's gasp caught Harry's attention. The letter was emitting a light blue color. Harry rushed forward, making sure he held Hedwig's cage, and grabbed the letter that his aunt had thrown on the floor out of fear. Harry grabbed a random piece of paper and scribbled a note to Sirius and Hermione. Gone to visit my great-uncle Virgil. I will let you know somehow when I return. Hey girl, give this to Sirius or Hermione and stay with them if you want. I think I'll be too far away for you to send messages. Hedwig cocked her head to the side, took the letter in her talons, gave an intelligent hoot of understanding and flew through the window into the budding sunrise. Harry could feel the magic of the portkey gathering around him and took a seat on his trunk with his broom, Hedwig's cage in his lap, and the letter clutched firmly in his hand. As soon as he noticed a pull from behind his navel, Harry gripped his few worldly possessions and gave his mother's relatives a true smile. I wish you all a warm stay in hell. I will happily send you a bottle of water to compensate you for your troubles these past 14 years. With a flash of multicolored lights and a gust of wind, he literally left the Dursleys in his dust and also left numerous alarms going off in the empty office of a certain headmaster currently away at a conference. The magic of the portkey, many times stronger than his two previous experiences, grabbed not at his navel but at the entirety of his torso. The wind left his lungs in a swoosh. Try as he might, he could not catch his breath going at such a high speed. He could feel the muscles and lungs in his constricting in defiant protest to the asphyxiation and manhandling. With a massive heave, the lights and magic disappeared abruptly. Air flooded his lungs after the nearly 15-second trip as he fell forward with Hedwig's cage and the letter onto the carpeted floor of an elegantly and expensively, yet overwhelmingly homely, decorated parlor. As he attempted to catch his breath on all fours, a sun key hand appeared before his face. Apologies for the portkey. A gravel-like voice welcomed softly. Goblin-made portkeys are the safest, yet the goblin magic only seems to allow goblins to travel with them comfortably. Harry fingered his wand in his back pocket and looked up at the man before him. The man was definitely old enough to be a young grandfather or great-uncle. If he were a muggle, Harry would estimate him being mid-50s. With dark gray hair, a few wrinkles and many pepper-black strands here and there, he seemed to have aged quite gracefully for a wizard. He was tall with broad shoulders that spoke of much physical activity in his youth. Harry immediately noted similar facial features to his own and a few white scars. With a quick movement, the man unsheathed his wand from a sleeve holder. Harry flinched from his spot on the floor and mentally prepared to cast a protega or disarming hex until he noticed the man holding both ends of the wand in his hands and presenting it in a bowing motion to Harry. "I, Virgil Orville Potter, welcome the heir Henry James Potter, Lord and head apparent of the most noble and ancient house of Potter, into this his family home. May no harm or misdeed besmirch his visit. So mote it be." There was a faint stirring in the room as if magic herself held her breath. The man, his great-great-uncle apparently, waited a few seconds before throwing Harry an expectant look. Harry blinked in confusion, figuring he was missing something essential. "Heir, thank you." The man blinked in a manner frighteningly similar to himself before Harry noticed a mixture of emotions, confusion, fury, pain and finally what might have been resignation mixed with dissatisfaction, flicker over the man's face in quick succession. "I haven't even been here for a full 10 minutes, and I've already worn out my stay great." Surprisingly, the man smoothly set Harry on his feet and placed Harry's hands on top of his own. "Repeat after me. I, heir Henry James Potter, accept this warm welcome. May magic bless and embrace this meeting of Potters and kin," he said with a sympathetic and warm voice. Harry did so without any hesitation and minimal stuttering. The anxiety from a possible trap left him abruptly with nothing but a weird sense of belonging and energy from the magic that slowly settled in the room. The man smirked, stowing his wand away. Now that the stuffy procedure is out of the way, he suddenly grabbed Harry and pulled him into a warm hug. He then held Harry at arm's length, assessing him. "Just like my brother Charles. That hair was cursed from the womb to the grave, I tell you." Harry blushed to the roots of said hair. "You are rather a quiet one. I expected at least anger, cheer, or curiosity, but not shyness," he said. He slowly let go of Harry's shoulders and, putting an arm around Harry, led him towards the corridor. Harry took a shuddering breath and cleared his throat. "I'm sorry, sir. This is all very shocking and a bit overwhelming for me," he managed to squeeze out. Since they were walking in the same direction, he missed the fury that distorted the man's rather pleasant face. "None of that, sir. Hogwash. We are family. The family calls me Grandpa Virgil or just Virgil, and if that makes you uncomfortable, call me Uncle Virgil like your cousins in the US and France." Harry nearly choked on air. "More family." Harry nodded quickly, turning to look at the man. "Yes, see Uncle Virgil. Marvelous. Having my own great-grandchildren call me Virgil makes me feel much younger than my 85 years. The man said jubilantly, his accent becoming stronger. Harry gave a small laugh. The man's joviality was pretty addicting. Uncle Virgil stopped suddenly as soon as they reached the brilliantly lit hallway with many moving portraits and pictures. "Ah, here it is. The most recent family photo I have of my brother, nephew, and grandnephew, your father." Harry gazed upon the enlarged and framed picture like a wayward fish upon water. Two raven-haired men, who could have been mistaken for brothers, stood in what seemed to be a large ballroom with two gorgeous women on their left and right-hand sides respectively. "On the left is my nephew, your grandfather Charles. If I remember correctly, Charles was freshly married to Aurora Doria Potter née Black, the Black Beauty as she was called." Harry gazed at the woman in wonder. His grandmother was a party stopper. She seemed to glow with a certain internal beauty and happiness. Many of the other people in the room walked by and gazed at her. Her timeless, noble features and soft smile warmed his heart. Harry wondered briefly what her and thus his relation to Sirius was. "Why didn't he tell me that we are related? Maybe we aren't. Caused a bit of a scandal in England, that did. Most of the Blacks and Potters had been on opposite sides of Grindelwald's War in the 1940s. Uncle Virgil continued with his trip down memory lane. On the right, he pointed then to the more elegant and aristocratic-looking man with a similarly attired blonde-haired woman next to him, is my brother Charles and his wife Madeline Potter née Lovegood. Where have I heard that last name before? He was pretty sure he heard the name at Hogwarts. She remains one of the most decorated ward researchers of the past 3 centuries. I believe I apologize. I don't want to bore you with such stories." "No," Harry exclaimed loudly before he caught himself and promptly made to apologize for his impudence. "Sorry, Sir Uncle Virgil. Please tell me more. I've learned more in the past 2 minutes about my family than I have the last 14 years. The man looked pale and pained as he considered the implications of Harry's words. "I see. With a deep breath to calm himself, Harry assumed, he turned back to the picture as if he had never stopped. Madeline Potter was a world-renowned warder. A goblin friend, grand sorceress and an honorary unspeakable all by the age of 25. She later single-handedly redesigned the warding structures and networks of all Potter houses, manors and safe houses. They all remain impenetrable to this day. Harry noted the pride with which the man spoke of his sister-in-law with tingles all over. Wait. He bit his lip, not wanted to interrupt the man again, but the question burned within him. His very observant great-great-uncle noticed the look. There is no need to be shy or ashamed to ask questions. They are essential to life, you know. I was just wondering how Voldemort got into the house where my parents and I were staying before then if everything was warded. Uncle Virgil nodded knowingly without the usual flinch at Voldemort's name. Harry could see himself coming to like the man before him. Yes. The family was also pretty confused by that as well. Your parents chose to stay in a house not originally owned by the Potters, and thus not rewarded by Madeline. Whose house was it then? Harry was confused. Everyone said his parents died in their home. I believe it was a cottage owned in the 1700s by the Peverells. It was on land that had been passed on to one of the descendants of the youngest Peverell brother, the only brother to survive to his marriage, to my grandfather as dowry for my father's marriage to Iolanthe Potter née Peverell in 1883. Harry's confusion only seemed to deepen. Madeline could only ward the dwellings that were owned and originally warded by Potters due to family magic before she passed. The Peverells line, though related by marriage, was not absorbed into the Potter line until the late 1970s when the last Peverell male descendant of the main line was murdered, I believe. Madeline passed beforehand in 1960 shortly after this picture was taken in fact. Harry nodded, completely enthralled by the story. He futilely looked at the inhabitants of the photo for a glimpse of his father. Uncle Virgil turned back to the picture with a smirk. Ah, and if I see correctly, in Madeline's arms is a bundle of flesh named James Hardwin Potter. Harry jumped and peered intently at the picture to catch a glimpse of his father as a baby. And as if on cue, his father's grandmother proudly presented the baby James to the camera. Harry couldn't help the snort that passed his lips. He's so wrinkly. His great-great-uncle gave a deep belly laugh that echoed down the hall in both directions. Your grandfather said that same, as did your great-grandfather about your grandfather. Maybe all the men of the main Potter line are wrinkly for the first few months. And what did your father say about my great-grandfather? Harry chuckled, following the line of succession back another generation. Uncle Virgil sobered immediately, looked down the hall to a grand and elaborate portrait of a very stern-looking ancestor and sighed deeply. My father is a story for another time. Harry was disappointed and felt miserable for ruining the moment. I'm sorry. Change the discussion topic, change the topic. What happened to everyone in the picture? The pained look that crossed Uncle Virgil's face made Harry immediately regret his choice of topic choice. Bugger, can't I say anything right? Charles and Madeline passed much too early in 1960. Their deaths were unexpected and remain a mystery to this day. Charles and Aurora were murdered by Lord Voldemort's wand nearly 20 years afterward. Virgil paused. Your parents followed nearly 2 years later in 1981. You're all that's left of the family in England. A pain like nothing else Harry had ever experienced tugged at his heart. Voldemort had stolen his chance to have a picture like the one on the wall, to have a mother and father or grandparents as he grew up, to have a family. So that's why. He asked himself. Pardon, my boy. Harry swallowed a lump in his throat. So that's why I was left with my aunt and uncle. Because Voldemort has killed off the rest of my family in England. Sharp eyes bore into Harry's slightly wet ones. Aunt and uncle. I was unaware of any other children from Charles. Harry wiped his eyes quickly with his shirt sleeves. No, my mother's sister and her husband. I was apparently left like unwanted milk on their doorstep in November that year. The arm that had been wrapped around his shoulders and comforting him since he left the parlor tightened suddenly and painfully. But your mother was a first gen. Your aunt and uncle must be non-mags then. Otherwise, we would have heard from them and you much earlier. Every heir is to be raised in our world. That would have been stipulated by your parents' will. The man ranted to himself. Sorry, non-mag. First gen. Harry asked timidly, a bit taken aback by the man's rage. A few calming breaths later, Uncle Virgil gentle steered Harry away from the picture, in the direction opposite of his father's stern and piercing gaze. First generation or first gen, witch or wizard is what I believe the British still racistly refer to as Muggleborns, and their non-magical or non-mag counterparts as Muggles. Most of the world has tabooed the terms as discriminatory, especially in communities like ours where the two worlds mix and mingle frequently. Harry nearly stopped walking in shock. But the International Statute. The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, which our ancestor, he pointed to a large portrait of a gentle yet proud-looking man down the hall and next to the portrait of Virgil's father, Ralston Potter I championed in the late 17th century, only applies now to certain communities and countries. Australia, many Asian and African nations, and some parts of the states have blanket laws of magically bound discretion. Harry nodded in the right places, somewhat distracted by the amount of noise coming from behind the door they were standing in front of. Uncle Virgil gave a slightly lopsided grin that would have surely looked out of place on the face of an older man were it not for his Potter genes. Everyone is very excited to meet you. I'm surprised they haven't burst through the door. A slight nervousness settled in Harry's stomach. What if they don't like me? What if they are like the Dursleys? What? He didn't get the opportunity to worry further. The door was thrown open by a small, smartly dressed girl with blonde curls and Harry's nose who stared at Harry for a moment, cocked her head to the side and yelled over her shoulder into the room. "He is here. I told you, John. I told him, didn't I, Mum?" With a swing of her hair, she turned back to Harry and curtsied. "My lord, it is a pleasure to meet you finally. I'm Jasmine Potter. My parents are Michael Bryant and Quinn Potter. My Potter grandparents are Andrew Edgar and Sarah Parker Potter. My favorite colors are blue, silver." Jasmine called a woman from within the room behind the talkative child. "Let poor Henry breathe." The rolled her eyes and grabbed her great-grandfather's hand in her own tiny one before Uncle Virgil guided Harry and Jasmine into the room. Before he could wrap his mind around the numerous people looking around each other to get a better glimpse of him, he tried to drink in the large, richly decorated, pentagon-shaped dining hall. The entire Dursley house and garden could fit in the room with space to spare. What caught Harry's attention immediately, however, was not the size, the white marble floor lined with gold, the satin tablecloths or the delicious-looking meal already prepared, but the four transparent charmed walls and ceiling. Were it not for the floor, Harry would have thought he was outside on an expensive gazebo. Absolutely gorgeous. Uncle Virgil called out suddenly into the room, presenting our Lord Henry James Potter, Lord Apparent, and head of the most noble and ancient house of Potter. Blessed be his stay and warm his welcome. As one, most of the room bowed or curtsied to some degree. A few people merely nodded at him. Harry looked out up the room full of people, most with some physical similarity to him, faintly but still present. Hi. He smiled sheepishly as a few people giggled and gasped, and Uncle Virgil slapped his hand to his forehead. Harry let the comfortable hum from the numerous, simultaneous conversations wash over him. Though each roundtable had an interesting and merry discussion going on, people seemed to migrate constantly and keep their conversations going at a reasonable volume. Little Jasmine had practically attached herself to his hip since his faux pas following Uncle Virgil's introduction. She steered him like a trained hostess from group to group of his extended family. Harry met Uncle Virgil's 3 remaining sons, their 11 children and 11, soon to be 12, grandchildren. 5 of his cousins were around his age, including a set of triplets with an interesting mixture of Indian and Potter features. The girls, Mari, Adna, and Maya, reminded him strongly of the Pottle twins from Hogwarts, identically beautiful but with completely different personalities. Mari was cheerful and bubbly, Adna stuffy and formal and Maya very shy. With Jasmine's tiny hand in his, Harry felt more confident as time went by, and he made his rounds from table to table. He knew he would not remember all of the nearly 30 faces, names, familial connections, and jobs, but he also knew he'd never be able to thank little Jasmine enough for her help. Though his introduction had been disappointing, most of the family members showed some level of understanding and sympathy for his situation. He quickly found out that his 10 years older, second cousin Garvin Arnold Potter disliked him immensely. And took to making not-so-subtle jabs at everything from Harry's appearance, his publicity, his lack of magical theory knowledge, and for not following proper protocol with the family. Jasmine shut the mousy man down with an innocent reminder of Uncle Virgil's earlier explanation that Harry had not been raised the Potter way, to Potter standards, declared that the matter would be resolved, and requested that no one should blame Harry as he was the victim of the nearly criminal negligence. If only they knew the half of it. Harry considered the consequences of them knowing even some of what he went through with the Dursleys as he helped himself to another sandwich. Uncle Virgil looked just about ready to commit homicide due to the numerous inquiries he seemed to be fielding over the course of the luncheon. I don't think I should burden them with my miserable life story, he thought with conviction, and decided not reveal anything to the family. So this is the long-awaited Lord Potter. Harry looked up with a full mouth from his small break from the socializing to a sneering teenager with blonde hair and a bulbous nose. Were it not for the sneer, the guy could have passed as somewhat handsome. The sneer was one, Harry reckoned, Malfoy and Snape would have killed to pull off successfully. Harry quickly looked for his little helper, only to find her not in the chair next to him, where she had been when he picked up his freckle sandwich just moments ago. Pretty sure he had not been introduced to this family member yet. He swallowed as much as he could of his sandwich, wiped his hand on his pants leg and held it out to the guy only to receive a disgusted snort in return. When great-grandfather said you weren't raised to Potter standards, I did not realize he meant as a barbarian. The S words were greeted with snickers from two other family members near them, one of whom was the dreadful Garvin. We use napkins to wipe off our hands, my lord. He snarked. Harry bit back his retort and dropped his hand with an angry flourish. He didn't want any more enemies, especially not among his newly found family, but he couldn't understand the guy's problem. But with those rags, he pointed at Harry's clothes, wiping your hands on one of the fine napkins would probably be considered an insult. This time quite a few people rolled their eyes or had to cough to hide their snorts. Harry had nearly melted into his chair, embarrassed and ashamed. Years of abuse from the Dursleys and years of overexposure in the wizarding world had left his confidence and self-esteem in shatters. Yet, a small flame of righteous anger steadily began growing in his belly. Harry had never asked to be left with the Dursleys, to be a hero to a hero-hungry population of wizards, to lose his parents to a monster, and he definitely hadn't asked or wanted to be clothed in two large hand-me-downs. He would have loved to grow up with a loving family, healthy meals and good clothes like the Potters around him, but for some reason he had been denied the chance. His anger evolved into fury. As more laughter reached his ears, Harry had finally had enough. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that we have a dress code for family gatherings. I will remember for next time. Harry smiled pleasantly, priding himself on channeling his temper into sarcasm, despite the headache he could feel coming. I, personally, prefer to measure people by their character, their words, and actions, not by where they wipe their fingers or by the quality of their clothes. The tension visibly spiked in the room. Garvin and the other accomplice had taken one look into Harry's angry eyes and quickly retreated with slightly respectable nods. The now lone blonde narrowed his eyes contemptuously but seemed somewhat worried for some reason. Wise words, my lord. Hopefully, we can convince you to reconsider the manner you present yourself and represent the family. I will happily offer my assistance. He sniffed and marched over to the other side of the silent room. An insult wrapped in faux altruism, Snape would give him 10 points. Harry spent the next few moments reining in his temper and hoping no one bothered him in the meantime. I wonder if he's related to Malfoy. Oh bloody hell, I wonder if I'm related to Malfoy. He quickly looked for the blonde and his parents to see if they bore any resemblance to the stuck-up Malfoys. Ignore him. Jonas is just jealous that he has little to no chance of becoming Lord Potter, either from lineage or from the family magic. A beautiful raven-haired girl said suddenly, taking the seat next to him. Just like with every other blood relation in the room, Harry could somehow sense that she was a relative, albeit a somewhat distant one. It was a delightfully warm feeling he wouldn't give up for anything in the world. The girl looked very similar to him, slim, the same eyebrows, and approximately the same age. This is how I would look as a girl, raised with familial love, loads of healthy food and sunshine. Harry found himself suddenly jealous of the girl for no real reason. Cued by Harry's puzzled expression, she snatched the last sandwich on Harry's plate and explained. Right, you don't know anything. Harry once again swallowed an angry retort. He hated being considered stupid. You are the last descendant of the main Potter line. Should you be unable to take up or carry out the duties of Lord Potter, the title of Lord Regnant falls to the designate of your final testament, if agreed upon by a majority of heads of the Potter family. If you don't have a will, or if the heads can't come to an agreement, the head of the eldest line becomes regnant while the family magic chooses the next Lord Potter. Since Virgil is the fourth brother, Uncle PH and then Uncle Lester would become regnant, followed by Virgil. Then come their sisters followed by the sons and daughters of the heads, grandsons, and granddaughters etc. Jonas is 35th or so in the line of succession. She took a huge bite of his sandwich, and Harry felt his eye twitch twice at the injustice of it all. What if I don't want to be Lord Potter? Do I get a choice in this at all? Harry said, already upset by not having a say in his own life and by the girl's invasive ways. The sandwich fell from her hands to the table with a loud plop as she stared at him with a mixture of shock and rage. Harry realized suddenly that he might have pressed the wrong button. Apologies, Your Royalness. How dare we ask you to give up your precious, scary fame to take up the lowly position as head of our family? She growled with narrowed ocean blue eyes. Harry could only stammer out a reply. That's not what I said. But what I said could be misinterpreted as she just did, a random, logical voice said from the back of his mind. No, I heard you correctly. She said standing up furiously. Being the lord and protector of the Potter family is not about attending social events and giving interviews. It's about taking care of the affairs of the family, ensuring the well-being of current and future generations. It is an honor and privilege to be Lord Potter. How dare you relegate it to the position of a menial chore? How dare you? Harry was surprised by the passionate speech, but he was stunned senseless by the sudden and hard slap that made his glasses skid across the table. I had hoped that the negligence and lack of upbringing could be remedied. I hoped that the British newspapers were not accurate with their subtle portrayals of you as an attention-seeking brat. I hoped that you would be happy to break away from whomever, we assume, is controlling and hiding you from your own family. I thought you'd be humble and respectful, and make the family strong again. I am disappointed. She turned heel and stormed out of the quite quiet room. Her furious words and magic lingered in the air. Harry stared at her aghast and confused. He hadn't said any of that. Where the hell did that come from? A hand on his shoulder jolted Harry out of his stunned reverie. Go after her. I have never seen her this upset before. Uncle Virgil said in a dry and stern voice. Sir, I promise I didn't mean it I just want to. Harry was interrupted by an impatient hand. Regardless of your intentions, you and Henriette will have to discuss it. Harry nodded quickly and made to follow her when he realized a major flaw. But I don't know where she went, he murmured, eyes downcast. Uncle Virgil's eyes narrowed, but anyone could tell that the furious look wasn't truly directed at Harry. Follow the feel of her magic, he said through clenched teeth. Harry didn't bother responding or asking for clarification. He quickly grabbed his glasses from the table and fled from the tense room. After a few moments of silence, a soft voice rang through the room. Do you think it wise to send the boy after her, grandfather? I have never seen her like this. A woman who could only be Henriette's mother said, approaching Virgil. She has looked forward to meeting him since she learned that he was her namesake, but I fear she might tear him to shreds before he can even speak to her. Possibly. Henriette is sometimes uncouth, hot-headed and cruelly direct, but I believe that she might be the one to open his eyes and make him a suitable, even remarkable, Lord Potter. With a light lord interfering in Potter family matters, and, if the rumors are to be believed, the return of a dark lord who seems hell-bent on killing off as many Potters as he can, we will need him mentally, physically and magically strong. This seemed to upset more than a few Potters in the room. A neglected and uneducated Lord Potter and temperamental Henriette Potter at the helm of the Potter family's future. Merlin help us all. A grim-faced, bald-headed Daniel Norman Potter, Virgil's second-born, said helplessly from the back of the room. Yet, we all felt how strong the Potter magic is within him, Papa. Virgil's red-headed granddaughter, Sarah Marie Anderson, née Potter, Daniel Potter's eldest daughter, said with a slight accent from the same area of the room. I doubt he realized that he was tapping into the family magic to keep us all from approaching him. Indeed. Virgil paused to rub his temples. That had given even him a headache when he tried to get to the boy and tell him what he was doing. The only person who could overcome the repulsion was our little Henriette. Yet, it was not only the family magic pulsating through the room. Jonas quite thoroughly provoked young Henry into showing his aura with his nonsense. Orville Jonas Potter, Daniel Potter's eldest son, said, cuffing his only son, Jonas, upside the head rather abruptly. Ignoring his great-grandson's feeble apologies to his father, Virgil Orville could only sigh as the wards registered a rather violent burst of magic near the Quidditch pitch. He prayed to any free deities that this episode of Potter family drama ended on a light note. We will all have to pull our weight and restore the family to its previous strength. We should hold a fireside tonight, begin educating our Lord Potter, and pray we have enough time to correct the injustices inflicted upon our house. This ignited a burst of conversation on what was known, what information was missing, and what was obviously falsified about the heir Potter. At the end of the first hour, it was pretty clear to all that a fireside chat was needed. The chat had been previously used by Potter lords, heads and elders to transparently discuss family matters, crimes against or committed by Potters, and sometimes for impromptu family gatherings just to share news and stories. The last one had been called in the 1700s when the son of one of their ancestors killed a distant Potter relative so that the Potters could lay claim as the sole heirs of Gryffindor. Family magic, usually facilitated by invoking a truth spell that loosened the tongue, comforted the speakers, ensuring that only the truth was spoken, and removed or slowed any external factors, including time. A plan was devised by two of Virgil's sons to get young Henry to declare a fireside where he would reveal all that he could about his life. Virgil and his level-headed son, Franklin Cecil, both doubted that such a manipulation would go over well. Virgil feared Henry would become defensive and ask to be sent back, which most likely would destroy the family. He voiced his concerns, brought the matter to a vote, where it was vetoed, and asked for other suggestions. Virgil and the rest of his family were surprised nearly 3 hours later as a wind-swept and completely exhausted pair of raven-haired teenagers walked cheerfully back into the room. He felt his heart leap happily in his as the two chatted and laughed like long-lost siblings. The brooms hung loosely over their shoulders were evidence of their activities the past few hours. "Dear Merlin, Papa was right," Daniel sighed, playfully banging his head on the table while his wife patted his shoulders sympathetically. "They are like two Kneazles of the same litter." Virgil finished happily for his son. The future suddenly looked bright for the Potters. Dumbledore slowly removed his half-moon glasses and pinched the bridge of his 144-year-old nose. For the first time in many years, he truly felt as old as he biologically was. Not only did Harry Potter manage to disappear into thin air nearly 2 weeks ago, Dumbledore had no way of tracking, monitoring, or returning him to the safety of his family. His mother's family, he corrected himself viciously. His understanding of the history of the most noble and most ancient house of Potter was that the cadet branches never interfered in the actions of the head branch, for fear of excommunication and financial estrangement. At least, that was the relationship of most noble and ancient houses with foreign branches. "Can nothing be done to find the poor boy?" asked a tearful Molly Weasley over the bickering and murmuring. She and her family had been deeply devastated by Harry's disappearance. "Who knows what those dark wizards will do to him?" Severus snorted loudly from across the table. "You obviously do not know much of the Potter family's history." "Dark wizards, indeed." Dumbledore's eyebrows disappeared in his hairline. Since when was Severus interested in the Potter family history? Maybe he researched the family to better know his enemy, James Potter. "And you know," Sirius snarled at the greasy-haired man from the other head of the table, which was, Dumbledore subconsciously noted, his rightful position as head, if not lord apparent, of House Black in his own family manor. Sirius turned to Molly with slightly narrowed eyes. "And how dare you even insinuate that the Potters were anything other than light witches and wizards? Much like the Blacks were anything other than dark." Molly smoothly rebutted. There was a loud intake of breath by many at the table. Sirius sat back as if physically struck by Molly's words. Dumbledore knew that many members had had difficulty accepting Sirius' innocence since, and especially if, they still carried the age-old prejudices about the House of Black. He could feel the antagonistic murmurs reviving up again as the tension at the table peaked. No family, of noble blood or ignoble, is all of one thing or another. The world is not divided between Black or Potter, dark or light, bad or good. Severus said in his most reasonable, albeit condescending tone. Albus nodded mentally, but as he made to speak, Severus continued. Any educated reading of the Potter family history shows that their family did not hold to such idiotic beliefs. The Potters were and are a grey family, intermarried with those who were magically powerful regardless of whether they considered themselves light, gray, dark or smart enough not to throw themselves in a box. Albus nearly couldn't hold back the chuckle at the dumbfounded looks around the table. From the rather brilliantly delivered explanation or its Severus roundabout way of complimenting the Potters, he wasn't sure. Molly, however, had turned redder than her husband's hair at the belittlement. Grey families were a thing of the past, figuratively speaking. With the last two wizarding wars, most of the original Grey families declared themselves light, dark or neutral to avoid persecution for their mixed allegiances. The Grey was scorned and tabooed in Europe for being opportunists. Now, Severus. Hundreds of years of dark magic being used to harm others is hard for some people to look past, Dumbledore said, placing his glasses back on. The history of the extended Potter family is troubling at many points, but they have remained consistent and balanced. Whatever that even means. Grey. Minerva murmured. Charles and James were definitely light. Lily was. Lily was just like my Aunt Doria Potter, née Black, James's mother, grey to dark grey. Sirius murmured as if disappointed. And yet, it was her grey to dark grey magic that kept your precious godson alive. Severus thundered, his magic causing black sparks to fly within the room. His defense of Lily Potter took many aback. Sirius winced and stared despondently at his hands. Remus patted him comfortingly on the shoulder. Albus? Minerva asked almost pleadingly after a moment of silence. Her face was pale, as if the foundation of her beliefs, or at least her exaltation of the deceased Potters, had crumbled. Dumbledore's mind sped at a frightening pace through multiple scenarios depending on his response to this sensitive inquiry. He decided that no matter how he answered, someone would get upset. Better to change the topic. Despite what we believe to know of the intermediate Potter family, we do not know the intentions and affiliations of Virgil Potter, who has quite suddenly and without warning removed young Harry from our care. It is imperative that we bring Harry back under the protection of the Blood Wards as soon as possible. Seeing multiple affirmative nods, Dumbledore pushed forward with the rest of the night's agenda with all of the energy of a conductor through a difficult musical piece with one vital instrument missing. It was 2 hours, and much discussion, later that Dumbledore ended the meeting with a heavy sigh. Tom was currently, unnaturally quiet, the Ministry in denial and the person destined to keep the dark from reigning over Britain was missing. It was at times like these where he wished he could switch places with his older brother Aberforth and merely work behind a bar. He quickly thanked everyone for their hard work and excused himself. While hurrying to see whether the silver instruments in his office were finally able to locate Harry, Dumbledore completely missed the conspiratorial glance that passed between a stoic-looking Sirius Black, an exhausted Remus Lupin, a surprisingly furious Bill Weasley and a smug Severus Snape. The four moved as one towards the kitchen door as if of the same mind. Their collective escape from the room was rendered impossible by a small commotion. The sudden appearance of a large Lynx Patronus startled everyone still in the kitchen. Kingsley's booming voice spoke as if rushed, Dementors at Privet Drive. Potter's family has been key, Ed. Blood Wards are down. Sirius and Remus stared at one another. Dementors. Snape turned to the shadows, conjured parchment, and a pencil, before scratching something quickly and away from curious eyes. That poor boy. Molly cried into the of her husband. There was a hectic bustle as Dumbledore was informed and started an impromptu second round of the meeting. Poor indeed. Snape murmured as slipped past Remus on his way out the kitchen. His theatrically flapping robes allowing him to slip his note to Remus unnoticed by anyone. Dumbledore heaved a sigh that seemed to resonate through his entire office. Fawkes gave a comforting croon from his perch, but it did little to help Dumbledore. He threw the appropriate amount of flow powder into the fireplace and stepped through to the atrium of the Ministry. Harry's trial before the entire Wizengamot had been reconfirmed by a member of the houses partaking in the trial, who was also an old acquaintance of his. He hurried through the wand check and then through the familiar corridors of the Ministry of Magic, barely noting the whispers and the not-so-respectful gestures. If Harry had only talked to me before he charged off to Australia, how did the letter even get through wards? Once he comes back to Britain, I will have to re-ward Grimmauld Place. Maybe mentioning his relation to Sirius would guarantee his cooperation until school begins again. Dumbledore's musings and progress through the Ministry were interrupted and halted by a Ministry owl bearing a letter and screeching as it tried to catch up with him. With a sigh, Dumbledore changed his route. The letter stated the new time for the trial and its relocation from Madam Hopkins' office to courtroom 10, which he hadn't seen the interior of since the last of the Death Eater trials shortly after Harry vanquished Tom. He quickly sent a Patronus message to Kingsley Shacklebolt to make his way to the courtroom, in case his and Nymphadora Tonks, word as witnesses were needed. It was a slightly flustered and out-of-breath Dumbledore who opened the door to the courtroom, noting with a twinge of worry that the trial had already begun. Dear Merlin, they will try him in absentia. Defense for the accused, Albus Wulfric Percival Brian Dumbledore. Unfortunately, I just now received a notice regarding the change in venue and time. Ah, and to the rescue at the last minute. A strong but young voice called from near the accused chair. Dumbledore spotted two figures standing by the chair but could not see the faces. Thank you for joining us, Headmaster Dumbledore, but your services are not needed. The figure then turned his attention to the judging body, ignoring Dumbledore's presence like one would an unnecessary pawn upon a chessboard. Selected members of the esteemed Wizengamot, I must beg your pardon on behalf of my client, but the grounds and evidence upon which this trial is based are not substantial enough for a trial of this size and magnitude. The silken voice of the second figure was cut off rudely by the croak-like cough of the minister's under-secretary, Dolores Umbridge. I beg your pardon, Solicitor Wells, but the evidence is quite clear that your client unlawfully used 2 spells in the vicinity of Muggles. Students usually learn the consequences of such transgressions by the end of their first year. As such, I motion to have the objection overturned. A nod from Minister Fudge overruled the well-known solicitor's objection. Dumbledore's stomach clenched uncomfortably as his mind quickly analyzed the situation from more perspectives than the human brain should be possible of. Thank you, madam. Your assessment of the circumstantial evidence will be revisited later on. The second figure said with a pretty vicious smile. Dumbledore wondered what the solicitors had up their sleeves. Since I, Henry James Potter, stand accused, I offer my side of the story. Harry. Dumbledore wondered baffled. The first figure is Harry. How? Dumbledore's contemplation ended with the end of Harry's dramatic pause. I received the letter of my imminent expulsion while managing Potter family matters with the head of the Australian cadet branch of the most noble and ancient House of Potter. This is evidenced by the international portkeys of my trip there and back. He gestured to his solicitor, who made copies of the documentation. Dumbledore noted the creation of 3 times as many copies as necessary as he took an empty seat. Clever boy, not to cast the spell himself. Fudge would only trump up charges. Impossible. You are but a half-BL a boy. You cannot be lord of a house. Umbridge snarled, nearly foaming at the mouth. This documentation means nothing, she said, grabbing the documents nearest her and setting these alight with a vindictive smile. With a calm smile, Harry narrowed his eyes at the woman. Woman, I am Henry James Potter, the Potter, Lord and head of the most noble and ancient House of Potter. You dare question the will of my family's magic, Sprat. The room seemed to swell with magic at his nearly whispered proclamation. Umbridge squeaked and paled. Such a solecism against an old house would usually flatten a minor house, such as hers, in fines and blood feuds. Some of the members of the hand-picked jury began looking quite uncomfortable, even Fudge shifted his seat slightly away from the woman. I shall deal with your offense later, Harry said in such a deadly calm manner that Dumbledore almost fell victim to the belief that Harry practiced occlumency. As Lord Potter, I willing state that numerous grievances and crimes committed against my house have forced me to take the helm prematurely. Due to the suspicious nature of the crimes committed, House Potter demands retribution. As if rehearsed, a loud boom echoed through the courtroom at the end of his exclamation. 3 of the other entrances to the chamber slammed open and, if Dumbledore counted correctly, the entirety of the Wizengamot poured in elegantly but swiftly. Full meeting. Weatherby, was a meeting scheduled for today. A sickly-looking Cornelius Fudge stammered inconsolably. Fudge's assistant and court scribe, Percy Weasley, quickly and futilely looked through a quite large and precariously stacked mountain of parchment. You didn't think you could try a house lord with only your endorsers and supportive quarter of the Wizengamot, did you, Minister? Harry gave a small, mocking laugh. Even a first-year student under Binns' tutelage would be able to tell you that is foolhardy. A small chatter rose as the rest of the Wizengamot settled in their seats and laughed at Harry's joke. Fudge blushed and shrank in his seat. A clearly bemused Harry turned his back fully to the members aligned with Fudge on the prosecutor podium, a clear affront to their position, power and significance. Dumbledore noted breathlessly that the entire Wizengamot of members richer, decades older, learned and more respected than any others in the land, and definitely more so than the young Harry, went silent instantly due to either Harry's individual fame, his family's prestige or the aura he emitted. Dumbledore's mind suddenly recalled Harry's grandfather, Charles Potter. Honorable and esteemed fellow members of this glorious and centuries-wise body, I ask your forgiveness for my last-minute call to action, but House Potter has been grievously discredited, mishandled and falsely incriminated for too long. Her magic weeps within my veins with the injustice. We demand justice, Harry thundered. Dumbledore nearly fainted on the spot. As if to emphasize the truth of his argument, Harry had released family magic into the room, tinged with pain and suffering. The invisible shockwave of magic caused many members to sit up in their chairs. How in Merlin's beard is this possible? Dear sweet Morgana, we've awakened another Potter dragon. The venerable Lady Cassiopeia Black murmured from a few seats over from Dumbledore. Lord Potter, what is your grievance? The newly inducted Chief Witch Lady Marchbanks asked with a strong voice. Dumbledore doubted he could have mustered a similarly powerful voice in the face of such an accusation. Such a plea had not been brought before the body in quite some time, and not in living memory with such conviction. House Potter has been misrepresented in this body by stewards not appointed by us for nearly 15 years, all while I, then Lord Apparent and Heir Potter, was raised ignorant of the ways expected of the Potters. The buzzing of questions and angry commentary arose like a wave of angry bees. Dumbledore felt sweat gather on his brow. He knows. Not one, Harry thundered, effectively ending the side chatter as if with a vanishing spell. Not one brother or sister house questioned my ignorance or reached out to offer a semblance of assistance. Where were my oath-bound brother and sister houses, where were you, their lords and ladies, when House Potter needed you? He growled out the last bit, every bit the lion and dragon on his family emblem. A thoroughly flustered Percy Weasley shot off a small sound with his wand, showing that he needed a moment for his recording quill to catch up. He received a patient nod from Harry, who chatted briefly with Solicitor Wells in the meantime. Quite a few members looked chastised, yet also relieved by the court scribe's interruption, as Dumbledore felt. Spanked like a bunch of naughty toddlers. I foresee much groveling after this meeting. Lady Black prophesied in astounded approval. As touching as his sob story is, he will not leave this room unless bound in chains as the criminal he is. Lucius Malfoy declared hotly. Several of his usual lackeys nodded along in agreement. Lady Black chortled nastily. Yet, you witness, as do we all, the Wizengamot swinging to his tune and hanging on his every word like tamed hippogriffs. You, Lucius, bet on the wrong Pegasus and poked the wrong dragon. House Black, a sibling house to House Potter, through recent marriage, shall throw their lot in properly. Heads turned to her, baffled. Surely you jest, Lady Black. Lord Crabbe whispered cryptically and furiously, as if trying to keep Dumbledore and the minister's staff from hearing. The winds are beginning to blow and shadows speak of reawakening the cause for which House Black sacrificed its sons and daughters not many years ago. With an elegant huff, the gray-haired Lady Black countered, a tragic sacrifice that destroyed my house and nearly robbed it of worthy heirs. The most powerful, worthy and sane of which stands before us, and he appears ready to continue now that the useless blood traitor of a court scribe has caught up, so please show some respect. Her praise and acknowledgement of Harry as a Black heir took most in earshot, even Dumbledore, by surprise. By publicly declaring him a worthy heir, she had ultimately named him a Lord Apparent. With toujours pure as their house motto, and due to the number of disowned half-bloods, squibs and blood traitors, only well-bred pure-blooded Blacks were considered worthy. Harry Potter was the very opposite. Her slighting of Lucius' son, Draco Malfoy, also a Black heir, did not go unnoticed, judging by the look on Lucius Malfoy's face and tightening of his hand on his cane. It was only the subtle and questioning look sent by Minister Fudge that prevented a potentially violent and politically disastrous outburst. And while learning of this atrocity with the help of the head of a foreign, cadet branch of House Potter, loud intakes of breath met his statement. Such was unheard of. There was a dastardly and fatal attack on my custodial family, the Muggle family of my mother, also under the protection of House Potter as declared by my dearly departed father some 20 years ago. The silence was truly impressive. Dumbledore found himself, for once, wishing to be on the other side of the podium. The energy in the room and captivated audience were what had originally attracted him to politics. This attack, Harry seemed in his element. He paced and gestured to his solicitor, who removed a piece of copy parchment and duplicated it, made by soul-hungry dementors who ed on sight, was ordered by someone in this very room. Everyone held their breath. Harry turned slightly to look over the shoulder. Now, you may speak, Madam Umbridge. There was a hum of startled murmuring. You foul, little brat. How dare you make such false accusations to weasel your way out of trouble? Harry slammed his hand onto the shackled chair before him. So this is not your signature, written as mandated by laws of your creation under careful instruction by our honorable minister, by means of a blood quill, releasing 2 dementors from Azkaban to an address, my and my mother's family's former address, previously known only to 2 people in this room, the minister and Headmaster Dumbledore. Merlin's beard. Dolores. Minister Fudge said aghast as he received a copy of the document. This is a fake. Umbridge was puce with rage, fear and possibly embarrassment at getting caught. A simple revealing spell should be enough, Harry said to the chief who did just that and accepted the evidence with a nod. Sloppy work, Madam Umbridge. Next time, be sure to destroy not only the original documents but also the authorized copy in the Hall of Records. He chided with a cluck of his tongue. So while House Potter is being vilified in the press as part of Minister Fudge's smear campaign to protect his political career and redirect attention from his own negligence, childish denial and misdeeds, his undersecretary conspired, whether with or without Fudge's authorization is yet to be seen, to destroy House Potter and its Lord Potter in one sweep and with 2 dementors. The pressure of magic within the room built with every word. Even the flames in the torches on the wall grew more ominous. Dumbledore's wand hand trembled in fearful anticipation. The last time he felt so much repressed rage, he had been sparring wand to wand with Tom Riddle. Dear Merlin, let me be wrong in my assumption that Voldemort can control the boy. Not only am I, Lord Potter, being falsely accused of casting not 1, but 2 different Patronuses simultaneously, which would be an amazing magical phenomenon especially from halfway across the globe. A gesture to his solicitor had the official notification from the Office of Misuse of Magic and other copies of the documentation of his international portkeys disseminated to the Wizengamot. No, that was not enough. Harry waved an arm at the group of members seated behind him with his back still to them. I, Lord Potter, was dragged before Minister Fudge's group of paid and pompous lackeys, blackmailed victims and notorious eye-sayers like a common criminal. Dumbledore fingered his wand worried by the spike in magic. Lady Black, completely ignoring Harry's insult, silently clapped her hands like an excited baby. Fudge, Umbridge, and their followers looked very worried by the hissing made by the other members of the Wizengamot. And, as if someone had suddenly popped a balloon, the magical pressure within the room was suddenly released. Several people loudly exhaled in relief. Well, Minister Fudge, Harry calmly continued, if you wish to treat me as a criminal, and offer no other seating accommodations for my trial, I am obliged to accept until my innocence is proven. Harry nodded to his solicitor and faced the pale faces of his accusers bravely. With an elegant flourish, he seated himself upon the accused chair and was promptly shackled. The room was filled with outrage. Some lords and ladies were pounding the stands before their seats, calling for heads. Minister Fudge shrank further into his seat. I, Lord Potter, the Potter, by the honor of my family's apparent position within this esteemed body, call for and accept the application of Veritaserum to prove my innocence. So mote it be. So mote it be, murmured Dumbledore absent-mindedly along with nearly every other member of the Wizengamot. That was pretty standard procedure for innocent witches and wizards who found themselves sitting in the accused chair and knew the ways of the Wizengamot. It also greatly reduced the duration of a trial. Harry's solicitor produced 2 vials of liquid, most likely Veritaserum and the antidote. The defense calls upon the Honorable Lady Bones in her role as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I'm coming. No need to drag this out any longer, Wells. I would like to have my morning cup soon. The monocled, no-nonsense woman said, descending the stairs. She nodded to the solicitor and leaned slightly to speak softly to the shackled, straight-backed lord. What I would pay to have a house elf near the chair for that discussion. Lady Black declared fairly loudly. It was public knowledge that the Potters were close oath comrades with the Bones, Longbottoms, and McKinnons. Harry's accusation against his sibling houses must have struck Lady Bones' pride extremely hard. Her words caused both parties to uplook at her briefly before Madame Bones went through the protocol on the spells and results colors that would prove the potions were what the solicitor stated they were, a form of pure truth serum that could be only remedied minutes after ingestion and could only be taken once a week for fear of mental magic destruction. It was so strong that even the strongest of occlumens could only rephrase their answers to evade directly answering. Dumbledore was shocked that a 15-year-old would be forced to drink it. And judging by the nervous or furious whispers within the room, the other members were either afraid or shocked or both like Dumbledore. If it isn't too much of a burden, my client would prefer that you look over and approve this list of prepared questions. As head of the DMLE, the woman impatiently removed the list from his hands. I was in the field when you were still in your nappies, Robert. No need to continuously remind me how to do my job. Solicitor Wells bowed his head in obvious amusement. A small wave of laughter passed through the courtroom at the comic relief provided by the usual banter between the two. Their legendary verbal sparring in the court was often joked about in the backrooms of the Wizengamot. As Madame Bones' eyes roamed the parchment for any unlawful or irrelevant questions, her monocle slipped from her face and fell with a resounding crash to the floor. Sweet Merlin. With a flick of her wand, the glass was repaired, cleaned, and the monocle was back in its rightful place. The questions are accepted. Unbeknownst to all but perhaps Dumbledore's magically enhanced half-moon glasses, she tapped the aura medallion in her pocket in a sequence unfamiliar to him while murmuring under her breath. Harry obediently opened his mouth to accept the offered drops before his eyes immediately glazed over. Please state your full name and title for the record. Henry James Potter, Lord and Head of the Most Noble and Ancient House of Potter, Lord of the Most Noble and Most Ancient House of Peverell, Lord of the Most Venerable House of Gryffindor, Heir of the Most Noble and Ancient House of Black. Dumbledore reeled in his seat. The amount of political power Harry held had not been previously known by anyone, not even him. Should Harry join the Wizengamot, he would carry 8 votes, 2 votes for each of his Peverell and Potter lordships and 4 for his Gryffindor lordship. And if Sirius passed off the Black lordship, he would have an additional 4. With or without the Black lordship, Harry would be the highest-ranked voter in the Wizengamot. The Chief Witcher Wizard only held 2 votes plus their family seat, as well as an honored veto vote. At the moment, Lady Esmeralda Jones held the highest rank with a voting power of 7 votes from the Most Noble and Most Ancient House McKinnons and the Noble and Ancient House Jones in addition to the Venerable House of Hufflepuff. Dumbledore had his friend Alpheus Doge voting with the Potter vote. He hadn't wanted his opponents to call him out for pandering and misusing the Potter votes, the Dumbledore vote, his Order of Merlin vote and the Chief Wizard vote. He and Alpheus made sure to show different opinions every now and then. If he had known that the Potter vote included 8 votes, he could have had more laws passed. He noted others doing the quick mental math as well. Fudge looked as if someone had told him his term had just ended. It might as well have. The loud wave of murmurs from the courtroom was cut off by Solicitor Wells. The truth serum is in effect. I ask for a selective silence ward around my client so as not to confuse Lord Potter. The solicitor said with an accusatory glance at the members seated on the podium. It was clear that Harry and his solicitor really only wanted to keep unsavory people from asking personal, unrelated questions. Lady Bones cast a rather impressive selective sound ward around Harry and his solicitor, an Auror's standard procedure. Solicitor Wells nodded his thanks and began the rapid questioning. Lord Potter, when did you learn you were a wizard? At age 11 when Gamekeeper Hagrid brought me my Hogwarts letter under orders from Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore twitched under the glares from more than a few members. When did you learn the ways of your house? This previous summer from the head of the Australian cadet branch of Potters. Who left you with the squib sister of your mother? Headmaster Dumbledore. More angry looks. When did you meet your magical guardian after your re-entry to the magical world? I did not. I have never met an individual who introduced themselves as my magical guardian. The aghast whispers with more than a few members pointing in Dumbledore's direction. Merlin stay me by. It was pretty common knowledge that Dumbledore locked the Potter will and assumed guardianship of Harry. For him to never tell the boy that he was his guardian also showed that Dumbledore never spoke to Harry of his rightful position as head of the Most Noble. and ancient house of Potter or as heir and lord to the other houses. Just as Dumbledore prayed that Harry and his solicitor would change topics, they miraculously did just that. Please describe briefly your rescue of the Philosopher's Stone your first year at Hogwarts. Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley and I fought our way through the obstacles set up by the professors to protect the stone after finding out the stone would be stolen. We evaded a Cerberus, Devil's Snare, enchanted keys, an animated chessboard, a potion puzzle, and I went through alone to keep the stone from falling into the wrong hands. I fought Professor Quirrell, who had been possessed by the specter of Lord Voldemort. The professor died after I touched him with my hands as the protection provided by my mother's sacrifice still held. Voldemort's spirit escaped weakened, I fainted from exhaustion, and I had somehow managed to acquire the stone from the Mirror of her Eyes. It seemed to take a few moments for the members of the Wizengamot to wrap their minds around this information. Harry and his solicitor seemed to have particular targets in mind with their specific questions. They also did not seem to care too much about going into details, or smoothly transitioning between topics, and continued after a moment. Who in this room was informed about this? Headmaster Dumbledore at least. Lady Bones, was an investigation or inquiry launched? The woman, who was standing stunned a few feet away from the boy, started slightly at the sudden question, shook her head and cleared her throat. No. Lord Potter wishes to lodge a formal complaint against Headmaster Dumbledore and the Ministry for leaving himself and nearly 600 students in a dangerous situation with the specter of the Dark Lord. Is that correct, Lord Potter? Yes. Did you use magic in the summer between your first and second year, as recorded by the Ministry? No. Who performed the magic in your vicinity, as stated on your record? The Malfoy house elf, Dobby. Lord Potter demands an investigation into how a Malfoy house elf breached the wards created by Headmaster Dumbledore. Is that correct, Lord Potter? Yes. Malfoy shifted slightly in his seat. Did you defeat the centuries-old basilisk of Lord Salazar Slytherin within Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets your second year? Yes. Small chatter began at this. Please explain briefly what happened in the chamber. Harry spun a captivating story in his monotone voice about how his best friend was attacked, his research on SS, his Parseltongue abilities which had Lady Black swelling with delight, and his encounter with Acromantile in the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore made a note to talk to Hagrid about sending 2 second-year students into such a dangerous situation. By the time Harry told how he rescued young Ginevra from Tom with Gryffindor's sword, basilisk venom, Phoenix tears, and the destruction of the diary, many of the members were giving him a standing ovation. The court scribe had all but abandoned his note-taking and was staring at Harry in shock. Goodness, Gryffindor's heir with Slytherin's gift. Lord Nott, a renowned historian, murmured amazed from beside the ecstatic Lady Black. Whose diary was behind the attacks? Tom Marvolo Riddle, known as Lord Voldemort, the diary was in the care of Lucius Malfoy. Objection. He is lying. Lucius Malfoy snarled furiously, jumping up from his seat. The Chief Witch merely stared him to silence. Lord Potter is under pure truth serum, Lord Malfoy. Please maintain your composure, she said with narrowed eyes. She turned to Solicitor Wells. Please continue with the questioning. I must object to the relevance of the questions as well, Chief Witch. The Blonde Lord continued smoothly. Excuse me, Lord Potter is providing thrilling stories which, however, have little to do with the matter at hand. If I may, Chief Witch. Lord Malfoy brings up a viable point. Solicitor Wells stated. The purpose of the questions is not only to prove the innocence in regard to the trial at hand but to refute any past, and prevent subsequent, defamation of House Potter by this court. Thus, these questions are to construct an accurate image of my client's character and actions. Chief Witch Marchbanks conferred briefly with Lady Bones via eye contact before nodding. Since the questions have been considered acceptable by the head of the DMLE, and Lord Potter willingly subjected himself to them, I will allow it. Lucius Malfoy exhaled angrily and loudly from his nose before sitting back down in his seat, steaming. Wells asked Harry to continue his story. The entire room laughed loudly at the Blonde Lord as Harry described how he freed the Malfoy house elf and how that very same elf knocked the Lord flat on his behind. Lord Potter, who in this room was informed of what happened in the chamber? Headmaster Dumbledore, Lucius Malfoy and Minister Fudge. Madam Bones, was an investigation or inquiry launched? No, she declared from her newly conjured seat a few feet from Harry. Lord Potter wishes to lodge a formal complaint against Headmaster Dumbledore and the Ministry for leaving him and nearly 600 students in a dangerous situation with the specter of the Dark Lord, a nest of unreported acromantulae and a centuries-old basilisk. Is that correct, Lord Potter? Yes. It was clear to all that Harry had effectively turned the tables on the Ministry and that the Minister's plot to further discredit the Potter Lord had blown up in his face like a bad potion. Dumbledore and the school were also taking a few hits, but since no students had died during either incident, the school charter supported Dumbledore's decision in keeping the Ministry out of the loop. It was Dumbledore's interference in Potter family matters that would cause him some issues, especially with the old families. Yet, how is any of this possible? A person does not go from shy and antisocial to politically savvy, informed and eloquent in 2 weeks' time. Maybe the Potters had time-turners in their arsenal. Dumbledore could feel a major headache coming on as he pondered Harry's change. He decided he would just have to pull Harry to the side after the meeting, convince him to return to headquarters and get the whole story out of him somehow. Last time. Yet, how is any of this possible? A person does not go from shy and antisocial to politically savvy, informed and eloquent in 2 weeks' time. Maybe the Potters had time-turners in their arsenal. Dumbledore could feel a major headache coming on as he pondered Harry's change. He decided he would just have to pull Harry to the side after the meeting, convince him to return to headquarters and get the whole story out of him somehow. Out of the corner of his eye, Dumbledore noticed that Minister Fudge and Undersecretary Umbridge were gesturing angrily at the papers on the table in front of them while carrying on a whispered argument. A sudden uproar from the members of the Wizengamot brought Dumbledore, the Minister, and Madame Umbridge back to the matter at hand. Percy Weasley seemed to have exclaimed the loudest and was flushed with embarrassment for some reason. Ah yes, we should be hearing about Harry's third year. Mr. Weasley must have learned that his pet rat was the person responsible for revealing the secrets of the Potters to Voldemort. A small announcement of Harry Potter's private godfather ceremony on September 30, 1980, apparently the most recent document of evidence, lay before him. Dumbledore's stomach dropped as he read the magically highlighted words, "Godparent Oath," on the announcement. Such a magical oath declared that person would never willingly harm either the godchild or its family with the penalty of losing their own magic. Anyone with an ounce of sense would know then that Sirius could not have betrayed the Potters. Dumbledore held the paper with trembling fingers. He hadn't known. Who in this room knew of your foray with Lord Black, and thus of his wrongful imprisonment? Minister Fudge and Headmaster Dumbledore. The previously jovial Lady Black suddenly turned to look at Dumbledore with fury in her stormy gray eyes. You and I will be having words, Headmaster. Dumbledore swallowed his fear impressively, nodding at the woman. Lady Black was not known for being a politician as she was known for her viciousness, for gathering information on everyone of interest and for getting retribution for her family by using said information. If she thought Dumbledore knowingly sent Sirius Black to Azkaban and let him remain there, he would be target one on her hit list. Dumbledore began mentally drafting his statement to the Daily Prophet for the morning issue. There will be so much to comment on, that is, if I am not blacklisted come morning. What happened to Peter Pettigrew after this moment? He turned into a rat and escaped. What happened to you and Lord Black? We were attacked by the Dementors stationed at the school. How many Dementors? 100, possibly more. A bit of pride broke through Harry's monotone voice. Solicitor Wells copied and disseminated the documentation signed in blood quill by Minister Fudge that relocated over 100 Dementors to be stationed at Hogwarts. How were you able to fight off the Dementors? With the Patronus charm. Objection. There is no way that boy was able to cast such a powerful spell at 13. This must be fabricated. Madame Umbridge yelled. Indeed. And if this is fabricated, who is to say that everything else we've been spooned here has a single shred of truth to it? Lucius added quickly. I motioned to have. Already moving before Malfoy had spoken, Solicitor Wells removed Harry's holly wand from the boy's robes and placed it in the boy's hand. Could you please perform the charm? He asked loudly, effectively speaking over Lord Malfoy. Expecto Patronum. Even under sedation, a glorious corporeal stag emerged from Harry's wand and charged around the silent room, its hooves pounding the floor beneath it, before resting before its master and bowing as it dissipated. Dumbledore could see Madame Marchbanks writing notes, no doubt now in her capacity as governor of the Wizarding Examinations Authority. Such a performance before all examinations would most likely put Harry on an expedited track to a mastery in Dada. Although Madame Umbridge's or Lord Malfoy's objections had not been answered in any way, Harry's corporeal Patronus had sufficiently awed the rest of the Wizengamot into forgetting just that. Lucius Malfoy seemed paralyzed with a dropped jaw. Madame Bones, was an investigation or inquiry launched? Madame Bones, who had stood up in awe and whose monocle had again fallen off, remained transfixed on the spot where the corporeal stag last stood. She merely shook her head in the negative. Lord Potter wishes to lodge a formal complaint against Headmaster Dumbledore and the Ministry for leaving himself and nearly 600 students in a dangerous situation with the murderer Peter Pettigrew and 135 Dementors and for failing to declare the innocence of a falsely imprisoned lord. Is that correct, Lord Potter? Yes. Did you put your name into the Goblet of Fire, have anyone do it for you, or have knowledge of it being done on your behalf? No. 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 So you were an unwilling participant? Yes. Do you know who put your name in? Barty Crouch Jr., son of Barty Crouch Sr., who impersonated Alistair Moody as defense against the dark arts professor. Someone fainted on the other side of the room and had to be revived by one of the nearby members. What happened to him? Minister Fudge had him keyed by Dementors when he heard that an escaped Death Eater had been found at Hogwarts. Solicitor Wells copied the documentation and sent it to each member. Taking a deep breath, Wells dropped the next dragon egg. Briefly explain what happened after you entered the maze for the third task of the Triwizard competition. Despite Harry's monotone voice, he told a gripping narrative of each obstacle he faced. Once he mentioned that the Triwizard Cup was a portkey, many of the members on the podium next to Dumbledore became restless. They obviously could not speak out as it would raise suspicions, but Dumbledore worried what they would do when Harry named them or their family members. Harry, oblivious to this all, continued on in his monotone voice describing Voldemort's resurrection in more detail than even Dumbledore had been privy to. Dumbledore wondered briefly if the blood that Harry unwillingly provided for Voldemort's new body would have discharged the wards, allowing for the letter from Virgil Potter to slip through. Seeming to revel in the shocked and frightened silence, Wells asked his next question with a knowing smile in the direction of the podium. Which Death Eaters did the Dark Lord name in attendance? Objection. Lucius Malfoy cried out suddenly, being immediately overturned by the Chief Witch, who narrowed her eyes in obvious suspicion at the French-blooded lord and leaned forward in anticipation. Avery, Vincent Crabbe Sr., Gregory Goyle Sr., Walden McNair, Theodore Knott Sr., and Lucius Mal. Avada Kedavra! Lucius Malfoy shouted, apparently still standing. The green spell flew from his cane before the man himself was surrounded by a blood-red mist, which Dumbledore then identified as the own blood. Lord Malfoy cried out in pain and fell to the floor clutching his exploded wand hand. Dumbledore's mind tracked the course of the green spell as it simultaneously recalled the myth known to most old-blooded English lords that the courtroom punished those who tried to inflict harm on other lords within its boundaries at the price of their own magic. The room had been a part of the original Wizarding Council, which had been founded during an age where assassination attempts were made regularly. Malfoy, of obvious French descent, most likely had not known of this, or merely just didn't consider it in his haste to shut the boy up. Nevertheless, the rapidly paling, and most likely demagicalizing, Malfoy was completely ignored. Dumbledore and many others watched, transfixed and paralyzed, as the green curse traveled the short distance from the podium to the accused chair. The Elder Wand jumped into his hand a fraction of a second too late. Several people cried out in shock as the sedated boy who lived was struck in the head by the green curse and slumped forward, lifelessly and still shackled in his chair. A second's beat passed where no one seemed to breathe. The disbelief was palpable. Then suddenly, pandemonium broke. Some members fainted or screamed. Many members fell over themselves heading for the doors in a panic, especially those near where Dumbledore sat. Some members had fallen over in their seats in shock or were openly weeping. Solicitor Wells had fallen to his knees by the lifeless teenager. Dumbledore ignored the panic around him and sank into his chair as if the weight of the world had been dumped onto his shoulders. The death of an innocent youth had never been his goal. All he had done to and for Harry was to prepare him for what Dumbledore believed to be an inevitable and predestined task. James and Lily, forgive me, please. Harry, I thought it was the only way. With tears streaming down his face and his head in his hands, Dumbledore only peripherally noted the Chief Witch ordering a lockdown and calling for orders to detain the Wizengamot members mentioned by Harry. It was minutes later when Dumbledore felt a wave of negative energy from the accused chair. Only he and a few other magic-sensitive individuals in the room stopped what they were doing and turned to the boy. Dumbledore noticed a pure black wisp escape from Harry's scar and disappear almost instantly as if get away. Dumbledore, who had been considering making his way through the chaos to the fallen hope of the wizarding world, stopped as the malicious magic came and left. He witnessed dumbfounded Harry's subsequent, almost instantaneous awakening with a gasp. "Gods, that was horrid," the raven-haired youth croaked. He looked around at the chaos with wide eyes before turning to his solicitor, who was pale, on his knees and seemed close to a nervous breakdown. What happened? The reaction to Harry's revival and words was so loud and emotional that even the Chief Witch's sonorous calls for order were drowned out. Madame Bones had quickly dispatched the rest of the numerous Aurors, who had been stationed by the doors, to restore order, bind the apparently non-magical and unconscious Lucius Malfoy, the other named Death Eaters, and revive fallen, unconscious or emotionally upset Wizengamot members. She personally checked on Harry. Dumbledore considered going down to do his own diagnosis and confirm his theory that the piece of Voldemort lodged in Harry's scar had been removed, but he realized that such an action would only serve to distract Harry and could be construed as tampering with and upsetting the witness. He did not put it past the darker elements in the courtroom to try to end the trial prematurely before they were revealed and tried. And if Harry reacts negatively to my presence after surviving a second death curse in front numerous witnesses, the speculation and negative press would be endless, the political part of his mind argued. Dumbledore righted his overturned chair and opted to bide his time. Harry's survival, though surely wonderful and miraculous, had nevertheless been many of Dumbledore's theories and interpretations of the prophecy made about the boy and Voldemort. He made a mental note to go revisit the long list of possibilities that he had created, added to and altered over the years. Though it took some minutes, a semblance of order was established in the room. Quite a few members asked for an intermission, but Chief Witch Marchbanks staunchly rejected the notion. She chatted briefly with Solicitor Wells and Madame Bones before declaring that the pale-looking Harry would prefer to answer the remaining few questions. "Absolutely astonishing," Lady Black declared next to Dumbledore. 2 doses of pure veritaserum, casting a corporeal Patronus and surviving a second death curse while under sedation, all within an hour's time. That boy will be considered Merlin reincarnate come morning. The stunned silence in the room concurred with her assessment. Solicitor Wells administered a new dosage of serum with visible quakes in his hand. Harry's eyes immediately glazed over. "Please state your full name and main title for the record." "Henry James Potter, Lord and head of the most noble and ancient house of Potter." The quiver in the man's voice was noticeable. "The Truth's serum is again in effect. Lord Potter, you named Lucius Malfoy last as one of the Death Eaters at the resurrection of the Dark Lord. Were there any more?" "Yes, but I can only name those whose names I know." "Understandable. Lord Potter wishes to provide the memory of the resurrection for the DMLE for further investigation. Is that correct, Lord Potter?" Several people looked uncomfortable at that. None dared to follow Malfoy's example, however. "Yes. Who, in this room, was told of your kidnapping by the Dark Lord, his revival, Cedric Diggory's true cause of death, and the names of the Death Eaters present as the Dark Lord's resurrection ritual?" Headmaster Dumbledore and Minister Fudge. Madame Bones, was an investigation or inquiry launched? "No," she whispered, looking at the young man before her in disbelief. "Lord Potter wishes to lodge a formal complaint against Headmaster Dumbledore and the Ministry for leaving him to compete as a minor in a dangerous competition meant for adults, for not investigating his kidnapping by the Dark Lord and Barty Crouch Jr., and a special complaint against the Minister for dishonoring his oath of office by dissouling a witness without authorization, endangering the whole of magical Britain by letting the resurrected Dark Lord go uninvestigated, and for libel against Lord Potter. Is that correct, Lord Potter?" "Yes. Any chance that Minister Fudge had of maintaining his position until next year's election had gone up in smoke." The glares the man was receiving made Dumbledore wonder if the man would make it back to clean out his office intact. "When did learn that you had family other than your Muggle and Squib relations?" "This summer through Goblin secured post." "Have you ever received post from Gringotts, fans, or from people you haven't met in person before?" No. Lord Potter demands an investigation into how his post has been blocked and who has been blocking it. Is that correct, Lord Potter? Dumbledore sighed inaudibly. At least I have a sound and honest answer for that. Yes. Did you simultaneously cast the two different Patronuses for which you were being tried? No. When and where did you learn of this trial? Yesterday, at the Potter family home in Australia. The solicitor signed in relief at the conclusion of the questioning and asked the room, as was mandatory if there were questions for his client. Chief Witch Marchbanks raised her hand. Is he who must not be named truly back? Harry responded immediately, indicating that the silencing ward had fallen. Yes. What can we do to stop him? Asked a shrill voice, frightened. Why didn't you stop him? How are you still alive? A small unintelligible babble of questions rose, but Harry had already begun answering. Stop fearing him and his servants, fight back. There are more of you than there is of them. I don't know. Most likely because of the... His solicitor placed a hand over Harry's moving mouth. Please, no unauthorized questions, Lady Jones, Lord Wilkes and Lord Greengrass. Chief Witch Marchbanks growled, banging her gavel. No one else gestured that they had questions. Probably still dumbfounded by Harry once again accomplishing the impossible, Dumbledore thought. A small shiver of cold went down his back as he considered several possibilities of how Harry's knowledge and finesse were possible. Perhaps Tom's hold on Harry is deeper than I originally calculated. He has had nearly 14 years to bury himself. In Harry's mind the possibilities were endless, and the chances of defeating Voldemort very slim if he had two footings in the mortal realm. Dumbledore filed his suspicions away for the moment. With a very anticlimactic end to the mind-boggling interrogation, Harry was given the antidote to the truth serum. Without missing a beat, his posture straight-backed, Harry declared in a soft but resonant voice, with this farce of a trial behind me, I demand to be released from the chair. With a gesture from Madame Bones, two oars scrambled to release Harry from the accused chair. Harry nodded his thanks before turning to the Wizengamot members not on the prosecution podium. Esteemed Wizengamot members, all of you bore witness to this travesty of a trial, to the horrific knowledge that has been hidden from you all in name of politicking. Such a scandal in England will ruin our international prestige, especially when it becomes public knowledge that I, Lord Potter, am actively considering leaving this island of my ancestors and turning my back on both its educational and legislative institutions. His following words, being drowned out by screams and shouts of outrage, caused him to raise his voice. Due to the numerous murderous and cowardly attempts on my person, he shouted with righteous outrage. The torches flickered ominously. Dumbledore didn't see until Harry turned that he was eyeing each member of the body with palpable suspicion and disgust. Harry suddenly pounded on his own. The family magic cries for solitium and justice that this body seems unwilling and incapable of providing. My family honor screams for retribution and an immediate withdrawal of all assets as well as oaths, loans, and debts to the Potter family. Many members paled. Such an act would disable the economy. The Potters had investments in quite a few families' businesses, and many other companies held some type of economic relationship to the Potters as well. Not to mention what would happen after should he do the same with the lordship of any of his other houses. With a respectful nod to the room, Harry finished. I leave you to your ruling and bid you all a good day, Harry said. He nodded politely to Madame Bones and began helping his solicitor in gathering his papers. Dumbledore edged out of his seat in order to catch Harry before he left the courtroom. He was stopped by the ringing sound of a Wizengamot member making a motion. I motion to declare Lord Potter innocent of all crimes and call for an intermission as well an immediate trial for Madame Umbridge and Lucius Malfoy under veritaserum for the attempted murder of a lord. Shouted Lady Augusta Longbottom. I second the motion. Added Lady Black, surprisingly, causing whispers to break out on the opposite side of the chamber. Never before had a Longbottom and Black agreed so readily on the floor. Noted. Declared Chief Witch Marchbanks after a nod from the court scribe. Any objections? No one made a sound. Motion passes. Madame Umbridge swelled in outrage as oars quickly silenced, petrified and arrested her. The trust woman was left like discarded luggage near the accused chair. I call for an investigation into the minister's office and for the minister to step down immediately. Rumbled the venerable Lord Ogden. I second. Lady Bones stated with no hesitation. But you can't do that. Noted. Chief Witch Marchbanks said, cutting fudge off as one would an impertinent child. The aged woman looked directly at the retreating back of Harry and his solicitor and seemed to come to a decision. As Chief Witch, and based on the evidence presented today, I declare magical Britain in a state of war against the so-called Lord Vivo Voldemort. Any servant of his is to be tried before this court on a basis of treason. I second, Dumbledore stated gravely. It was considered a formality to second the Chief Witch or Wizard's declaration. It was, also, Dumbledore's only chance to save face. This would disrupt his many plans for Voldemort and Harry, but he would just have to stay east of, and adapt to the current situation. Chief Witch Marchbanks raised an eyebrow at him before she turned her attention to Harry, who was nearly at the door and close to where Dumbledore was edging to intercept him. Lord Potter, she called out, halting his steps, despite your past experiences with the current administration and with Headmaster Dumbledore, I invite you, and I hope you will stay, to join this body in providing the justice you seek. She paused just as Harry turned to acknowledge her in her filial offering. I declare you innocent of all crimes brought forward by the ministry today. Harry smiled and conferred briefly with his solicitor. After a moment of deliberation, which caused more than a few to shift nervously in their seats, Harry responded. I am honored, Chief Witch Marchbanks. I, Lord Potter of Peverell and of Gryffindor, hereby swear to bear the burden of vigilance, protect my country, and join this body as my ancestors have done since its inception. So mote it be, so mote it be. The chamber chanted as one and cheered as the room's magic created a chair for Harry next to Madame Bones, no longer vacant one in the stands. Going from prosecuted to a prosecutor in one session is unheard of, Lord Potter, even more so considering your age. I assume we can expect great things from you, you are an asset to your ancestors. The Chief Witch intoned as Harry took his hereditary seat, shaking hands with some of the members while being cheerfully applauded. I declare this session a sealed war session. No one will be allowed to leave until all prisoners have been interrogated. Lord Potter's memories and complaints have been assessed and all points on the soon-to-be-determined war agenda are voted on. She gestured to Lady Bones, who turned to her Aurors with a steely order. Aurors, seal the room. Chief Witch Marchbanks continued while the Aurors magically sealed the 5 doors. House elves will be providing refreshments momentarily. I call for an intermission of 10 minutes while evidence and potions are being gathered for the upcoming session. With a bang of her gavel, the future of magical Britain had been changed. Dumbledore went back to his chair, his thoughts swirling rapidly as he pondered his next moves and how this newly inducted Lord Potter would be a part of them. It was with a weary sigh that Sirius sat down at the breakfast table in his family house. No one had heard anything from Dumbledore or Shacklebolt since yesterday morning. Tonks had repeatedly told everyone all she knew. Dumbledore had messaged them via Patronus to be ready to inform the Wizengamot that it had been their Patronus's cast that night. She said they had waited nearly 30 minutes, during which what seemed like the entire Wizengamot entered the room, chatting excitedly about the summons from a new lord. She reported that after around 5 minutes Shacklebolt and over 20 other senior Aurors were summoned by Madame Bones to guard the doors, and, after a while, an emergency signal came and more Aurors were called in, with 5 Aurors guarding the doors. Tonks recalled hearing screams and shouts from within the courtroom, but she had not been able to see much before her fellow Aurors closed the doors. Many within the order seemed to forget that, as an Auror, Tonks was trained to quickly and thoroughly observe and recall minute details, and they tried to squeeze more information out of her. After repeating the same information and answers several times, Tonks stormed off in frustration, leaving the order to hours of fruitless speculation. I should have just taken Prongs Jr. and disappeared. Why on earth did I listen to Dumbledore again? Sirius had asked himself the same thing many times this summer. As Harry's magical godfather, it was his duty to care for Harry. And twice, he had stupidly allowed Dumbledore to impose on his guardianship. The first time Sirius gave Harry to Hagrid, who was following Dumbledore's orders, and then again Sirius listened to the old goat after Voldemort's return. It is imperative that Harry returns to his relatives to charge the Blood Wards. I'm sorry, Sirius, but I can't let him come to headquarters until late summer. Dumbledore had said to him in a sympathetic voice nearly 2 months ago. It almost as if he doesn't care about Harry as a person, rather just as a means to end Voldemort. Fortunately, it was not only Sirius who saw it so. Early in the summer, just as the new order members had been inducted, Sirius had walked in on Remus and Bill Weasley having a rather heated discussion with Snivels Severus regarding Harry, Dumbledore and the prophecy. "If anyone gets hurt on this silly mission, I plan on resigning from the Order immediately." Bill Weasley's voice was muffled by the sitting room's door. "William." "No, Remus. I only joined because I thought we would be actively fighting against you-know-who, not guarding weapons." "Don't you dare call Harry that. Dumbledore truly cares for him as if he were his own family." "What makes you think I was referring to Harry?" Bill said, smiling in victory. Remus ducked his head slightly. "I know what everyone is saying about Dumbledore leaving Harry with his relatives. But it is in his best interests. And Albus has seen to it that." A derisive snort met the rather enthusiastic praise of Dumbledore. "Remus, I've come to respect you greatly over the past weeks, but you are unfortunately so far in Dumbledore's pocket that you've seemed to have lost your grasp of reality. It is the beast in him," a snarky Snape had said. The impromptu meeting continued with Severus providing an illuminating summary of Harry's previous years at Hogwarts, Dumbledore's negligence of Harry, his lordship and his position as Harry's magical guardian. Sirius jumped into the conversation then. He and Remus had ranted and raged at Snape for not doing enough to protect Harry before the man cut the two of them down rather effectively. "And where were you?" Severus snarled furiously at the two. "Licking your paws and wallowing piteously in self-loathing, grief and remorse. I, at least, honored Lily's memory by trying to save the brat and discipline him into an upright person." Despite the fact that the four decided to watch Dumbledore's actions and protect Harry as much as possible if needed. Sirius was still smarting from the vicious truth many days afterward. Remus had taken it especially hard. While Sirius had been incarcerated, Remus had had no such excuse for never having taken an active interest in Harry's well-being. Sirius caught him piss-drunk and asleep in his room days after their first meeting. He made a mental note to talk to Remus about it. He knew how depressed Moony could get. "Beating up porridge, grandnephew. And I thought our family could stoop no lower," a sharp voice said, yanking him abruptly out of his thoughts in the gloomy kitchen. Sirius floundered in shock and his bowl crashed to the ground. In the kitchen door frame stood Cassiopeia Black, looking as intimidating as she had been 20 years prior when she stared down Sirius' father for disinheriting him. Her face had thinned and aged quite a bit since then, but her demeanor and posture remained outstanding even by Black standards. "Aunt Cassie. How?" Sirius' befuddled mind tried to comprehend how the woman was standing before him. But the Fidelius charm maybe family magic did confuse it despite Dumbledore's reassurance. She stood behind the seat she chose strategically and carefully. Opposite of Sirius but with a clear view of the room and waited patiently for his manners to kick in. The etiquette Sirius had learned at his grandfather Lord Arcturus Black's knee, from Lord Black to the Lord Apparent, forced him up onto his feet. Almost instantly, he seated his aunt properly. "Creature. Tea," he called as he vanished the mess his porridge bowl had made. The nasty elf appeared with a sparkling silver tea set. The blood trader calls Creature, but Creature only answers because of Lady Black's presence. His aunt jolted in her seat. "Bite your tongue, elf." His aunt growled, snapping off a rather violent stinging curse that caused Creature to sink to his knees in agony. "You dare speak such bile in the presence of your masters. The years here alone with my dear niece's abominable portrait must have stripped you of your sense. I look at this fusty hovel, once a powerful symbol of our house, and wonder how you dare to neglect your duties and spit on our generosity to your ancestors. You ought to be dismembered and forced to clean with your foul tongue. Consider this my only warning, beast, now be gone." The shaken elf's eyes widened comically before he disappeared with a small snap. Sirius chuckled while serving the tea. "I must say, your tongue hasn't lost its venom, not 1 ounce." A grim smile cracked the old woman's face. When he passed her the tea he had made just as she preferred it from memory as he had done numerous times in his youth, she grabbed his hands. "My dear Sirius, it does my tired heart good to see you outside of that horrible place." A warm feeling grew in his. Between Narcissa's routine visits to her sister and stops to gloat at him, only Aunt Cassie and his grandfather, Lord Arcturus Black III, had stopped by to visit him. His grandfather had been so sickened and ailed by the state of the family that he only managed to stop by twice before sickness prevented him. Sirius Animagus' transformations, his innocence and Aunt Cassie's yearly visits as Lady Regnant were the only things that kept him sane. What brings you, Aunt? A brief chill went down his back. You can't be seen. Dumbledore. She held up a hand that silenced him immediately. Worry not. Not only have I placed a black ward on the door to confound any who come to the dining hall to feel the need to get more sleep, but the esteemed headmaster will be occupied for quite some time trying, like many others, to get an audience with Lord Potter. Lord Potter. That could only be Harry, he gasped, spilling his tea. Is Harry Lord Potter? How in Merlin's sack hair did that happen? His aunt gave a true smile, something Sirius had only seen rarely. He turned the Wizengamot on their heads. She spent the next few minutes giving Sirius a brief but excellent overview of the very memorable and historic session. I expect you will be able to read it in more detail in the special morning edition of the Prophet. He died? He asked shaken. Harry's survival of yet another death curse overshadowed the knowledge of his innocence being declared. She nodded, if only briefly, as if that did much to comfort him. And Malfoy? He growled. The vicious smile that crossed her face was her trademark, the one that sent her Victi enemies scurrying in fear. I will leave that as a surprise for you. I believe you, as a Black, will enjoy the retribution. Sirius may have hated the dark side of his family, but righteous revenge was something he could get behind. With a gulp of pure elegance, his aunt emptied her cup and stood. Unfortunately, or fortunately, due to Lord Potter's coming to power and Lord Malfoy's cowardly homicide, I will have to reconsider the actions of the previous Lord Blacks in disowning so many born Blacks. I will be spending the next weeks re-establishing the family. You will hear from me soon, dear nephew. Sirius stood to escort her to the flow. Are you realigning the family as well? She took his arm with a firm grasp. I cannot head the family for much longer. I am more suited for subtle, shadow politicking. I grow tired of the meetings, the squabbles, and the rigorous routine. I will need my peace. I have been unable to head the family to the standards of some of our forefathers. Therefore, I would prefer to return to my research and books. She sighed. With such a powerful heir Black and a recovering Lord apparent both with light and gray affiliations, what else can House Black do to survive? As they left the quiet kitchen into the equally quiet corridor, Sirius was confronted with his own internal conflict. The last thing he wanted to do was head the family that once represented all that he despised since he was a kid. As she released his arm with a gentle pat and grabbed some flow powder, she turned to Sirius and sighed. I know the family has done you more injustice than good, but think of all the changes the combined strength of House Potter and House Black can achieve if truly joined. With Voldemort back, we might have no choice, he completed for her. Sirius gave a nod of understanding before a small ruckus from upstairs caused him to flinch. And do try to keep the riffraff from destroying and stealing too many of our family heirlooms. She cast a mournful look in the direction of a few piles of black regalia and books near the fireplace. The knowledge within and value of many of these could be powerful in the right hands and very dangerous in the wrong. With a rush of green flames and a call of Black Manor, she was gone. Sirius cast a disgusted look at the piles she referred to, noting with some apprehension that his aunt had been right. Throwing these away could do us more harm than good. Especially if Death Eaters got a hold of them. Creature. The elf appeared before him and Sirius was taken aback by his changed appearance. Gone were the dirty, worn rags and loincloth. In their place was a starched toga with the black emblem proudly displayed on the. The little elf even seemed to stand a bit taller, prouder. Master called. The elf executed a shaky but passable bow. Move all items of value and of darker preferences to the family vault in Gringotts. It was pure luck that they had only just recently begun piling the junk together to be destroyed. Creature bit his lip. Creature cannot, master. Many items been taken already. He said fearfully. Sirius' full attention snapped to him. Who dares steal from us? Family magic rose like a dark, invisible thundercloud around them. It wouldn't have mattered to him if someone took things after asking, but no one had talked to him. The elf looked at Sirius in awe. The muggle-loving headmaster, the smelly thief and the fat, blood traitor by ch. Sirius translated the creature speech into Mundungus Fletcher and Molly Weasley. What did they take? No one asked me if they could have anything. Creature grabbed his ears roughly. The muggle lover took many books and Master Regulus locket. The elf cried. Sirius wondered briefly what locket since his brother abhorred wearing jewelry. The smelly thief took many pieces of jewelry and all he could fit in his pockets. And Molly. Creature gave a confused look. The fat, blood traitor by the tiaras. Creature said fearfully. She talked the tiaras. Sirius may have growled, but he couldn't tell as blood rushed to his ears. He learned the story behind the tiaras at his grandfather's knee. The Blacks and the Pruitts had fought for years over 3 goblin-made tiaras made for 3 Black Pruitt unions many centuries ago. One Black daughter was to marry a Pruitt son per generation for 3 generations in celebration of a successful trading pact. The tiaras were the bride price, considered priceless due to the goblin-mined jewels, precious metals and infused magic. The business had turned sour as the Pruitts reneged on their part of the trade due to financial difficulties, causing both families to suffer. The newlywed Pruitt husband was found beating his Black wife in a drunken rage and was cursed lame by her brother. The 2 remaining marriage contracts were annulled, and the then Lord Black demanded the return of the tiaras but was denied by his financially down counterpart. It was only through trickery that the Blacks received the tiaras nearly 100 years later in the 16th century as the then Pruitt lord found himself facing hard financial turmoil. With the promise of quick funds during a goblin rebellion, the Pruitt lord did not think to have the jewelry properly appraised. The tiaras were bought back by the Blacks at a 1,000th of their value. It was only after the return of the tiaras that the Blacks publicly released how much the tiaras were truly worth, much to the fury of the Pruitts. Since then, the Pruitts had all but declared a blood feud, opposing the Blacks whenever and wherever they could. Thank Merlin Aunt Cassie didn't know about Molly and her children staying in the house. She might have ordered Creature to strangle them in their sleep. He shuddered at the thought of what she would have done if she knew about the theft of the tiaras. Why didn't you stop them? Bad Master ordered Creature not to interfere and to stay out of the way. Creature snarled before banging his head against the wall in self-punishment. Stop, Creature, he commanded deep in thought. I want you to retrieve everything stolen from us as you clean the house. He paused and cleared his throat, by any means necessary. A smile most evil grew on the elf's face. He bowed lower than Sirius thought possible at his age and disappeared with a pop and a small look of adoration. Almost immediately, Sirius heard shrieks and yelling from upstairs. He couldn't resist a small grin. Maybe being cooped up in this old house won't be so bad after all. It was a full cup of tea later that the kitchen started filling with rudely awakened Weasleys, Remus and Harry's friend Hermione. Sirius, you have to do something about that elf. Molly harped as she began making breakfast for her brood. He threw all of us out of our beds, randomly locked the doors to the bathrooms and started rummaged through our things. Sirius bit back a grin and gave a thoroughly confused, innocent look that convinced all but Remus, who narrowed his eyes at him. Spending so much time with my mother's portrait unhinged the deranged elf. Harry's muggle-born friend glared at Sirius and Molly. He can't do anything about what he has been avenued into doing. The poor thing. Sirius chuckled softly but did not respond. Lily had said something similar about the elves at Hogwarts until James left a few books from his family library on her dorm bed about the curse of Eldaron and the history of house elves. The current house elves were the descendants of a small band of proud elves who lived in a stretch of forest and had violently betrayed the owner of the land, a warlock named Eldaron. With his last strength, Eldaron cursed and avenued them and their descendants for their misdeeds. This was a story usually known only to purebloods who were taught such history by their families. Muggle-borns and half-bloods were, as usual, at a disadvantage. Maybe I should recommend something similar to Harry. Maybe we could have another Muggle-born Lady Potter. Lily did stop hating James after that since she was convinced that he was cured of his arrogance, even though she began advocating for freeing the elves of the curse. His mind now solely revolving around getting the 2 teenagers together, he missed the girl calling his name. They would even have the same initials. It'd be perfect. Sirius. Sirius was ripped from his mental matchmaking. Wah. Have you heard anything about Harry? No. Nothing, he said sadly. Remus, eyes narrowed at him suspiciously again. Sirius shook his head subtly, to which his werewolf friend nodded slowly. They would talk after breakfast. I wish he would have just written me, I would have been able to talk him out of this. She said more to herself than to the table at large. You would deprive him of contact with the blood relatives he has on his father's side. Sirius asked the bushy-haired teenager blandly. Realizing how loud she had spoken, Hermione cleared her throat with a tinge of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Well, I mean, I wish he had informed us before running off. Which he did, Sirius said simply. If he hadn't been left in the dark by the rest of us, I believe he would have reacted differently to the letter. The bushy-haired girl blushed and guiltily went quiet, as did the entire table. Remus made a small noise with his throat to cover the silence at the table and to keep Sirius in check. What confuses me is that he has been in the wizarding world for the last 4 years, and no one told him a thing about his family. If I didn't know better, I'd say there was a conspiracy. The red that crept into Harry's red-headed friend's face as he shoved food around on his plate and the slight widening of Molly's eyes was all the answer he needed. He growled mentally, wondering who was in on the little conspiracy to keep the orphaned heir Potter ignorant of his rights and responsibilities. Merlin, Severus was right. Molly will have a lot to answer for when Harry returns. The confusion on Hermione's face convinced Sirius to pull her to the side soon and bring the rather intelligent girl up to date. Are you sure, Sirius? She began. Who wou? The very early arrival of the Morning Post owls cut her off her question. Remus cast a confused glance at his worn watch, giving Sirius an idea for a good Christmas present. Remembering his aunt's hints about the morning edition, Sirius tried to play nonchalant as Remus and Arthur took the paper. Harry's two friends seemed to be deep in whispered conversation. Dear Merlin, Arthur exclaimed. A glance at Remus told Sirius that the man had gone into one of his patented, shocked reading modes. What is it? Molly asked, frightened. Sirius had a brief flashback to the previous war with Voldemort, where Molly had apparently developed a phobia for the newspaper after her twin brothers and countless other loved ones were murdered and reported on daily. Arthur laid the paper down with shaking hands. His mind seemed to disbelieve what his eyes were seeing. Sirius leaned forward to catch a glimpse of the huge, flashing headlines. The boy who lived twice, who conspired to destroy House Potter. The boy who lived becomes the Lord who triumphed. How Lord Potter's ascension changes the makeup of the Wizengamot. Trial of the century. How the Ministry falsely detained, accused and nearly convicted an innocent Lord Potter. Death Eaters in the Ministry. Wizengamot convicts Death Eaters of treason. Sirius Black found innocent in absentia. The conspiracy and cover-up against Lord Potter's magical guardian. Minister Fudge ousted in shame. Who will be the next Minister of Magic? Sirius was unable to read more as Harry's bushy-haired future wife, at least in his mind, snatched the paper with a gasp and speed read the fairly thick special edition. It was a shocked Sirius that felt Remus wrap him in a tight manly hug. You're free, Padfoot. I'm going to go frame this. Remus said, shaking slightly, excusing himself from the room, taking the paper with him. Harry is a lord. Hermione gasped, not lifting her eyes from the newspaper. Of course he is. His family is pretty old, rich, and have pretty much everything. The redhead grumbled. Sirius bit his tongue. Except their lives, Ron. And you know Harry would rather have a family over riches any day. Well, now he has both. The redhead snarled back, and Sirius winced as he had a flashback to Wormtail and his jealousy of Sirius and James. Something else to talk to Harry about. Molly quickly shushed her son as Arthur read a passage out loud. Albus. Thank goodness you're here. What on earth is this about? Where is Harry? How? Sirius turned slightly at Molly's exclamation to see the tired-looking, silver-haired headmaster entering the kitchen. He sat at the opposite side of the table. As far away from me as possible, Sirius noted with some satisfaction. Would it be too much to ask for a cup of tea, Molly? The strongest you have. He had the tone of a downtrodden man. Albus. What in Merlin's name happened at the trial? Arthur asked, gesturing to the paper that his sons and daughter were poring over. Molly sat a large, steaming cup of black tea in front of the headmaster before a crash from upstairs caused her to excuse herself from the room. Sirius anxiously awaited her response to Creature's retrieval of the tiaras. Young Harry and his family solicitor brought the current administration to their knees. The repercussions of his actions will be hard to counter. I've summoned the rest of the order. There is much to be discussed. Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore. Sirius heard his own neck crack as he turned to the door. Harry stood, looking all the bit a young lord and a bit older than his 15 years. He wore casual, tailored and expensive-looking robes that accentuated his body. The unhealthy skin-toned, scrawny, malnourished and underdeveloped boy Sirius had met a year ago was replaced by a lean, handsome young man of medium height with a healthy glow. Sirius had never been known for beating only one side of the bludger. And despite the fact he was looking at his own godson, Sirius felt definitely forbidden, heat spread through him. Harry. His muggle-born friend yelled, catapulting through the mass of redheads into Harry's arms. My own. We saw each other just weeks ago, Harry said with a charming and warm smile. Sirius noted mentally that the two were about the same height. Now to have Creature clean the broom closet on the 3rd floor. No, the one on the 1st floor is better, more room for other positions. The bushy-haired teenager suddenly burst out into tears and began hitting his godson furiously with the newspaper in her hands. How dare you leave me worried? I thought you were kidnapped or dead. Then I read that you actually died yesterday, and are a lord, and are on the Wizengamot, and that you were under Veritaserum, and… Maybe, Sirius interrupted, it would be better if Harry explained what happened before you beat him to death with the prophet. It certainly would like to hear how you managed to accomplish all that you did last night, my boy. As well as gain entry to this house. Dumbledore said with heavy suspicion from across the table. His wand steady in his hand. Harry pulled Hermione protectively to his side and out of the way as he faced the headmaster's legendary wand fearlessly. Even death shan't part an heir from his lord, as you know, headmaster, Harry said simply, quoting the Potter version of old form. Most noble and ancient houses had versions of the same sayings that told the stories of their magical prowess or general limitations of magic. Sirius instantly recalled the Blacks' version, not but cold, tough death could keep a lord from his heir. So cheery and uplifting. Dumbledore paled suddenly. Ah, you've noticed finally that your precious headquarters is comprised. History has shown that the Fidelius charm is not infallible. He chided gravely, referring to either his parents or other incidents. You should be grateful that Bellatrix Lestrange is currently locked away, and Draco is too inept, otherwise you'd be having your morning tea with old Voldy right now. Sirius turned to Dumbledore, still furious at the old man for the oversight even though he already considered the loophole. I thought you said the Fidelius charm confused family magic. Other members of the order had begun arriving. Some stared at Harry as though he were Merlin incarnate, many clutching a special edition of the Prophet in their hands. If the atmosphere in the room were not as tense, they probably would have sprung on him with questions. Why do you have your wand pointed at Harry, Albus? Remus said, re-entering the room and greeting Harry with a warm hug. Dumbledore quickly stowed his wand in embarrassment. Apparently, my research overlooked this point, Sirius. Harry snorted. You've been overlooking a lot these past few years. He met the disgruntled and angry babble of the order members in the rapidly filling room with a calm look of disdain. Show some respect. How dare you speak to the headmaster like that, young man? Molly yelled, re-entering the room. Sirius leaned back in his chair as Harry whispered to his bushy-haired friend, future wife. She looked at him in shock, went red in the face, and beamed at him before removing herself from his embrace. She went back to speed reading the article while remaining near him. Sirius and Remus shared a knowing smile as they remembered James doing something similar to appease Lily countless times. Mrs. Weasley, I dare speak to this man in whatever manner I wish, since he has taken it upon himself to ruin any chance I had at a normal life. He disregarded my parents' will, kidnapped and imprisoned me with abusive relatives, attempted to mold me into a perfect, dumb weapon, and kept me hidden from caring family. To me, he is nothing but a conniving old man who abuses his countless positions. I did what I could to protect you, Dumbledore said sagely. Sirius noted a bit of magic in the air. You did what best fit your master plans, sir. Harry waved a hand dispassionately. It's no matter anymore. My family has taken care of everything. Harry returned to Molly with a withering and wintry look. The marriage contract between Ginny and I has been nullified since Dumbledore had no right in creating it. Molly paled and slumped in her seat as many at the table looked at her in shock. I assume this was the reason for your charity these past few years. Molly winced, and Ginny seemed to disappear behind her hands in shock. Sirius looked at Remus in shock. Arthur looked more than a bit confused and angry. Before she could speak, Harry moved on. My solicitors will be contacting you, Mr. Weasley, about this over the next few days. Hopefully, you will have time to get to the bottom of this. The balding man nodded slowly in shock. Anything else to destroy our family, Lord Potter? Ron spat. Harry gave him a wounded look. Yes. You will return all money provided by the headmaster from my trust vault for your devoted friendship." A pin drop could be heard. The redhead and his father were both struck speechless and seemed more confused by the allegation than furious. Sirius had his grandfather's wand pointed at the red-headed family before anyone could respond. "Arthur, I think it's best if your family went back to the burrow for a few days. I do not believe I will be able to be a good host under current conditions." With a snap, Creature appeared next to his master, causing a few eyebrows to raise at his new appearance and demeanor. "Master, Creature has found all of the stolen family treasures. The tiaras are now in the vault." Molly exploded and lunged at Sirius. "Those belong to the Prewitts. You no good criminal." Arthur and his eldest son jumped as Sirius silenced and petrified his wife. "I will escort you to the flow, Arthur, and explain the thievery of your wife in the meantime." Sirius looked every bit the lord of his house and brooked no argument. "Creature, please bring their possessions." "Sirius, this is not the time for petty power plays. Voldemort will not take the news of Harry's exploits at the Ministry well. He might push his plans forward to gain access to the Ministry." Dumbledore stopped abruptly as if just noticing that there were non-members in the room. Harry gave a small laugh. The master manipulator at his best. "Carry on, Sirius. Dumbledore merely wants to ensnare me by offering bits of information to grab my interest and forcing me into his hand for the answers." Sirius glared at the now expressionless headmaster. He nodded to Harry and escorted the Weasleys out with Arthur floating his furious wife in front of him. "All right." Harry took Sirius' seat, which was his right as heir when the Lord Apparent was not present. What is so important to Voldemort and the Ministry? There was a bit of nervous shifting. This was not Harry the gullible teenager. This was the Potter who had shown the world that he could topple a government in a day if he so desired. "I'm afraid, Mr. Potter, this information is only for those of age and in this order," Dumbledore said sorrowfully yet with a cold tinge that most didn't seem to notice. Harry, looking much like Sirius before him, leaned back amused. "By not addressing me either as Lord Potter or Heir Black shows that you do not believe I'm worthy of such titles. By mentioning that I'm not of age, you are warning the members of your group here that I'm just a child not able to handle information, and that they should not reveal anything to me. What are you hiding, Headmaster?" A few people had to hide their smiles at the looks that briefly flitted over Dumbledore's face. Harry gave the man 3 slow claps. "Bravo, sir. You have proven to me that you do not take me seriously and—" "Take you seriously, huh? You are but a boy playing adult. Why don't you go upstairs and play with your toys?" one of the female members said, cutting him off with oozing condescension. Dumbledore fingered his wand as dark and heavy magic threw Emmeline Vance across the room. "I am Lord Henry James Potter, the Potter, and Heir Black by the honor of my family's magic. You dare interrupt me in my house." The fury in his cold green eyes bespoke his black heritage. "Being wary of your tongue or lose it. Harry, what has happened to you? Attacking people, condemning innocents to death and turning your back on your friends. Tom's hold on you is strong." Dumbledore's wand was pointed back at Harry. Harry gave a small snort. "Your self-righteousness is rather annoying, sir. Please put Gellert's wand away before you accidentally poke someone with it." Despite his decades-strong occlumency, Dumbledore lost control of his wand, and it dropped to the table. Several members began whispering amongst themselves, edging away from the wand. "How who?" Dumbledore murmured, pale. The tension in the room released, and Harry gave a deep belly laugh. "Maybe if you stopped being an old ass, I would tell you, Mr. Potter." Harry rolled his eyes but acknowledged that he had crossed a line and gave a placating gesture to his fuming Transfiguration professor. Now, back to Voldemort and the Ministry. Once again no one spoke. "Oh, for Merlin's sake, tell the lad," Moody growled. "Maybe he has better ideas than lurking in corridors." "I agree," Remus said. A few other murmured in agreement before Dumbledore silenced most with a hand. He sighed in deep disappointment and took off his glasses as if he were weary of the world. "This information is confidential. It could mean the difference between a Voldemort-ruled world and his demise." Harry smiled encouragingly despite the theatrics. A brief synopsis would suffice. It was obvious in the pause that followed that Dumbledore was mentally preparing a synopsis with the least amount of information in it. "Bloody hell, Albus, just spit it out. I would like to eat my breakfast soon," Snape said. Harry, a prophecy was made about you and Voldemort. The Ministry holds a copy of it, and we think he will try to retrieve it soon. Sirius said from the door frame. Sirius Black. Dumbledore yelled furiously. A normal man would have crumbled under Dumbledore's fury. Sirius merely shrugged. While the adults yelled at Sirius, at Dumbledore and at one another, for some reason, Sirius watched the black-haired teen pull out a leather pouch from his robe's pocket and toss it on the table nonchalantly. Why didn't you just say so? There is your precious prophecy, he said, his voice cutting through the noise. The one with the power to vanquish, and all that jazz. It wasn't much trouble to retrieve. Whoever was monitoring it yesterday didn't do a good job. Dumbledore emptied the pouch with shaking hands, and the bits of broken glass fell onto the table. The silence was broken by Moody's guffaw and Sirius' booming laugh. Why didn't you retrieve it, sir? Your name was also on the prophecy. Harry asked, curious. Dumbledore looked at the glass shards and then at Harry. Slowly, a brilliant smile spread on his aged face. He realized that he had been had. I was worried that Tom would use the mental connection in your scar to get you to do it. I wanted to lure him into revealing himself to the Ministry, and hoped to protect you from harm, Lord Potter. Harry nodded, appreciative of the honest answer and the use of his proper title. We, that is to say, my Australian cousins and I, assumed as much. Dumbledore's smile grew, and he leaned forward. This shouldn't be necessary now since you've alerted the Wizengamot to his return, without him knowing that they know. The man's blue eyes seemed to glow as he finally grasped the depth of Harry's strategic maneuvering. You've also removed any chance Tom has of gaining a footing in the Ministry by removing his supporters. Harry merely smiled. The family did most of the work. Sirius had never been so proud of his godson. Harry could have gloated or raged at Dumbledore for being a manipulative old goat, but he merely asked for breakfast, which Creature happily provided for the table. As breakfast was being served, Harry answered, directly or evasively, questions about his summer. His friend must have smelled the interrogation because she came out of her reading stupor just as it began to get answers to some of her questions. Harry confessed to Potter magic being the cause of his physical changes. Sirius assumed time travel. He remembered Prong Sr. mentioning how one ancestor had tampered with time and somehow merged time magic into the Potter line, at the cost of his own life. Harry's girlfriend asked about the funeral service of his relatives. Harry pulled out a planner, a gift from the girl, judging by the sparkling of her eyes, and made a note to himself. He asked how his owl was. Hermione mentioned she had been using Hedwig to mail her parents more frequently. Sirius was somewhat confused by the awe on Harry's face at that confession. Send Hedwig with a letter to me, please, Harry said remorsefully. I think she's been avoiding me since I returned 2 days ago for leaving her here when I went to see my family. I will have to get some healing potions ready for when she punishes me. Those familiar with Hedwig's attitude shared a small laugh at his expense. Dumbledore watched the young man with what Sirius believed was appreciation and something else shining in his eyes. Sirius, who had taken a seat next to his godson not bothering to take back the head seat, watched Dumbledore subtly. He was finding it harder and harder to trust the man he once had never questioned. Towards the end of the meal, and after a few not-so-clever comments about Harry, Vance jumped up from her seat and quickly excused herself from the room. Sirius winced as he noticed the blue tinge of her eggs. Creature's laxative pranks were well known back when he was younger. No one ate at the Blacks and insulted the family. Harry cleared his throat suddenly. I must return to my Uncle Virgil and cousins. We are finalizing the last of our plans for Voldemort and his munchers, which I have to present to the Ministry in 2 days. Snape visibly shuddered across the table, though Sirius wasn't sure if it was due to Harry using Space's name, his nickname for the Death Eaters, or that Harry had more plans in the works. I hope to be back soon. If it is okay with you, I shall bring a few people with me. Dumbledore nodded solemnly, yet he made no attempt to hold Harry. Sirius knew, as did the others, that any previous guardianship over Harry was rendered null and void by his lordship. What do you have planned? Harry's departing smile lit up the room. We are going to crush the bastard. Completely and utterly. With his bushy-haired friend on his arm, Harry swept from the room. Sirius sipped his tea contentedly as everyone chatted excitedly. A feeling of hope had settled in the room. Harry's female friend returned to the room, her nose buried in a huge tome, though Sirius had not missed her lingering glance at his godson's ass in the fitted robes as they departed together moments before. I definitely didn't look, he thought with conviction. However, if he hadn't been staring at his godson's ass, he would have noticed Bill Weasley, the only remaining Weasley in the room, staring at him in absence of his French girlfriend's allure. He would have also noticed Remus staring longingly at his cousin Nymphadora or Creature sprinkling the prophecy's glass shards cleaned from the table onto Emmeline Vance's seat with a small cackle of evil delight. Here's a small treat as thanks for the positive response to the story. Two men dressed in midnight black appeared out of nowhere before the Little Whinging Cemetery. The son of the caretaker, Robert Hess, blinked in surprise, shook his head before putting down his beer. He followed the two men at a distance. Normally people did not come to the cemetery during this part of the day. The two men stopped at the three freshest graves. Hess felt a cold bead of sweat run down his back. The mysterious death of the Dursleys had been determined to be caused by a gas pipe leakage. One of their neighbors, however, swore she had heard awful screams and pleas for mercy. Many neighbors assumed it had something to do with the delinquent nephew that Vernon Dursley always ranted about. Hess, who had only been 19 at that time, decided to go get his father since he was sure that the men were here to vandalize. He made to turn when one of the men waved a stick and a bottle of water appeared in his hands like magic. Hess's blood ran cold. He had heard stories about the devilish delinquent, and how he managed to do unnatural things like appearing on top of buildings and changing people's hair colors. Hess's assumption was proven accurate as one of the men lowered his hood. The wicked, wild raven hair and unnaturally green eyes were not to be overlooked. No one truly believed those stories since magic obviously did not exist. The young man poured the bottle of water over the three graves and said with a small sigh, "I always keep my promises." The two men then disappeared with a small crack. Hess promptly fainted and was revived by his angry father. 15 years and much counseling later, Hess sang a small canticle as he finished preparing a grave for an elderly woman who passed and met her lord the day before when he noticed a weirdly dressed family of four stop before the Dursley graves. The teenager in the group was toying with a glowing, clear ball and ignoring his surroundings. "Papa, why do we have to come here every year?" The man, whose eyes and hair had not changed a bit over the years, smiled down at the child holding his hand. "Papa made a promise." The bonny-looking woman, Hess assumed was the formerly Little Devil's wife, waved a stick and a bottle of water appeared out of nowhere. This small wonder did not seem to surprise anyone in the small family. Hess felt as if the earth shook beneath his feet. So many therapists had told him he had dreamed up the weird ritual in the graveyard all those years ago, linking the dream to excessive alcoholism, working in the graveyard at too young an age and to the premature death of his mother. He gave up drinking, took up carpentry and then married a beautiful Londoner a year ago. Today, his father managed to hurt his hip so Robert was shoveling in his stead. The wild-haired man poured the contents of the bottle onto the three graves before the bottle disappeared into thin air. He looked around the graveyard before he spotted Hess. With a short wave to the pale caretaker, the green-eyed man disappeared with a small pop, taking his family with him. After a few minutes alone, Hess threw down his shovel. F.K. this shite. He needed his first beer in many years. It took Harry some days to find the time to get back to Grimmauld Place. Between meetings at Gringotts with the goblins, brain-numbing discussions with solicitors and secret sessions of the Wizengamot, he found himself very put out and exhausted by the time he received Dumbledore's plea for an update on the fight against Voldemort. He sent a message to Dumbledore that he would be there at 7 p.m., though he knew he could be using the time more wisely. He wanted to leave the old man in the dark since Dumbledore had done so to him for years, yet his uncle Virgil gently persuaded him to see reason and use for the old man. Their research into Horcruxes had hit the proverbial wall. His cousin Franklin Cecil, also known as FC, was the Australian version of an unspeakable and head of the Australian Magical Research Department and was leading the search. FC and his brother, law wizard and Professor Milton Arnold, exhausted themselves in digging up all they could on Horcruxes. After Uncle Virgil had shown Harry how to open and keep people into the wards of the ridiculously luxurious Potter Manor and other properties, Harry set up a war room in the Lord's study on the 5th floor of the manor, and his cousins expanded their research in the Potter Library. Those two were worse than Hermione doing exams and physically threw Harry from the room more than once. Harry looked at the pocket watch that he retrieved from the Lord's study. It read 6:57 p.m. on one side, and on the other, Charles James Potter. Harry sighed and made his way robotically to the flow. He quickly downed a pepper-up potion, his third today. He nodded in passing to his cousin Andrew Edgar Jr. and Andrew's gorgeous fiancée Maeve de la Cruz, a Vila of Spanish origin. They were freshly engaged and looking to host their wedding at the manor in the summer. Harry made a mental note to talk to his cousin Henriette about sending out the marriage notices. Henriette decided to take it upon herself to plan the Potter family Yuletide gathering for all Potters worldwide. Harry may have tricked her into it, but it was her fault for betting against him and his broom in their last race under the time bubble. When Uncle Virgil strongly encouraged him to declare the fireside chat magically, Harry thought it would only be an evening of talking and discussing the future. He definitely wasn't prepared to have his magic get out of him for a time bubble. He laid unconscious under magical exhaustion for 3 bubble days before the actual fireside chat began. The 2 actual weeks, just over 2 magic years, spent in the bubble were the best and hardest 2 years of his life, filled with Potter history, Potter magic, re-education to Potter standards, and so much more. He threw a handful of flow powder into the fireplace, followed the call, using the Black family magic to Sirius and stepped through to Grimmauld Place. He expanded his magical senses upon arrival, a wandless beacon spell, and noted that everyone was in the sitting room on the first floor. He made his way up the stairs and nearly fell on his face as he sensed an evil, familiar presence in the broom closet, which served as the house elf's quarters. Dark magic was to be expected in the Black family house. Deciding to mull over the familiarity of the evil presence later, Harry righted himself and continued up the stairs. He remembered then that he had wanted to bring his uncle and cousins with him. Uncle Virgil was back at the Potter country home in Melbourne, recovering from the 2 weeks, 2 years, under the time bubble and the subsequent week he spent in England. Time magic at his age is definitely detrimental to one's health. Most of his Australian cousins went home as well, back to work, and those who were able to sacrifice a bit of their summer were assessing the English properties, buying house elves and managing minor aspects of the estate. He allowed his cousins Orville Jonas and Jonas Gaskin Potter to look over the Potter holdings, funds and the financial part of the estate with the goblins. Orville was a mathematician and master arithmancer, and the snobby Jonas seemed to be heading in the investments direction. The 2 of them impressed Harry and the goblins so much with their assessments and portfolio suggestions that Harry decided to give them more authority. Harry merely reserved the right to receive regular reports and the final signature. His delegation of the investments in both magical and non-mag worlds to Jonas was met with some skepticism from other cousins due to the age, but if the blonde managed it, he would make himself and the family a lot of gold. Plus, he stopped sneering at me every day. When he opened the door to what he assumed to be the family sitting room, Harry felt a wave of welcoming magic wash over him. The Black family magic reached out to greet him like a long-lost family member. I wonder if Sirius feels something similar. He knew how Sirius felt about his family. Maybe the magic repulsed him or harmed him spitefully. Family magic could be tricky, as he had learned. Lord Potter. Right on time. Dumbledore greeted so cheerfully that the hair on the back of Harry's neck rose. Alone, I see, Sirius said, wrapping him in a slightly uncomfortable hug. Harry felt a tinge of something as the hug lingered a moment or two too long. Sirius' gaze at their reunion days before had not escaped his notice. He made a mental note to find the old dog something to hump before he started leaving viscid stains everywhere. My uncle is feeling under the weather and my cousins are taking care of family business. No more explanation was given or needed. It was not socially acceptable or safe to ask or offer details on family business, as Harry learned from Uncle Virgil. Duels to the death had been fought even between Potter family members for revealing too much information. Because someone revealed where the family was staying, leading to the conflagration of 1883, Uncle Virgil's father and uncle had battled for hours until his father dealt the fatal blow to Henry Potter. It was revealed later on through Henry Potter's hidden journals that Hardwin Potter had falsely and purposely accused his older brother of starting the fire that killed most of the Potters, in order to gain the lordship. It was nowadays an open secret that Hardwin Potter instigated the fire that destroyed all but 3 members of the Potter family, due to his aspirations for rejuvenating the Potter family. I wonder what Hardwin's portrait would say to that. His stern-looking ancestor's portrait never said anything to anyone about that part of Potter family history. So immersed was he in the dark side of his family history that Harry completely missed a question Dumbledore posed 3 times. "Apologies. I was elsewhere." He excused himself and took a seat near Remus on a rather worn-out couch. Dumbledore repeated his questions with the patience of a man with decades of experience in dealing with unfocused teens. "You mentioned a plan to get rid of Tom." Harry nodded. His back straightened automatically. He had practically internalized the rhetoric and the public speaking strategies of his grandfather from pensive memories. He looked at each person confidently and briefly in the eye to create a layer of trust. He pulled out his wand, conjured a simple 1 meter by 1 meter sheet of paper, stood up and started. 3 words were magicked onto the page: financial, political, magical. "We had planned with one of the Death Munchers on the Wizengamot attacking me to keep their name from being revealed. Those members present were, according to the Karkaroff trial, Space's main financiers. They opened their pretty much inexhaustible coffers to their master for recruitment, research material, mercenaries, gifts and offerings to gain the allegiance of dark creatures and necessities like rare potion ingredients, portkeys, and loans with laughable interest rates for financially troubled families if they declared themselves to Space." Harry wrote the name of the main financiers under the headline: Not, Malfoy, Black, Selwyn and Avery. Sirius shifted in his seat at the sight of his family's name. "My discussions with the goblins didn't reveal much. So, without bankrupting the Potter coffers, I provided them with a list of known Death Munchers, 3 of them, and asked them to merely nod if the families had ever donated to the Slytherin vault." Harry paused as some members began to murmur. He waited patiently until they were done while admonishing himself for losing his flow and jumping topics. "A step back if you will. The Slytherin vault was inactive until the 1940s, around the time Space began gathering followers. The link between the two is irrefutable." "Why does that matter?" a slightly youngish member asked. Snape snorted and answered for Harry. "The Founders' vaults are considered the foundation and official gold reserves of Gringotts and, dare I say, our entire gold specie-based economy. Should one be emptied, it would mean inflation, a steeper exchange rate, higher prices." Harry picked up the conversation from that ominous point. "Leading to revolt, emigration and most likely the first goblin revolt of this century. There are however other factors in play and some safeguards in place. I will come back to the Slytherin vault in a moment." He wrote, "Slytherin vault," underneath the names of the Death Eaters. Information on donations is public record. Each of the Death Eaters or their families listed here have contributed nearly 1 million galleons to the cause 3 or 4 times over the course of 4 decades, hidden as harmless donations, for the restoration of the Slytherin legacy. The aghast whispers were understandable since the Ministry of Magic's annual budget amounted to 2 to 3 million galleons. Dumbledore even looked shocked. So, if Space had wanted, he could have created a rebel government on these shores without breaking the banker economy. "You speak past tense?" Dumbledore inquired quickly. Harry gave a small smile. "My trial threw quite a few things for a loop. All of the sitting members of the Wizengamot with Death Muncher affiliations were placed under arrest or convicted of and fined for treason. Their funds have been frozen and whatever is found to be contributed to the treasonous cause will, by the laws of our forefathers, be forfeited to the ministry. But donations cannot be retracted." Bill Weasley interjected. "Which means the money will be taken from their vaults or seized through their material possessions. This will greatly deplete the coffers of Voldemort's financiers," Harry stated, annoyed with the interruption. The redhead continued, visibly annoyed that he had been cut off despite having done the same to Harry. "That still leaves you-know-who with millions of galleons, if not more. From the Slytherin vault?" Harry asked slowly, to which some members of the Order nodded. "The main safeguard of the Founder vaults requires that all living direct heirs be in accordance to remove funds from one or all of the vaults. Should there be disagreement, the oath-bound Hogwarts headmaster acts as mediator or tie-breaker." Dumbledore's eyes widened as if he were unaware of the rule. The Founder's heirs met only once during the Goblin Rebellion of 1249 to re-stabilize the economy, and then only incognito as not to alert the world of their presence. Voldemort was very aware of this stipulation and more likely did more fruitful research into the legacies of the Founders than any historian before him. We are not sure how he came across such accurate knowledge of the descendants. We are sure though that he meticulously murdered any actual and suspected direct heirs between his years in Hogwarts up until his defeat in 1981. Beginning with his own family members and Hepzibah Smith, heir of Hufflepuff, following his Hogwarts graduation. He carried on until he ended the McKinnons, heirs of Ravenclaw, and my father, heir of Gryffindor. Surprising the lot of them, Dumbledore gasped loudly, his mind processing the information at a speed that Harry was truly jealous of. Harry heard the man whisper, "Neither can live while the other survives." Harry decided to shut that train of thought down quickly. When Iolanthe Peverell married my great-great-grandfather in 1883, she not only brought the land her family owned in Godric's Hollow, but also the secondary heirship of Godric Gryffindor. This passed to my father after Sface killed the last of the Whitewaters, although neither he nor Voldemort knew. "And how do you know?" Professor McGonagall asked slowly. Harry sent out his magic and called the sword of Gryffindor to his hand where it appeared a moment later. "This was a dead giveaway," he said, setting the heavy, glittering sword down careful on a nearby spindle table and ignoring the gasps and forward shuffling to get a closer look at the legendary sword. "Headmaster Dumbledore once told me only a true Gryffindor could summon the sword from its hiding place. And he was, of course, correct. He sent a pulse of magic at the sword, and it went back to its display case or to the sorting hat. He didn't want his audience distracted by the sword. Merlin forbids someone touches the basilisk venom-infused blade. So, you know who put all of his eggs in one inaccessible basket." Harry nodded at Remus' succinct summarization. He also missed a few legacy lines like the Potters and Longbottoms for Gryffindor, the Jones for Hufflepuff, and the remaining heirs of Helena Ravenclaw, who have decided to remain incognito. Harry drew a large red line through all of the points under financial. "And we will know once Tom is aware of his mistake, since he will most likely attack the first individuals in reach, the goblins." The old man turned swiftly and looked pointedly at Bill Weasley. "We should reach out to them soon and present some of this information to them." Harry coughed politely into his hand. "The goblins are already aware. My cousins presented this to their British leader a few days back." Dumbledore's beard twitched, and he leaned back in his chair as if to say, "Well done, carry on." His apparent acceptance of Harry's new position in the magical world, especially in the Order, made it easier for the Elder Order members to accept and digest this information from him. After a beat, Harry continued, "Sface's main financiers are also his political bastion. Revealing and getting rid of them reduced his political power. This, coupled with a small exposé in the Daily Prophet on his non-magical background, would crumble and destroy his pureblood rapport." There were more than a few baffled looks in Dumbledore's direction. "Ingenious. I never considered such a course." "Of course not," Harry thought with an internal eye roll. His smile tightened slightly as he considered all that the old man could have prevented if he has not played his cards so close, but he doubted any of the others noticed. He gave Dumbledore a small nod and continued. He drew a small red line through political. Sface gathered or planted a number of followers, blackmailed, willing and imperious, sleepers, in various positions at the Ministry, Street. Mungos and in the Board of Governors. Had he successfully killed me in 1981, his infiltration of the Britain would have seen the country fall into his hands within 1 to 5 years. Dumbledore nodded gravely. Yes, Tom took inspiration from Muggle subterfuge warfare. He carried out targeted attacks while simultaneously spreading his influence. Some of the newer members seemed shocked at how close they had come to a Voldemort-ruled world. Luckily, my discussions within various Wizengamot meetings since my trial have been successful. Voldemort cannot control people in any of these institutions. If wards were added to alert the DMLE of the presence of an individual with the Dark Mark, in animagus form, under the Polyjuice potion, a glamour charm, or under any mind control spell or potion in various buildings and business centers. Dumbledore blushed slightly. Hogwarts had such wards. At one of the Wizengamot sessions, he had been essentially raked over the coals for not having noticed Pettigrew or other animagi on Hogwarts grounds and for failing to notice Barty Crouch Jr. polyjuiced infiltration. Though Dumbledore had gotten away with a warning slap on the wrist, many, in smaller subsequent sessions, declared him to be too old and spread thin to hold the weight of such wards. Others, Harry including, believed that Dumbledore had changed the ward structure to best fit his goals, especially in regard to Harry, or continuously ignored the alerts of the wards over the years. Harry planned with Chief Witch Madame Marchbanks, head of the DMLE Madame Bones and interim minister Augusta Longbottom to have the school wards assessed at a time when Voldemort was not looming in the shadows. The wards, that are being constructed, would incapacitate by stunning and alerting the DMLE, Harry said with a brief glance at Snape. That is what we tried to push in the 70s, but you know who had already infiltrated, Moody growled out. We lost many good people senselessly then. What of Gringotts? Bill asked suddenly. They have such ward mechanisms already. Maybe they would be willing to reward some areas. Harry winced slightly. As simple as it sounds, delegating the task to the goblins is not wise. He looked guiltily towards a rapidly writing Hermione, whose presence at the meeting Dumbledore had used to assure Harry's attendance and compliance. Goblins are ambivalent to wizard affairs by nature. If, and only if, Voldemort were to attack them and succeed, would they declare war on wizards? He raised a hand to halt the questions for those who caught his hidden message. Yes, they could then declare war on all British wizards, although they assured us they wouldn't. I, personally, take this with a grain of salt. They simply are not trustworthy. Dumbledore interrupted, suddenly disappointed with Harry. Goblins have been our allies for nearly 2 centuries. I would never have expected you to adopt such a pure-blooded stance on them. Harry, how could you say something like that? Hermione gasped along with a few others. Other members seemed to silently agree with his observation. Harry let the rest of the admonishing wash over him and cleared his throat impatiently. It is not within goblin nature to have stagnation or long periods of peace. Just 5 ago, the Goblin King in Britain was assassinated by one of his rivals, who then replaced him, for the security breach in a high-security vault. Harry's eyes lingered on a slightly abated but generally unimpressed Dumbledore, whose game with the Philosopher's Stone led to the bloody putsch. It is not acceptable in goblin culture to have peace at the cost of change, improvement and, more importantly, golden profit. I made the mistake of mentioning the idea to have goblin wards installed everywhere near the painting of one of my ancestors who had been a teenager during the last 2 successive goblin rebellions in 1752 and 1760. Linfred Potter was furious that I would even consider giving goblins access to our most important buildings. He taught and reminded me that even when a peace treaty has been signed, and although the wizarding governments tended to adhere to the treaties, a new goblin could declare himself king and not face any consequences for breaking oath for the betterment of his kingdom. For example, Urg the Unclean in 1760. He paused to catch his breath. That being said, the Unspeakables are researching and developing multiple ward schemes as we speak. We will ultimately restrict Space's ability to mobilize his followers, which are already being installed, he added silently. What of the Dementors, Giants, and Werewolves? Sirius asked softly. Will the wards restrict access to them since they supported Voldemort last time? Remus looked pale at the question. Harry bit his lip. The wards are for wizards only. That's outrageous. We can't have them added to the wards. They are just as dangerous. Adding werewolves to the wards would inhibit the movement of innocent people, and that is against the law. Harry said tightly. The wards would also inhibit innocent people with a half-giant heritage like Hagrid. The stunned silence was rather funny to Harry. So eager and lazy to give an entire race of greedy, unpredictable warriors access to the hospital, government and business centers, yet unyielding in their age-old racism towards law-abiding citizens and semi-sentient beings. And since Dementors are an essential part of our criminal justice system, banning them could hinder the DMLE in apprehending serious criminals. Sirius burst out into laughter. Serious criminals. Good one, pup. It took a moment, but Harry was soon laughing with his godfather at the pun. Others soon joined in. Once everyone calmed down, Harry continued with a less tense audience, grateful for the comic relief. Magically defeating or even hindering Voldemort is more challenging. We have 3 methods of attacking him: through his mark, through the blood that he took from me, and through my scar. He listed mark, blood, and scar on the board. Dumbledore shifted slightly as Harry wrote scar with a pleased look on his face. He gave Harry an encouraging smile that bordered condescension. Hook, line and sinker, Harry thought with a rather satisfied smirk plastered on his face. The dark mark is the only known direct, magical link to Voldemort. It is, of course, a tether with which he can call, find, punish and even, we believe, kill his servants. The rumble of disbelief in the room caused Harry to pause again. We assumed as much, but we never had proof last time, Moody grumbled. With so many Death Eaters now in custody, we have never had the opportunity to study the mark in such depth, Harry said with a nod of acknowledgement to Moody. One of the reasons why there was no proof last time was the internal obstruction and the sabotage of the experiments which were both carried out by Death Eater Unspeakable Augustus Rookwood. This was news to Moody. Harry noticed his eyes narrowing at the news before he motioned for Harry to continue. According to his testimony from the lengthy retrial from a few days ago, Rookwood also confounded many unspeakables when they began researching Voldemort's origin. Voldemort's family, for some reason, was unknown before. He briefly narrowed his eyes at Dumbledore. The burial place of his non-magical father and paternal family is known, due to his recent resurrection. His mother, though a witch of squib caliber, was nevertheless buried as a Muggle. Her burial place is being located. His maternal grandfather and uncle's corpses have been excavated. Noticing the lost looks, Harry continued patiently. The ritual that Space used to gain a body included the bone of his father, a blood sacrifice of his willing servant and the blood, given unwillingly, of his enemy, me. In order to counter that, we need the bones of his maternal side, an offering from a repentant servant and the blood, willingly given, by the same enemy. Dumbledore's self-satisfied smile had vanished. Such a ritual was obviously not known to him. The Unspeakables are reaching out, by means of my uncle's connections, to their counterparts in the Australian and American wizarding governments for other options and to double-check their calculations. Harry drew a red line with his wand through dark mark and blood. He quickly steeled his face to remove any suspicious and revealing facial expressions, as his uncle Virgil had taught him before he turned back to the group. My scar was shrouded in mystery. It obviously connected me to Voldemort. Hell, it was better than any beacon spell my first year when it warned me of Space's presence. It was an obvious connection to the bastard. Dumbledore seemed to hold his breath, his gaze intensely boring into Harry. Fortunately, depending on who you ask, unfortunately, Malfoy's curse destroyed the connection according to the Unspeakables and my uncle. Harry saw Moody, Dumbledore, and a few others relax in their seats, most likely for different reasons. Snape and Sirius seemed to tense. Harry drew a line through Scar. This is the official stance of the Ministry, the DMLE, and all those involved. Together we will bring Voldemort to his knees and present any chance of another resurrection. Harry said, forcing magic into his voice. Many sat up straighter in their seats. His reign of terror will soon end before he can pick up from where he left off. Dumbledore stood and began clapping. He was quickly joined by the rest of the order. Harry bowed his head in amusement but showing only slight embarrassment. Dumbledore took over the meeting from there, donning out instructions to his order members in order to make sure the Ministry's plan was carried out. ... Harry shook a few hands and simply ignored the rest of the meeting. Inwardly, he was secretly pleased. Despite being unnaturally tired and overwhelmed by the numerous meetings and discussions, he had managed to spin a somewhat credible plan of action. He mentally patted himself on the back for his subterfuge. It was indeed the official plan of the Ministry. If Dumbledore decided to fact-check, most likely with the liberal use of illegal legilimency, he would find that Harry had offered his order a more detailed version than anyone else had. Harry had, however, left out much. It had been unanimously agreed upon by him and his family not to throw Dumbledore any bones regarding the Horcruxes or other plans not mentioned to the Ministry. The headmaster obviously had his own plans and information that he refused to share either with Harry or in the selective war sessions he had been invited to. As the meeting ran out of steam following Snape's reports, Harry quickly excused himself before Dumbledore could corner him and make him slip up. He believed the old man had a good heart and golden intentions, but his horrible methods had destroyed more than one life. Harry knew that if the man interrogated him, he would most likely reveal and ruin the plans his family had due to lack of sleep. So intent was Harry on avoiding Dumbledore that he literally ran into Sirius. "Whoa, kiddo," the thinner man said, steadying Harry with outstretched hands on at the base of the staircase. "Come here. There's something I want to show you." "I'm sorry, Sirius. I'm not at all interested in meeting little Padfoot," Harry said seriously but allowed the man to lead him away from the stairs. "I would happily look into finding you a girl or guy to have fun with." "Ha ha," Sirius said without humor. Remus, who had apparently been following them, burst out laughing. Shut up, Mooney. It's not my fault that you look ready to hump your mother's umbrella stand. The werewolf deadpanned. Sirius flushed red. With averted eyes, he murmured, I'm not that obvious, or desperate. You are too. Harry and Remus said in unison before looking at one another and sharing a chuckle at Sirius' expense. Well, laugh it up. I'd like to see either of you go over a decade without say. He growled, sounding every bit the grim he could turn into at will. Not everyone is as say-you ally addicted as you, Padfoot. Remus said as Sirius opened the door to a small sitting room on the ground floor. Harry suddenly had an inkling of what was going on as he saw Snape, Bill, and Hermione waiting more or less patiently on him. Sirius' last letter had informed him of the Order Dissenter's opinion of Dumbledore's methods and leadership. Harry wondered briefly why Hermione was there, but he assumed that Sirius invited her to make Harry feel more at ease. Snape, as soon as Remus closed the door, began casting a number of spells to prevent any eavesdropping. Hermione looked close to drooling at the man's spell repertoire and at the number of unknown spells. Harry saw her internal turmoil, wanting to discuss the spells with Snape but simultaneously wanting to question Harry. As soon as Snape finished and nodded to Sirius, it was surprisingly Bill who broke the silence. What are you hiding from us? Bill asked hotly. Your little speech was riveting and all, but there were definitely holes in your story. Harry sighed. He looked quickly at his grandfather's watch. It was nearing midnight. I definitely won't get any sleep tonight. Henriette wants to chat too. I wish to get some sleep, guys. Can this? No. All four said in unison. Harry nodded, understanding how it felt to be left in the dark. And if Snape is truly a spy as Uncle FC believes, then he needed to make sure the side his life was depending on will win. Where would you like for me to start? Harry asked, seating himself. Hermione interrupted Bill. You have changed, Harry. I want to know how and why. A bit of fear crept into her voice. Did you use dark magic? Harry turned to Snape. How secure is this room? The man outwardly showed no surprise at the sudden question. To the best of my abilities. He snipped. Harry held up a hand in a peace gesture. Okay. Give me a second to think. He immediately waved his wand and conjured a piece of paper. He used his wand to write the following message. Please check our persons in the room for listening, tracking, and other spying charms. Snape's eyes widened before he did just that. A lamp in the corner, Sirius' left shoe, Hermione's hair clip and small items in the room lit up under his revealing spells. Harry wrote another message underneath his first. Sirius. Family magic to seal the room. Sirius' eyebrows rose in shock. He obviously hadn't thought of that. I, Sirius Orion Black, seal this room against any family foreign magic. An ocean blue mist spread from his wand and covered the entire room. The fire in the hearth flashed a similar blue hue, signaling the flow had shut down before returning its previous fiery red. Each of the items that Snape's revealing spells had uncovered, and a few that his spell had missed, were covered in the same blue mist and stayed that way. Harry nodded. Despite the gray nature of my family, I've encountered nothing dark. We have to be careful with labeling. The previous ministry administrations declare all magic which they can't monitor, use, or taxes, dark. Hermione looked more than appalled at the politicization of magic. They can't do th. Bill growled. Welcome to the real world, girl. Can we continue? Hermione flinched. Her concepts of justice and right were being viciously destroyed. Harry's wand slid from its holster into his palm. I'm not sure what your problem is, but you are more than welcome to leave if you can't control your brutish ways. Bill reddened and nodded curtly. The redhead sent a slightly fearful look at Sirius, who was palming his wand and who had spoken out at an earlier order meeting about the crimes his mother committed against the Blacks before he forced the rest of the Weasleys out of Grimmauld Place. Only Bill and his father were granted provisional admission. Harry smiled suddenly, sheathing his wand. There was time magic involved. Oh, Harry, time magic is dangerous. What if you changed the future? What if you saw yourself again? You could have caused a time paradox. Snape, though visibly annoyed by her interruption, nodded in agreement. Harry was suddenly very angry. I am not here for an interrogation on the ways and methods of my family, he snarled. Since there are no apparent tiers in the timeline continuum, we can assume that everything succeeded as it should have. Hermione was never one to give up easily. But Harry, the ramifications might not even be immediate or Harry interrupted her as softly as he could, though the steel in his voice made her shiver. This is not the first or last time magic will be used in my family. Move on, Hermione. I have asked for neither your opinion nor your recommendations for events that have already come to pass. Hermione's affronted response was cut off by Snape. Leave it, Miss Granger. We don't have time for such childish blather. Hermione's respect for the man in his position as her professor of 4 years made her pause and stiffly nod. Her eyes promised Harry a second round to adequately give him her opinion. He shuddered slightly. As I said, there was time magic involved. Within this time bubble, my family and I reviewed my knowledge of the wizarding world, my interactions within it, my knowledge of the families I had or are connected to, etc. He decided to skip the spell and political knowledge. There was a frightening amount that I didn't know or was not told. He waved a hand to stall Bill's interruption. We ultimately came to the conclusion that Dumbledore and those who blindly follow him did not want me to know many of these things for multiple reasons. One of those reasons being the opportunity to utilize my money, political power, or myself for personal, political or other gains. This became clear, for example, as I went over our financial matters with my Gringotts account manager and my great-granduncle, and noticed unauthorized withdrawals by Mrs. Weasley as well as the unauthorized betrothal agreement between Dumbledore and Molly Pruitt for mine and Ginny's future wedding. Bill suddenly looked rather uncomfortable. I've come to the conclusion that each interaction I had with the wizarding world was carefully thought out and planned. From Hagrid's introduction to bumping into the Weasleys on my way to platform 9 3/4. The question was why. He noticed Snape's eyes flicker to his scar. Harry merely smiled at him. To cut this short, Dumbledore heard a prophecy about a child being born who could defeat Space. In the midst of a bloody civil war, this was a blessing to him. He didn't directly manipulate anything in fear of counteracting the prophecy, at least to my knowledge. I do not believe he knew that Pettigrew was a traitor. I also don't believe he willingly set my parents up to be murdered. However, I am an optimist, and this could all change if he were questioned until Veritaserum. Most of my Australian family believes otherwise. Harry wiped his tired eyes with his hand. He and his cousins had argued for days under the time bubble before they agreed to disagree until more information could be gathered. Harry's gut feeling told him that Dumbledore had merely let things happen, which in itself was a crime. One man can only morally do so much with an apparently endless war raging. I'm obliged to agree with both perspectives, Remus said. I was with Dumbledore when he learned about James and Lily's deaths. He was physically stricken with grief. He excused himself immediately afterward, but he appeared genuinely saddened. But he was the one to recommend the Fidelius charm. He most likely assumed that I was the traitor in the order and figured that I would lead to the prophecy being fulfilled. Killing 2 Neasels with 1 spell. Sirius said very calmly. Harry figured he was using occlumency to control his emotions. That is also plausible, Harry said. Regardless, Dumbledore definitely knew 2 things following my parents' deaths. Voldemort was not dead, and I hosted a piece of Voldemort's soul in my scar. Hermione gasped. While everyone else reacted to the news, Snape looked relieved to know that Harry knew. What? I'll kill the manipulative goat. Sirius growled, looking ready to storm from the room. Harry slowly slid his wand out of its holster in case he had to petrify his godfather. Voldemort did as he claimed he would and achieved temporary immortality. He created several Horcruxes, accidentally 7 so far. Snape paled. So far, he repeated, shocked. Hermione, obviously worried by the fearful reactions, asked, what are Horcruxes? Horcruxes, or soul jars, are items that hold fragments of a soul to anchor a person to this realm, Bill said in an experienced though shaky tone. Egyptians were some of the first to document the process, which usually includes the remorseless death of an innocent. That would explain his knowledge. Hermione paled at the information. Harry could see the wheels in her head turning rapidly. As you probably know best, Hermione, magic has boundaries. Most of these can be proven with arithmancy. Voldemort pushed, and overstepped, those boundaries as he created his 4th Horcrux. 3 is a powerfully magical number. When he came to kill me, his soul was already damaged by his murdering of multiple innocents and, of course, those whose deaths he used for his Horcrux rituals. If he had stopped at 3 before he came to my family's hideout, the runic magic my mother used to protect me would have merely hurt him. It would not have destroyed his body. I'm also sure that his magic, now familiar with the ritual, and his unstable soul would not have mistaken the death of another innocent, me, as the ritual for yet another Horcrux. I most likely would have died and never had the bit of his soul lodged in my forehead. Silence met the end of his explanation. To return to your question, Professor. Not knowing of the Horcrux in my head, Voldemort created another, his sixth, Horcrux last year, his familiar. Nagini, Snape said with a look that mirrored Hermione's from a few moments ago. Of course he never wanted a familiar beforehand. He considered them a weakness. He trailed off, in his own world. He stored his soul in another living creature. No case of a living Horcrux has even been documented. Bill exclaimed in disgust mixed with scholarly intrigue. Harry laughed and pointed at himself as evidence. We thought because of the unprecedented act that there was also no way to remove it from a living host. Much like Dumbledore, I believe. Unlike him, we considered everything from a Dementor's key, to exorcism and asked others for assistance. We then consulted everyone from a magical Native American tribe to an African witch doctor. They all agreed that the easiest way was to undergo a cleansing ritual to loosen the control of the parasitic or dormant foreign soul, followed by stopping the heart of the host. He saw Hermione's arm twitch as if she wanted to raise her hand as she would in class. Harry nodded to her. Please tell me you were not moronic enough to want someone to cast a killing curse at you. Harry gave her unknowingly a breath-hitching lopsided grin. He knew she would ask that. Every single thing that happened at that trial was orated. We realized this could be our chance to reverse the misfortune of our house. We had originally planned to storm the winter session of the Wizengamot, but Fudge pushed our hand. I watched the pensive memories of grandfathers on his speeches before the Wizengamot and was immediately inspired. I spent weeks under the bubble practicing and mock debating, and I doubt I will ever reach his level. There was a man who knew how to captivate his audience. Sirius gave a good-natured laugh. Charles was a piece of work. He was a living legend of his time. The Potter Dragon. Harry smiled. He remembered seeing a younger Sirius in his grandfather's memories before and after he ran away from home. He was my inspiration. I hope I did him justice at the trial. Not to derail your memories of mimicking your grandfather, but can we get back on track? Bill stated after a polite cough. After your earlier performance, it has been even more necessary to know what plans are in development. If there is a plan with holes, it was that one. Snape murmured from his corner. Some of us, I especially, need the assurance that your family has more in store for the Dark Lord. The sallow man said candidly. Harry and Hermione both started at his frank yet pleasant manner of speaking. Harry summoned a glass of water wandlessly and took a sip, ignoring the dumbfounded looks at his feet of magic. All of the plans mentioned will be used, just not in the ways I explained. Financially, Space has no chance of withdrawing anything. It is stipulated in the Hogwarts Charter that if any heir repels an attack from another heir 3 times, that the innocent heir receives all rights, properties, and privileges of the offender. Hermione gasped, the brilliant mind behind her warm brown eyes already making the connections. Voldemort's not the heir of Slytherin, you are. Then he couldn't take any money out of the vault anyway. And he shouldn't be able to remove any items either. He would have to. Her eyes flashed. You are your own political bloc in the Wizengamot, Harry. You could change so many of the corrupt laws. Her fingers twitched as if eager to prepare the list of laws Harry should overturn. Snape cleared his throat. You also mentioned earlier that you had researched the Dark Mark. Harry smiled. He figured the man would cut to the chase. Indeed, Professor. Nothing escapes your notice. He rubbed his eyes underneath his glasses. He could feel the pepper-up potion wearing off. My cousins and the Unspeakables are deciphering the Dark Mark, but for more violent purposes. If Voldemort can use the Dark Mark for tracking, maiming, and killing the Death Munchers, so can we. If Space infused the mark with his own magical signature, which would make sense, since when Death Eaters are summoned by him, they can always locate him, we can also find him. Snape's eyes widened. The possibilities and damages that could be done to Voldemort would be endless. It is truly unfortunate that Space doesn't have any house elves. They are trained from birth to locate their masters based on magical signatures and summons. It would make the work much easier. What are your plans regarding his Horcruxes? Bill interjected, keeping Harry from wandering again. The Horcrux in my scar was captured before it could move on, Harry said frankly, mentally thanking his cousin FC for his forethought and providing a prepared soul jar that Harry took with him to the trial. It had Ked in the soul shard for them to study. The unspeakables are currently using this soul shard to locate the others. They should all share the same magical residue. Harry suddenly remembered the evil presence he felt on his way up the stairs. It shouldn't be too difficult to locate the rest of Voldemort's things. He made a mental note to talk to Sirius before he went home. The redhead's flinch at Space's name was very visible. Can you know who create more in the meantime? Bill asked worried, seizing upon the train of thought that Snape brought up earlier. No, I don't know who, Harry said smartly, beginning to seriously dislike the redhead. I believe he might try. I believe the ritual will go very wrong for him, hurt him even. He might take to locating his other Horcruxes or revisit the anomaly of my scar. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hermione asked confused. The headmaster might have been able to offer some insight. Dumbledore definitely has knowledge that he has seen the need to hold close. If he had mentioned it at the meeting, I might have offered the knowledge that we have. Sirius growled in response. There is still an amount of uncertainty within your plan. Snape pointed out gravely. Harry wasn't sure how he felt about the man, but he seemed much more human and agreeable in the last hour than he had in the previous 4 years. Harry sighed. I agree, sir. He looked the dour man directly in the eyes. Unfortunately, we can only do so much, even as a team of 3 people and more than enough consultants. We have hit a wall with our research on how to destroy the Horcruxes. Remus and Hermione seemed to share a look. We could research in the Black Library. Harry sent Remus a grateful smile. Any help would be useful. A killing curse would not be useful against a non-living object. The goblins might. Bill began. I've already stated my feelings towards the goblins and bringing them into the fold. Harry raised a hand to stop Bill and Hermione from interrupting. Part of my distrust also comes from the fact that we brought this topic up to them. Their response was simply, it's not our business what you wizards do with your souls, before they charged us a hefty fine for mentioning the illegal item in their presence. Hermione's mouth dropped open. That being said, he turned his attention to the redhead fully. If you feel as though your interaction with the goblins is so favorable that you would not be penalized, feel free to do your own research. Since Hogwarts starts up again in a few days, I will be visiting the Chamber of Secrets to see if there is anything left of the basilisk. Its venom did much damage to the first Horcrux I encountered. Snape's eyes widened at the prospect a millennium-old or the fabled chambers of his house's founder. Why not find more basilisk venom? A pale Sirius asked. The black market has to have some. Basilisk venom gets more potent with age. Snape lectured smoothly. Based on the strength of the magic in the Horcruxes, a millennium-old basilisk's venom, which might be the most potent substance in existence, should be able to destroy it. I would like to present when you return to the chamber. He said finally to Harry. Harry nodded. I will ask all of you and some of my cousins to join. Many heads are better than one. A huge yawn escaped from his mouth. I will see what can be done at the Ministry to keep Dumbledore from poking his crooked nose in. Hermione bit her lip. Do you think your cousins would mind if I looked into their research so far? We should make sure we are not all doing the same work. Harry gave her a tired smile. I think they would enjoy that very much. You and Remus should stop by. You should all stop by tomorrow. Sirius gave a small, nervous laugh. Tomorrow won't be good. I have a bit of family business to take care of with my great Aunt Cassie. The one who visited you? Remus asked cryptically, to which Sirius nodded. Harry nodded, getting up from his seat. Just let me know when so I can add the rest of you to the wards. Sirius nodded once more and dispelled the family magic in the room. As they dispersed, Harry pulled Sirius to the side and told him quickly of his suspicions regarding the evil magic he felt as he walked up the stairs earlier. It was half an hour later, and after waving off an impatient Henriette, that his head finally touched his pillow. Content with another Horcrux in his possession, Harry fell into a 12-hour sleep, dreaming of bushy-haired children with green eyes. While the Lord of the Manor slept, a certain blonde cousin of his left the perimeter of the manor wards, wrapped in a dark traveling cloak, and traveled by portkey to a manor on the other side of the country. The promise of the Potter lordship quenched any hesitation, disgust, and fear he might have had regarding his actions. Welcome, Jonas Gaskin Potter. A serpentine voice greeted as he landed in a pitch-black room. It has been long since a Potter has graced my presence. A strange blue spell eloped the blond youth. He gasped and felt as though thousands of sharp hooks were being pushed through his skin and pulling him up like a ventriloquized doll. The pain caused by the spell made him relieve himself, though he didn't dare to utter a single whimper. His contact had warned him against showing too much weakness in his presence. Tisk tisk, such manners. Even dogs are better house-trained than the Potters. The voice spat his family name out like a curse. The sound of laughter around him told Jonas that he was definitely not alone. So brave and resilient. Come, young Jonas. We have much to discuss. The hook spell ended abruptly and Jonas found himself on the cold ground once more. He worried then that he had maybe been too quick to reach out to his cousin's enemies. As she stepped onto the train platform, Hermione Jane Granger couldn't keep her eyes from doing a thorough sweep of the area in search of a boy, no, man, who recently was the only one on her mind. The reunion of pupils, the loud chattering of owls and other animals, the eager discussions of unsorted and scared soon-to-be first years, and other noises all rolled over her. She also couldn't help but to observe the apprehensive and darkened glances of the older students and most of the parents. You-know-who's return had many looking over their shoulders. Even the muggles on the platform, like her parents, were tense and skittish. The newly elected Minister of Magic, Madame Augusta Longbottom, ordered that each family with a magical child be informed of what was happening in the wizarding world. This was a step that all of her predecessors had ignored for fear of witch hunts and the statute of secrecy. Hermione vividly remembered the uproar the 8-page pamphlet regarding you-know-who's return and his full history had been received 2 days ago. Just as Harry planned and predicted it would. Purebloods, as she had heard on the Wizarding Wireless, had been up in arms regarding you-know-who's, or now Tom Riddle's, true blood status. As Harry also foresaw, many denounced the illegitimate, bastard of the lowest half-blood pedigree after Gringotts and the Ministry confirmed the rumors. Hermione was surprised to find that there was the unexpected result of purebloods no longer fearing retaliation from you-know-who or his Death Eaters because of his blood status. Apparently, half-bloods and muggleborns are not threatening to purebloods, she mentally grumbled. Surprisingly, half-bloods were silent on the matter. Harry suspected that, since many of them lived in between the Muggle and magical worlds, they didn't usually have the safety of centuries-old manor wards and family magic to protect them and feared attacks like those of the last Blood War. The newspaper reported that a third of the students with Muggle parents were being sent overseas to the Académie de Magie Beauxbatons or to schools in North America. Hermione had only barely convinced her parents not to move to Australia and send her to the Whitefriar College of Wizardry in Melbourne. The only thing that saved her was her upcoming OWL examinations and that she would have to repeat a year to catch up to the local syllabus. I might not be so lucky next year. She departed from her nervous parents and made to store her luggage and Crookshanks' cage in the luggage cabin. Her mother had pulled her to the side after the hot-tempered 3-hour discussion about continuing her education at Hogwarts for a bit of girl chat about the true reason for her wanting to stay at Hogwarts, the green-eyed, black-haired reason. Being the constant and only female companion of 2 boys since their pre-pubescence, she knew that the chance of her falling for one of them was rather high. Her constant fights with loyal yet hot-headed Ron had led her, and her mother, to assume that the 2 of them were developing feelings for one another that neither could express properly. Then her dear, sweet Harry, despite being socially inept, obviously neglected and impulsive yet mild-mannered, returned from his escapade in Australia. She felt her stomach twist into none too comfortable knots. Her mother had intuitively known that something had occurred between her and one of her friends when Harry disappeared. Her mother looked at her with sympathetic eyes. You know, my little queen, when your father and I saw the spark in your eyes from your professor turning the coffee table into a pony, we knew then we would have to share you, even let you go with your own so that you could explore this other side of you. That does not mean that we would not be here for you, or that we would leave you to your own devices in this new world. I know, Mama. Hermione murmured quickly, a red tinge to her cheeks as her mother called her by the nickname they had used for her since she was a baby. Although Hermione was proud to be named after Queen Hermione from William Shakespeare's The Winter's Tale, she also knew that her naming was her parents' way of poking fun at her eldest cousin Emily's mother, her mother's least liked sister, whose namesake had been one of Queen Hermione's ladies-in-waiting. We will always be there for you. Her mother softly took her hand in her own. Since you returned this summer, you've looked anxious and jittery, and not just due to the return of this Dark Lord character. Her mother took a small, steadying breath. I also noticed that your last 2 letters before you returned mentioned less of Ron and Harry. Did something happen between the 3 of you? Hermione felt her cheeks betray her. No, I mean, she tugged on her sleeve in agitation. I do feel something for Harry, but that has nothing little to do with this summer. Her mother merely nodded encouragingly and patted her hand once more. I saw Harry's owl leave you a letter. Fury flashed through Hermione. Yes, he sent an owl to tell me that he was running away. He didn't even think I deserved more than 2 lines after 4 years of friendship and fancying him, her brain automatically answered. Hermione shook her head viciously to stop that train of thought and gave her mother a reassuring smile. There is nothing going on right now. Headmaster Dumbledore invited me to stay with Harry and Ron's family in a week's time. If that is okay with you and Papa. Her mother gave her a, in Hermione's opinion, unnecessary, conspiratorial smile as she stood up. I'll talk to your father. Hermione understood that to mean she had permission to send the headmaster a letter confirming her parents' consent, and that the somewhat awkward conversation with her mother was over. She realized she had no such luck when her mother turned back to her, hand on the doorknob. Hopefully your first key, with Harry, will be more magical than that sloppy one with Victor. Her mother's laughter and her own groan of frustration were the last sounds she heard before she buried her face in her pillow. Her mother always knew her, sometimes even better than Hermione knew herself. Lost in thoughts about her mother's possible reaction to her new situation with Harry, Hermione ran directly into someone. Oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't watching. Her eyes widened as she noticed she had run into her red-headed friend. Ron, she cried, throwing her arms around the lanky boy. Hey Hermione. He murmured into her hair. She pulled back as she noticed his arms had wrapped around her waist, and he was obviously uncomfortable. I wonder if it's just his hormones. Let's grab a cabin near the front. I would like to be somewhat close to the prefect's cabin since I have to go to the meeting. She trailed off as she noticed his sullen countenance. I will be sitting with my brothers. We've been forbidden contact with Black and Harry Potter. The redhead looked down with slumped shoulders. Hermione paused to decipher that. I wonder who forbids something like communication. That's silly. Harry would never shut you out because of what your mother did. Her logical reasoning rang true in her head, but it or something behind her seemed to make the redhead uncomfortable and angry. Of course I wouldn't. Hermione whipped around so quickly at the sound of her other best friend's voice that she nearly tripped over her own feet as she made to hug him. The hug was brief and interrupted by a snide voice from behind Harry. The klutz is the greatest witch of the age. Obviously, someone miscalculated. The raven-haired beauty, who could only be Harry's cousin Henriette, scrutinized Hermione with open distaste. Henriette had been the only Potter staying at Potter Manor that Hermione had not had the chance to meet. According to Harry, Henriette was always busy with errands or planning the Potter Yule party. Harry seemed to flush in either embarrassment or anger. Henriette, behave. Hermione blinked, never having heard Harry use such a heavy and strict tone with anyone. A familiar stubborn look flickered across the other girl's face. For a moment, and ignoring the creeping hurt she felt from the girl's insulting remarks, Hermione had the feeling she was looking at a chastised female Harry. They could really be fraternal twins. She had not truly believed Harry when he had spoken of the physical similarities to his twin cousin. Harry also hadn't mentioned how horribly rude and condescending the pureblood was. Hermione was suddenly and subtly pushed to the side and away from Harry as the girl moved her out of the way to wrap him up in a tight hug that lasted far longer than Hermione's had. Should cousins hug that intimately? Hermione fumed to the side as Harry returned the hug, whispering things into his cousin's ear. She noted peripherally that Ron had stolen off during the conflict caused by Henriette Potter. She made a mental note to find him on the train and convince him to join their compartment. Hermione had finally had enough when the black-haired slapper placed a chaste key on Harry's cheek with a gloating look in Hermione's direction as a parting shot. Hermione cleared her throat rather loudly. Harry, who had been apparently in silent communication with his cousin, gave the clock on the platform a worried glance. All right, Fluff. Hermione nearly choked at Harry's pet name for his cousin. Send my love to everyone, and keep an eye on everything in my stead, my lovely Lady Regnant Potter. The two black-haired cousins shared a laugh at some inside joke before the female Harry gave a heavy sigh and fixed his robes in a very wife-like manner. Hermione felt some primeval part of her growling possessively in the back of her mind. I wish I could join you. Someone has to keep an eye on you with all of the trouble that you find yourself in. She threw a rather vicious look at Hermione. That was Hermione's breaking point. That's it. She jabbed a finger in the girl's direction, only to be held back. Arms circled around her midriff, conveniently covering her wand as well, and turned her forcibly, yet gently around. She found herself suddenly looking up at a rather well-developed Neville Longbottom. He silenced her with a look, surprising all of the student spectators who had at some point drifted closer to the altercation. Lord Potter, Lady Regnant, Neville greeted respectfully with a deep bow. Harry and Henriette returned the gesture immediately and in sync with a deep bow and curtsy. Herr Longbottom, they intoned. How lovely. Eduarda, did you see that? It's so wonderful to see youngsters continuing such respectful traditions. Two rather ancient-looking witches, who looked like relatives of the Hufflepuff in Hermione's runes class, Hannah Abbott is her name, I think, had seen the bowing and curtsying as they passed. They both greeted the young lords and lady with immaculate curtsies before carrying on. Come along, Hermione. Let's find a cabin and head to the prefect's meeting, Neville said, pulling the bewildered girl into the train. She cast one last look over her shoulder at Harry and his cousin, noting for the first time that Harry stood in front of the dreadful girl, in an obviously defensive maneuver. Her stomach dropped. She blatantly ignored the girl's victorious look in her direction and allowed herself to be led around those hovering by the entrances into the train. When they reached an empty cabin and door closed, Neville turned to her and spoke. Hermione, what on earth was that? How dare that little harlot insult me? She's never even met me. Neville sighed and took a seat. Consider this your first lesson in Potter family magic, Hermione. He looked away as if searching for words. There is a reason why old families like the Blacks, the McGees, the Blyths, the Cornishes, the Gounts and others inbred so much that it led to their extinction in some cases. Of course, it was partially consensual, as disgusting as that may be. I'd bet Trevor that they were coerced to some extent by their family magic. What does that have to do with that little incestuous episode or her obnoxious attitude? Hermione erupted, steaming. The shock from Harry's actions had worn off, leaving a deep bitterness in its place. The ever-patient Neville calmly interrupted her. You didn't let me finish. Sit down before you accidentally insult me like you nearly did the Potters. After a moment of hesitation, Hermione took a big breath and did just that, and he continued. So, family magic tends to be sentient enough to sense when a line is in danger. It usually tries to match remaining members, last of lines, with compatible and worthy members within its power. Within its power. Family members. Hermione completed for him aghast. The very idea of being forced or coerced into a relationship with a family member was too much for her contemporary mind, but she could imagine the magic doing just that. Harry had fulfilled his promise to her, Sirius, Remus and Professor Snape by bringing them to Potter Manor and introducing them to his uncles and a few cousins 3 days ago. She had immediately fallen in love with the Potter Library. She almost drooled just thinking about it now. Both she and Remus were rendered breathless by the titles of the priceless tomes and scrolls that Harry had acquired from the Peverell and Gryffindor vaults. Sirius had to drag them out of the library after 10 or so hours. They hadn't even heard from Snape after he found a long-lost potion scroll co-authored by Salazar Slytherin and Helga Hufflepuff. Harry's uncles Franklin Cecil and Milton Arnold Potter had assigned her the task of checking the library for uses of blood magic to deconstruct a ritual-made construct. Her knowledge of arithmancy and runes had impressed them so much that they also let her double-check their notes. There she stumbled across some mentioning of family magic, but never more than a line or two. When she tried to research it, she always hit a wall. She figured that it was a kind of secret magic that was more blood-bound than the ritual magic she was researching. Purebloods, how dare they hide magic from other magicals? Magic is naturally democratic. She remembered then that Nicholas Flamel had authored an essay on democratizing magic in 1566, and made a mental reminder to reread the essay when she found the time. Neville coughed softly, bringing her out of her reverie. Yes, family members. Thank goodness there are no more Longbottom branches. The blonde-haired teen replied with a shudder. Harry and his cousin. Hermione nodded. I figured as much. They most likely don't even notice the compulsion, but their family magic must consider them to be compatible. The bitterness in Hermione's stomach grew. She and Harry weren't officially anything other than friends. But she definitely had the feeling that they had grown closer over the course of the last 3 days before she went back to her parents for their annual ritual of eating fancy before she boarded the train. She was almost completely sure that he had been showing interest in her with his smiles at meals, the brief moments of physical embraces and the other small shows of affection. Before Hermione could respond, Neville swiftly interjected. I assume the magic is making the cousin defensive towards anyone she or it considers to be a threat or competition, for example, you. I've heard cases of it also making siblings hate each when they became too close when no line was in danger. He went a bit green. Outside, the departure whistle blew, and the train began to move forward slowly. Hermione's said in a deep breath. It would most likely make Harry defend her as well, as he did. Neville merely nodded in agreement. There was a knock on the door before it opened to reveal her black-haired best friend. When you speak of the devil, Harry looked very much like a kicked puppy. I'm sorry for Henriette, my own. I don't know what came over her. Harry ran a hand through his hair and sat next to her. I think it's the stress of everything. With him defending his cousin, Hermione felt the thin thread that was holding her anger back tear. She growled and was going to give Harry a big piece of her mind when Neville cleared his throat. I believe the prefect meeting will be starting soon. We should get going, Hermione. Harry looked at his roommate of 4 years with a bright, proud smile. Congrats again, mate. If any of us sods deserve the honor, it's you. Do the perfect prefect monster some justice. Neville let loose a deep laugh at some unspoken joke. He puffed out his to dramatic proportions where the shiny badge on his well-toned was very noticeable and offered Hermione his arm, which she took with a small shake of her head at their antics. She figured that they were making fun of Percy Weasley, who had gone down in recent Hogwarts history as pompous Prefect Percy. Without so much as a bye to Harry, she left the compartment on Neville's arm. She stumbled slightly when she saw Harry's confused and hurt expression in the glass reflection. Nevertheless, she felt a small sliver of satisfaction. After a moment or two of silence, Neville continued their conversation. You two are like mating dragons. They cause more destruction and damage to their surroundings and to each other when mating than when they are on a rampage. Neville said with a small nudge to Hermione's shoulder. Despite their interlocked arms, you are so intense, demanding and stubborn, and Harry's the most impulsive, nerve-wracking, oblivious person I've ever met. He sighed dramatically. With such a mix, I truly fear for my children since they will most likely be your children's friends. Merlin forbid they marry. Neville, Hermione said, hitting him on his shoulder, pushing herself out of his arms in mock fury. Some underclassmen looked out of their compartments at the two. My Lady Granger, please don't hit me with any books. I promise to be a good manservant. He begged, having dropped to his knees to grovel into her robes. Hermione went red as the obviously new students peered at her fearfully. She could just hear her nickname for the year, Dark Lady Hermione. She growled at Neville and dragged him to his feet as the students scampered back into their compartments. Neville's chuckles were soon too contagious, and they both made it to the prefect meeting gasping for breath from laughing and barely on time. It wasn't until after the rather, even for her standards, and she stayed awake in Bin's classes, boring meeting that she realized that Neville had completely distracted her from her anger at Harry and his horrible cousin. Neville had excused himself in a, now typical, exaggerated bow and scrape fashion, going to find his male friends before he joined her for their rounds. Hermione's hand twitched as she reached for the knob for the door of Harry's compartment. She could see his silhouette in the cabin. She sighed as she turned and decided to go see Ron, Ginny, and Ginny's friends instead. Harry sighed as Hermione sat on the other side of Neville nearly directly across from him in the Great Hall. He still had no clue why Hermione reacted the way she did on the train or what her current problem was. Of the three of them, now two, with Ron unable to speak with him, Hermione was always the rational one. As she left on Neville's arm, Harry felt as if he had swallowed a hot knife that slowly turned in his gut. He spent some time in the compartment, after locking it magically, to peruse his memories of Hermione's interaction with Henriette. The passive form of occlumency had not revealed anything that made sense of Hermione's reactions. Hey, Harry. Harry's dorm mate Dean Thomas whispered from across the table. "I think someone is not happy with you." He pointed to the professor's table. Harry looked in confusion across the room at said table. He could now feel eyes burning furiously into his very being. All professors were accounted for except Hagrid, who was running an errand for Dumbledore, and the fake Moody. In fake Moody's stead was a prim and proper-looking Percy Weasley, looking over the hall with a superior gaze. Whenever his eyes roamed and rested on Harry, they were filled with such a ferocious hatred that Harry's wand quivered in its holder. "You don't say," he murmured partially in response to Dean and in part to no one in particular. Fuming due to the loss of the tiaras and Harry's revealing of her misdeeds, Molly Pruitt, formerly Weasley, called upon her headship of the matriarchal Pruitt line and began a blood feud on both House Black and House Potter. Although Arthur Weasley divorced his wife for publicly overruling his decision to let it be, the Pruitt family magic had already settled, and House Weasley had no say over House Pruitt. Harry had received a letter from the twins before the divorce story broke in the Prophet. They expressed anxiety that they and their elder brothers Charlie and Bill were planning to rebuke the Pruitt line. The letter didn't allude to Percy or Ron, so Harry assumed that the two were following their mother's bloodline and will. Since men couldn't head a matriarchal line, the male Weasleys didn't have a chance of becoming Lord Pruitt anyway, only Ginny, who was underage and second in line to her mother. Harry wondered briefly why and how the Pruitt family switched from patriarchal to matriarchal. Maybe since the men lost the tiaras to the Blacks, the women took over. For a moment he considered asking his cousin Jonas, who was well versed in the histories of the old families. "I wonder where he's been. I haven't seen him at all lately." Harry's stream of consciousness was broken by Dean waving a hand in his face. "Sorry, what?" he asked as he refocused on his dorm mate. "Is it true what Neville is saying?" Harry noticed that every Gryffindor within hearing distance was looking at him. He gave Neville a questioning look, but the blonde was doing his rather eerily impression of Percy. "Did you really mention him by his name?" Seamus asked from beside Dean. Neville's eyes flickered to the head table, and Harry's brain finally caught up with the situation. He chuckled mentally and lowered his head in defeat. "Yes, I couldn't have known that he would come when invoked," he defended as the other two fifth-year Gryffindor guys groaned out loud. Their playful banter and all other conversations in the hall were brought to an end with Professor McGonagall's arrival with the first years for sorting. Harry could hardly pay attention to the sorting since he finally noticed the whispered conversations and looks in his direction. Percy and Ron were casting angry looks at him and sharing glances with one another, which made him uncomfortable. Hermione was ignoring his very existence, and Neville's closeness to Hermione was more than unacceptable. He sighed. He could feel that this was the beginning of yet another difficult year. It was rumored the veil between this world and the other world was at its thinnest on Samhain, or Halloween as the religious muggles called it while running around for tricks and treats. Wizarding children knew better than to ask for candy or such on the day. Rather, they spent time with their family, calling up the memories of their beloved ancestors, usually receiving a response or two from their most magically powerful or will-strong ancestors. Harrow's Carrot was neither mumming for candy nor filiopietistically calling up spirits. As per his magical employment contract, he was ferrying the newest inmates to their final destination, the wizarding prison Azkaban. He ignored the whimpering of the soon-to-be prisoners as they breached the Dementor barrier, where the effect of Dementors became noticeable and increasingly difficult to endure. He felt merely a brush of cold upon his occluded mind and nothing more. In the moonlit distance, he could see the cloaked demons floating around like a black-cloaked, muggle version of ghosts, more agitated than usual. It was normal that the creatures became more active on Samhain. The Dementor Discordia, they called it. It was theorized by Joachim Breichid, a German rival of Newton Scamander, that the souls devoured by the Dementors attempted to break free and ended up giving the creatures a horrible case of indigestion. Scamander and many other magizoologists scorned the theory in their counter-screeds, vilifying it as rubbish and self-refuting. It was never proven that Dementors actually ingested souls. Most magizoologists agreed that Dementors feed off of the final fear of a person as they disconnected the soul from the body. As someone who had witnessed many Dementor K.s. and spent his downtime reading all he could on the beasts he saw as co-workers, Carrot wasn't so sure that Breichid's theorem was completely wrong. Many magizoologists had never witnessed a key. He and Breichid had, the latter having Observed Dementors in Azkaban for 11 months. A bright essence was clearly S.Ked into the Dementor, and it was not released. On the other hand, indigestion is just not the right phrasing. Carent would call it internal rebellion. If a soul contained by the Dementors were invoked, it would most likely feel the need to respond to the summons and fight against whatever is holding it. It would most likely rebel against its captor, he theorized. Such a theory would revolutionize the magizoological world. Carent doubted though that such a theory coming from a half-blood without any background in magizoology, or famous relatives, would be anything but laughed at or binned before being taken seriously. He sighed inaudibly and considered the possibility of co-writing with a few well-known contemporaries in the field. He doubted that that would ever happen, though, no matter how much he wished it could. His musings were interrupted as the Dementors, nearly 150 in total, stopped moving at once, and as if they were members of a collective being called to stop. Carent watched as a single figure, steeped in darkness, floated from the prison to the Dementors. The figure conversed with the Dementors for a moment before flying back to the prison. There was a moment where everything seemed to quiet, even the whimpering of the prisoners behind him ceased. Carent halted the little boat with his wand. "What's going on? Are we already there?" Carent ignored the guard accompanying the inmates. The Auror, like most others before him, had slacked off in his guard duties and fallen asleep 1 or 2 hours into the 3-hour trip. No one wanted to pull the Azkaban transport shift. Most were roped into it because they made a mistake elsewhere or insulted the wrong person in the ministry. Carent couldn't blame them for their inattentiveness though. He tended to read one of his many books on Dementors during the trip to the mainland when it was time to pick up new inmates or go home. He was once more pulled out of his thoughts as loud bangs and flashes of light illuminated the night like small fireworks. If Carent wasn't mistaken, he could hear the sounds of people falling into the waters below. The Dementors wasted no time in swooping into Key, with abandon those who were unfortunate to fall. Carent thanked the dark heavens that he had stopped the boat a few nautical miles away from the island. They were close enough to see much in the moonlight yet not enough to catch the attention of the Dementors. "Dear Merlin," the young Auror gasped. Carent rolled his eyes and subtly checked to make sure that prisoners didn't attempt to break free of their chains and overpower the two of them, which should have been the Auror's job. Without any warning, the entire south side of the prison, the side nearest the maximum security levels, Carent noted with a shudder, exploded. Like an avalanche of stone, walls and cells, and inmates inevitably, slid into the sea. He steadied the boat once more due to the rather high waves caused by the collapsing stone. The Dementors no longer seemed agitated. They glided around where the island met the sea and were now grabbing and dotting any fallen inmates, sometimes before they even hit the water. Carent closed his eyes in a silent prayer for the souls of the innocent men and women who had been sent to Azkaban without trials. It was a public secret that Azkaban was also used as a prison for political opponents and for those the rich and mighty wanted to get rid of. There was a flash of bright golden light followed by a loud roar of outrage. Carent squinted and noted some bright Patronuses now emerging from the different spots within the prison. Many Dementors seemed to retreat from one rather large and bright Patronus. The battle within the prison seemed to go on for hours, even though his watch showed that only a few minutes had passed. More stone avalanches caused by the battle within the prison forced Carent to steady the boat with magic many more times. He sent a drying spell at the other 3 people in his boat as waves violently rolled and crashed into it. A nightmarish, ear-numbing screech caused all in the area to stop what they were doing and turn to the source. Carent watched as one of the Dementors who strayed too close to a battle get viciously tackled and mauled by a quite celestial Patronus. To his utter astonishment, the unkillable Dementor was set ablaze by a pure white, holy-looking flame, and mauled by the Patronus. The screeching ceased suddenly, and the Dementor was apparently ripped apart until it was no more. Small bright lights seemed to unravel from the now unused cloak. The balls of light floated slowly up to the heavens, others darted in all directions, into the prison and even into the water. Carent felt faint. "Those are souls. Prongs. Get them all," he heard a young and raw male voice shout. The night was suddenly filled with the screams of Dementors and fighting as the battle began anew. Dumbstruck, Carent watched for a moment as lights continued to dart into the waters beneath the island. The souls are returning to their hosts. His brain was barely keeping up with the phenomenon. This refutes any research into Dementors destroying the soul of their victim. If they only eat the souls, it would make sense that the soul returns to its host. They might even live again if their soul returns. Slowly, he realized that many of the bodies of the Dementor's most recent victims were swimming just below the surface of the sea. This gave him a quick jolt. Without thinking twice, he quickly expanded the boat and began summoning bodies out of the water by their clothes. He urged the shell-shocked oarer to do the same, before putting the fresh inmates into an enchanted sleep. Among the inmates he and his oarer helper reeled in, they found some inmates who had been obviously killed by the fall or by the sharp rocks beneath the prison. There were, however, many soulless and resouled bodies that had to be resuscitated before they were put under an enchanted sleep. He counted 2 or 3 dissouled wizards who most likely had come in with either of the battling parties based on their everyday or mysterious black robes. Some had even managed to run afoul of the sharks and other biting creatures of the sea. Carrant was no medi-wizard but managed to tightly bandage the bite wounds caused by the animals which had been attracted to the blood. Suddenly, the oarer behind him screamed in fright. Carrant turned quickly with a stunning spell on his lips and nearly dropped his wand in fright at the scene before him. 3 of the Dementors must have noticed their body fishing from afar and come to investigate. One of the tall, foul creatures held the young oarer's face in its scabby gray hands and had lowered its to reveal an eyeless face with a revolting, scabbed-over hole where its mouth should be. While the oarer was held twitching in the Dementor's grasp, one of the other creatures glided over to Carrant and lowered its hood as well. Carrant barely noted the smell of decomposing flesh or the hands lifting him up into the air. His wand clattered uselessly to the floor of the boat. The rattling of the Dementor's breath seemed to hitch in magic and it pulled. Carrant felt as if something was hooking onto his very being and was king him dry as one would a portable pumpkin juice. The sensation, or increasing lack thereof, began in his extremities and quickly made its way inward, centrally toward his heart. Everything felt cold. He could see a bright blue essence leaving his mouth and being cut into the hole in the Dementor's face. Darkness crept into his eyesight. He thought of his son and his wife, who was not so subtle in her planning to divorce him because of his job. So this is what a key feels like. Then he was looking up at the illuminated starry sky. His thoughts were silent. He coughed as his body struggled to get the air it needed. The warmth of life returned slowly to his arms and legs, then he remembered where he was and what was happening. He rolled over slowly and onto his wand, which he grasped onto as if it were his lifeline. He sat up and scooted away from the bodies he had arranged in groups onto the expanded boat. Carrant shook his head. He felt lighter and healthier than he had since he had begun working in Azkaban to support his small family 8 years ago. He felt a boundless energy and noticed for the first time that a Patronus walked on the water next to him. He noted later that he no longer felt the icy presence of the Dementors. The deer-like being of light beckoned to his soul and lightened it. He reached out slowly over the side of the boat to touch it. The animal's eyes bore into his own for a moment. Just before he could touch it, and without any warning, the Patronus dispersed into thousands of silvery wisps. The calm that it had emanated remained. Carrant glanced at his place of work and his mouth dropped. There were no more Dementors, no more battle, and Carrant would be surprised if there were any survivors left in Azkaban. The top half of the building had collapsed inward and more of the facade and facility were sliding every now and then into the water. Above the desecrated building hung an ominous dark mark as bright and luminous as the moon above him. After swallowing a hard lump in his throat, Carrant spent a few more moments summoning bodies, all of which lifeless, their lungs filled with water, and heaping them onto the large pile of dead bodies. He cast a warming spell on the slightly smaller pile of living just to be on the safe side. The young oarer remained unconscious at the other end of the boat as Carrant steered the boat back to shore to alert the oarers of his survival. His mind continuously revisited and reviewed his experience with the Dementors. There is so much we didn't know about Dementors, was all he could think about. He would be forever grateful to the person with the deer-like Patronus. 5 hours prior, Lady Cassiopeia Black was a woman on a mission. The 80-year-old marched from the flow point in Hogsmeade through the ward line up to the school she had graduated from over 6 decades ago. There were many students aimlessly milling about. Such a thing was absolutely not done in her time. She and her cousin Cladora had been put in detention for less. She made a mental note to chat with her reclusive, persnickety cousin. She had heard that Cladora was nearing her time from Cladora's daughter-in-law, Minister of Magic Augusta Longbottom. Lady Black. How can Hogwarts be of assistance to you today? The unflappable Lady Black was rendered absolutely speechless by the man who had just appeared in a burst of phoenix flames. Dumbledore's garish, pink and gold-dyed robes seemed to radiate overwhelming happiness and cheer. Lady Black barely managed to hold her morning meal down. How there are any doubts as to his preference for men, I will never know. She gave herself an elegant shake, as elegant as one can make such a gesture, to refocus her thoughts. I request the presence of Lord Potter, heir of my house. She forewent the standard pureblood niceties and greetings. They would be wasted on the man. He surely didn't deserve them either. She had neither forgotten nor forgiven his part in her grandnephew's unlawful incarceration. Nonetheless, he will feel the wrath of the Blacks soon enough. She noted a twitch in his left cheek as his eye twinkles intensified. Lady Black's mental walls fortified themselves even around her stray thoughts in the blink of an eye. She was not green, nor was she unaware of his liberal use of legilimency to skim the perimeter of other minds. But since he rarely penetrated the mind, he was well within the gray area of the law and unpunishable. To think that such a blood traitor would use such a pureblood tactic. Of course, he said, turning around with an after-you gesture and a, slightly mocking, small bow. Only decades of interactions with him kept her from hexing his Hercine butt into the morn. She gave a small sniff and made her way towards the building with the man at her side. I wonder if he sees himself as the lord of this castle. I have to speak to Narcissa about reducing this fool's influence. Since her husband's well-publicized demise, Lady Narcissa Black Malfoy had been a whirlwind of activity in the Wizengame's chambers, at charity events and other dedications in Britain and on the continent. She had thrown off the robe of a trophy wife and was beginning to show the world her true face, her black face. Her hands were in numerous pots, and Cassiopeia was for one grateful for it and for Narcissa's unending loyalty to House Black. It was due to Narcissa's connections that she received the vital information that she would now pass on to Lord Potter, heir Black, in hopes of building up his relationship with House Black. Her thoughts turned to her grandnephew Sirius as she entered the castle. He was making some headway in reforming the connections that once made their house so great. She took over the more politically delicate situations since the boy had really no clue on how to keep his political mask up. She shook her head mentally at her niece and nephew's great failure in raising their sons, the main line's heirs, to Black standards. One is dead and the other hates the house. If she could strangle the two, if they weren't dead, she would. They nearly spelled the desinence of the family's main line. Maybe I will go and torture Walburga's portrait. That should relieve some of this stress. Please wait here, my lady. Harry will be along momentarily. The old goat said as he led her into one of the conference rooms on the first floor. He ordered refreshments from a house elf and swiftly departed from the room. Cassiopeia's first glance of the room deemed it acceptable for business between houses. A large fireplace warmed the stone room. However, two large and empty portraits graced the walls, and her passive magic picked up at least two scrying and listening charms. Her eyes narrowed at this affront, but she decided to ignore his slight on her intelligence. Everyone knew that portraits, even empty ones, should be removed when lords and ladies met within Hogwarts. It was basically common courtesy. Listening charms were also taboo, but most politicians cast them on their opponents and the partners of their opponents to gather information. She had barely sat herself down before the door opened and the young, dark-haired lord entered the room. She stood up immediately. Her magic demanded it. His magic and presence had filled the room so quickly that she felt slightly lightheaded. He gave her a nearly perfect bow in respect of her position in his relation to her, albeit distant. "How can I assist you, Lady Black?" he asked formally, his piercing green eyes focused on her. Although a young man dressed as a pupil stood before her, she could sense the young lord who had turned the Wizengamot, perhaps all of magical Britain, on its head in one sitting. This is the man who took on the Dark Lord at 11 and 14, a basilisk at 12 with a sword, over 100 dementors at 13, and 2 killing curses and survived. She suddenly felt 50 years younger and had the desire to impress the man before her. She internally praised his ad rem manner. She responded in kind. "Lord Potter, my heir Black. I come bearing news that could spell disaster for your family and efforts against the Dark Lord. This requires your immediate attention." His eyes narrowed at her. He looked around the room briefly. "Lord Gryffindor seals this room of all foreign magic. So mote it be." There was a brief flash of light and a burst of wind in the room. The portraits and some small knickknacks instantly vanished from the room. The fire in the hearth turned blue, signaling the flow system, at least within the room, being shut down. Very clever, my lord. She nodded, genuinely surprised with a pleased smile. She had never expected him to use his Gryffindor lordship to keep the old goat from spying. The raven-haired youth blushed at the praise. Any advantage is a good advantage. I also learned recently that Headmaster Dumbledore prefers to stay east of what's said and done in the castle at all costs to privacy. She nodded. No words were needed. The Dark Lord, Tom Riddle, he insisted as he sat her at the tea table. Neither by right nor might is he a lord. She swallowed her automatic response to his impertinence. She added that to a mental list, labeled, Henry James Potter, of things she would have to teach him before he became Lord Black. Of course, my lord. She watched in astonishment as he prepared her tea nearly to perfection. How did he know Sirius, you dog? She was finding less and less to critique on the young lord. Our own Narcissa has discovered that Tom Riddle plans to attack Azkaban tonight. She studied his face intently for any distress or a reaction of any type. There were none. I see. His eyes bore again into hers as he took a sip of his tea. How does House Black wish to react to this information? His question threw her off. After a moment she responded. We will follow House Potter, my lord. He looked away towards the warming fire in the hearth. He set his teacup down soundlessly, crossed his hands on the table and contemplated. Silence reigned for a while. Cassiopeia Black once more held her tongue. Either the young lord was weighing his possibilities, her motives, or both. She would do the same in his position. Without warning, she found herself held captive within the grasp of the verdant eyes. Thank you, my lady, for the warning. I shall work to keep Riddle from gaining a stronghold within the prison and from gathering his detained followers. Lady Black suddenly felt the fire grow in intensity next to her as the young lord's eyes seemingly burned an impression into her. She shivered involuntarily despite the heat in the room. I will not, however, give quarter to any of Riddle's minions should they cross my wand, regardless of bloodline. His hint was crystal clear. Bellatrix Lestrange would not be spared. Rather than argue that that had not been her intention, Cassiopeia Black nodded slowly. We understand. She finished her tea. He merely blinked at her response before standing and declaring the meeting over. I will put together a small task force. Some of the unspeakables at my house's disposal are eager to test Riddle. His vicious smirk made her heart skip a beat. Please pardon my haste. Thank you once more for the information. No pardon nor thanks required. As Lady Regnant of the most loyal sibling house to House Potter, it is my honor and duty to share such knowledge. It happened so quickly that she almost missed it. A dark look of suspicion appeared on his face for not even a fraction of a second, leaving no trace of its brief presence to be found. Please extend my gratitude to Lady Narcissa as well. I look forward to seeing her and thanking her in person at the Black family gathering for New Year's. Lady Cassiopeia Black curtsied and departed from the room. As she left the castle, she couldn't help but ruminate on Lord Potter attending the gathering. It was definitely an unexpected but wanted boon. She had planned to send the invitation letters only in her and Sirius's name. She'd planned to pass on the lordship mantle to Sirius then. Now she could include Lord Potter as heir Black and surely increase the attendance of those members with gray and light tendencies. This will be one of the most memorable Black gatherings in recent centuries. She just knew it in her bones. Harry hated Halloween. He really hated Halloween. Not only was it the day a madman decided to listen to half of a prophecy and murder his parents, but it was usually a day where horrible things happened to him. He was almost 100% sure that the day was cursed. Trolls in the school, the Chamber of Secrets reopening, Sirius Black breaking into the school and attacking the fat lady, despite his innocence, and his name unexpectedly being drawn by the Goblet of Fire for the Triwizard Tournament, and now Space attacks Azkaban. Harry gave a sigh and put down the butterbeer that he had asked the house elves to bring to the room after Lady Black left. The Hogwarts house elves were technically not allowed to accept orders from students, but being Lord Gryffindor had many perks. Rather than going to defense and charms buzzed, he decided to go to Flitwick afterward to explain the situation. Maybe the former dueling champion would be willing to be his chaperone for his mission tonight. He might have to go to Dumbledore too about defense. He'd be damned if he went to Professor Weasley. He massaged his temples and downed another butterbeer. He quickly messaged his uncles FC, Milton and Orville over the cellphone-like device Uncle FC and the Australian unspeakables called a holoport. It was basically a magical, mobile telephone with the ability to see and broadcast images or simple text messages with excessive and insanely complex runic components. The Australian unspeakables kept a close eye on non-magical scientific and science fiction advancements, much more so than their British counterparts. Sometimes they even supported their non-mag counterparts in their scientific developments. If Harry remembered correctly, the Australian unspeakables invested in an Australian non-mag company named Australian Holographics in order to develop their holoport. Harry kept the sleek and expensive-looking device, definitely out of some Star Trek film, on his person at all times. FC was in talks with his superiors to see if the Potter family could get a few more of the devices. Since it allowed for instantaneous audio-visual communication, reduced their reaction time to life-threatening events and would go a long way in keeping his family connected, Harry didn't mind spending a few tens of thousands of galleons on it. I might even grab one for Hermione and Ron. At that thought, he quickly called for the house elf to bring him another butterbeer and thanked it so graciously that the creature seemed close to tears. The thought of his best friends and the state of their relationship would have been grounds enough for him to order a whole pack of butterbeer. Hermione had taken to avoiding him at all costs, even going in the opposite direction when he walked toward her. He still had no clue why she was behaving the way she did. Whenever he asked Neville, the only person who he talked to at all nowadays, the blonde would only tell him to ask Hermione or look at his memories of the Hogwarts Express. Harry wanted to strangle the blonde sometimes, but he controlled the urge to the best of his abilities. Hermione only hung out with Neville, and only talked to him as well. Harry had the feeling sometimes that the blonde was purposefully misleading him to sow discord and in order to keep Hermione to himself. And Ron was avoiding him for both of their sakes. They had had a small discussion the first night back in the tower, both barely holding back the blood feud-fueled need to attack each other. The redhead apologized for the actions of his mother and for the money that was stolen. He had no knowledge of it. The fact that the redhead with the emotional capacity of a teaspoon and the temper of a dragon initiated the conversation made Harry miss his friend even more. Harry knew how money was always a difficult issue to discuss with his first friend. Harry was grateful for the apology and for his openness, but it, unfortunately, changed nothing. They were still unable to hang out or even spend long periods of time in each other's presence. Maybe we can grab a drink when this blood feud is over. I don't have time to think about this shite. His mind switched to his cousin Henriette, whose letter arrived by post yesterday. Henriette was finally finished with her preparations for the Potter Yuletide gathering and had settled her studies at Whitefriar College of Wizardry so she could remain in England. She had somehow convinced Uncle Virgil's remaining brothers Percival Herman Potter, who lived with his wife and adopted children in the USA, and Lester Lloyd Potter, who lived in the Potter French villa in Bourgogne, to attend the gathering, and she was throwing all of her energy into making the gathering work out. Hardwin Potter also had 6 daughters, all of whom he married off to powerful European families. 3 of the sisters were still alive, but only one was willing and fit to travel. Regina von Habsburg, née Potter, and her son Karl von Habsburg would be arriving with Lester Lloyd's family. The Habsburgs were supposed to be rather powerful in both the magical and non-mag worlds, according to Henriette's letter. Henriette was also preparing portfolios so Harry knew who was who. What a lifesaver. Harry was also looking forward to having the little, cordate-faced Jasmine at his side again when he met the larger extended family. He had a feeling he would need her bubbly personality and seer-like abilities again. He noticed his thoughts were spinning out of control. He finished what he deemed his last butterbeer and stared into the fire for a few moments to meditate. He managed for a few minutes before his passive magic noticed a disturbance nearing the door. With a flick of his wand, he quickly vanished the empty butterbeer bottles as the door to the meeting room flew open. He was maybe a moment too late. When the headmaster said I would find you here, he did not inform me that you would be missing my class to drink under the facade of family business. The redhead menace of a professor said with a well-timed snarl. Harry rolled his eyes and hoped that if he ignored Professor Weasley he would go away, as one would an annoying fly. 20 points from Gryffindor for your insolence and skipping class. Only 20. He must be feeling charitable today. Just last week, he deducted 30 points because my robes were incorrectly fastened, 50 points for drinking alcoholic beverages during school hours, and another 20 points for ignoring a teacher. That sounds more like Professor Weasley I know. Over the course of the past months, Professor Weasley had established himself as the red-haired Snape of Gryffindor. Few enjoyed his dry and barely informative lectures, and more than a few students had run afoul of his inconsolable temper. It was rumored that the man was bitter because of the demise of the previous Minister of Magic, upon whose coattails Percy Weasley had religiously latched himself. He was now trusted by few, if any, in the ministry, and once the opportunity presented itself to get rid of him, the ministry had promised to provide a defense against the dark arts professor, be it the recently incarcerated Dolores Umbridge or another disposable ministry employee. They seized it happily. It was clear that the man was also unhappy with Harry personally. Either for removing the previous minister, due to the blood feud, both or something else. No student so far had drawn his ire as Harry had. No student has had so many points deducted either. And of course, the year where Snape goes easy on his vitriol, someone else takes his spot, Harry thought disdainfully. Do I have to add a month of detention to get you to speak? Harry sighed, not bothering to look in the man's direction though his wand was very visible in his hand. I do not expect you to understand the intricacies of the pureblood circuit, Professor Weasley. He turned slightly to see the reaction. Oh, how he enjoyed the tightening of the man's face. I will not be able to attend classes today or tomorrow morning. I plan to inform the headmaster, as required before I leave the castle tonight due to family business. And what family business is this? What a fool. Harry's eyes narrowed. You are dangerously close to losing your place in your head, sir. The redhead's pinched look intensified. You will get your comeuppance, Potter. You mark my words. He spat with bloodlust in his eye. Harry merely raised an eyebrow. Missing class warrants a comeuppance now. I will see you in lessons tomorrow. The man threatened before storming from the room. And a week of detention with me for your disrespect. He threw over his shoulder before the door slammed shut. Harry sighed and rubbed his eyes. He should not have provoked the man so, but the blood feud made him so violent and inconsolable towards the Weasleys, or at least those who had denounced their Pruitt heritage. Luckily Ron was avoiding him. He saw the twins rarely since he wasn't playing Quidditch this year, and he rarely interacted with Ginny. It was at times like these that he wished he was not so in tune with his family magic. With a great heave, he made his way to the kitchens to grab a bite to eat and to avoid the feast that was partially in honor of his parents' sacrifice. It was a very satisfied Harry who met with Professor Flitwick after the feast. The short professor, though understanding of Harry's tardiness, declined to join him for his mission in Azkaban. My apologies, Mr. Potter. Since leaving the dueling circuit in the 70s, I've fully dedicated my life to teaching future generations. I don't see my 20 years' rusty skills useful in either formal or informal dueling settings. The man, who had slowly become Harry's favorite instructor this year, said in an almost ashamed tone. Harry, though disappointed, completely understood. He considered instead to have a series of small dueling sessions with the man throughout the year for both to work on and refresh their techniques. Unfortunately, a few first years had questions for the professor, and Harry had to inform the headmaster of his impending departure. He made a mental note about the dueling class and said a farewell to the busy professor. His trek to the headmaster was mentally long. The corridors were fairly populated, and he spent much of his energy avoiding the whispered conversations that gained in intensity when he approached. He wondered briefly if, somehow unbeknownst to him, his name had been entered into another dangerous competition. At least the Hufflepuffs no longer blame me for Cedric's death. Still, he was truly sick and tired of the Hogwarts student population, more often than not nowadays. Without Ron and Hermione to force him to be social, he had taken to avoiding other students at all costs outside of classes and the odd meal not spent in the kitchen or the come-and-go room that Dobby the elf had shown him. He wondered if his 2 years under the bubble had made him grow up so much that he found nothing in common with his year mates. With a start, he noticed that his feet had led him to the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office. A quick glance at his grandfather's watch, he realized he had 15 minutes before he would meet up with his uncles. He gathered his most snide and aloof lord voice and spoke to the guardian. I don't know the password, and I will not waste my time guessing sweets. Please inform the headmaster that Lord Potter is here to see him. He felt like an idiot for not thinking to ask Lady Black if she, or Narcissa Black Malfoy, knew exactly when Riddle planned to attack. Since everything was uncertain, time was of the essence. But Harry would bet his prized watch that Riddle would attack under the veil of darkness. And the sun has already set, he realized with a clenched stomach as he looked out of the nearest window. With the grating sound of stone rubbing stone, the gargoyle moved slowly out of the way, and Harry made his way up the turning, spiral staircase to the headmaster's office. It was written that each of the founders had their own special rooms, but each had also contributed to the headmaster's office, which had once sat all four of the founders. Helga Hufflepuff worked on the network of magic that told a headmaster when a student was in danger and designed the room itself. Ravenclaw created a scrying book to detect and locate new magical students that remained in the office. She also built the staircase. It and the external facade of the office could apparently turn into a trap, charmed by Salazar Slytherin to do things most horrible to enemies if the headmaster so willed. Luckily no instructions to the trap stood the test of time, otherwise, some of the less noble headmasters would have been tempted to use it too often. Godric Gryffindor, the battle transfigurer of his age, had created the gargoyle that served as the first and main interior defense for the office. Its power and sentience were modern marvels. Most students didn't know that the creature was the oldest and last surviving of its kind, and subject to much international magical research. The centuries-old, adamantine golem was a testament to Gryffindor's prowess and power. "Ah, Harry, what can I do for you this fine evening?" The headmaster greeted with genuine delight. "I trust your meeting with Lady Black went well." Harry smiled as he approached the man's elaborate desk. "I could not reveal that to you either way, Albus. You know that. You could ask the portraits that you hid in the room." To the amused bewilderment of the younger man, Albus Dumbledore gave a mighty belly laugh that seemed to relieve the room of any tension. "My dear Harry," the old man began, wiping tears of mirth from his eyes. "I haven't had such an exciting year in decades, and you've managed to see through every single play I've made marvelous. You've made politics in Britain the most interesting thing in this castle for all ages and blood statuses without even trying." The man clapped his hands together as if he had found a particularly difficult puzzle to solve or a potentially equal rival in a chess game. At Harry's confused look, Dumbledore slid the day's Daily Prophet across the table. Harry's eyes immediately found the article that Dumbledore wanted him to see. Hogwarts students elect student representative to school board of governors. By Daily journalist Penelope Clearwater. No, he whispered in disbelief. He hadn't signed up for that. He had enough on his mind with the family estate, the political scene, subtly fighting Voldemort and doing well in his classes, not to mention the other things that were bothering him like the bodies of many of the 7th-year girls and the tattered relationship with Ron and Hermione. "But yes," the old man said, delighted. "The students elected you because they trust you to represent them well, much like you did yourself this summer." The twinkle in the man's eye infuriated Harry to no end. Then he realized that Dumbledore didn't know that Harry and the Ministry planned to turn their attention to his beloved school once the threat of space was removed. Harry felt a small chuckle building up in his. He swiped his face with his hand and glared at the old man, wondering what he was after this time. He understood Percy's loathing remarks and the whispering students in the corridors much better now. "Unfortunately, I must leave on family business, effective immediately." He waved the Daily Prophet. "I look forward to discussing this in much more detail with you after my return." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly at the mention of family business, but the merriment never left his face. "My door will always be open for you, Lord Potter." Harry ignored the mocking tone. "I require the use of your flow." After received a waved hand as permission, Harry departed from the room without a glance back at the man, clutching the paper angrily in his hand. The perspicacious headmaster stared at the now normal fire for a few moments before sending a Patronus message to the order members who worked at the ministry to keep their eyes open. Tom's inactivity these past months has been very worrisome. He would not pass up an opportunity to reap havoc on Halloween. And with his Halloween luck, Harry will naturally be in the middle of it. Harry rushed from the fireplace on the first floor of Potter Manor to the library on the 3rd floor. He was definitely grateful to whichever ancestor enchantress or enchanter who spelled the grand staircase, which connected all 4 stories of the manor above ground, to accelerate if the person appears in a hurry. They even incorporated a soft landing at the end. Bloody awesome, my ancestors. He reached the library in record time, 17.5 seconds if he had been counting. 3 of his uncles were waiting for him, but only FC was dressed in protective battle gear. His brothers both gave him a quick hug before FC went to Harry. "Are you ready?" he asked, grasping Harry tightly on the shoulder. The question made Harry realize just how nervous he was. He clamped down on the feeling with his occlumency. "I'm ready, but I think I should wear something less school casual." FC immediately reached into his robes and pulled out a piece of cloth much like his own. He whispered to the cloth and placed it onto Harry's school robes. A small draft hit Harry, and his robes slowly transformed into those worn by FC. He suddenly felt as if he were cloaked in warm shadows. Unspeakable made, they are. You don't have to worry about minor to mid-level curses, any elements, or your movements. The robes deflect all of those. You can make yourself invisible or blend into shadows by whispering, hide. If you don't to reveal your identity, just cover your head with the hood. It even hides your magical signature. Harry nodded his understanding. Hide and hood, pretty simple. There are a few more tricks and features, but we don't have time to go through all of them. My colleagues are already on site and have reported that they're in place around the bastard's minions and are ready to begin engaging. Harry's occlumency shields could not prevent the rush of adrenaline that ran through him at those words. "Before you go, Henry. I did some research on demons and the Dementors," his uncle Milton said before the two could leave. He fumbled for a moment within his robe pockets before he withdrew a scrap of paper. "This is an experimental addition to the Patronus. It should be cast as you would your normal Patronus. I don't believe it will be enough to destroy the Dementors, but it should be enough to give you tell upper hand when you are battling many of the beasts at once." Harry quickly read his uncle's barely legible script, Expecto Patronium Rucia. Suddenly the scary researcher in his uncle came out. "Be sure to note how the charm feels, how much power it demands, if it requires mental coordination, or any other dissimilarities to your original Patronus. It might even change foe. We'll just have to have Henry give you a full synopsis of the battle." Uncle Orville said, rolling his eyes at his father's brother. The older man crossed his eyes and seemed close to stamping his feet. "You can't measure the power requirement of a spell in a memory, Willie." He threw his hands up in exasperation. "Perhaps if you had taken spell creation and arithmancy instead of finance management, like I told you to, you would know that, nephew." Harry couldn't help but smile at their ages-old disagreement. FC was shaking his head in amusement at their antics. "Maybe if you had taken finances, uncle, you would have kept your sanity a few decades longer." Before the graying mathematician could even open his mouth to respond, Orville spoke to the Harry and FC. "Good luck, you two. Come back safely." FC nodded and led Harry by the shoulder back the way he had just come. They flowed to the leaky cauldron, and FC used a special device to take them straight through innumerable wards to his colleagues in the shadows of the wizarding prison. The eerie silence around them made him clutch his wand a bit tighter. FC tapped his shoulder. He stuck a finger into his own mouth and then his ear to Harry's confusion. Without warning, FC plunged the exact finger into Harry's ear and dragged it quickly down his face to his mouth. Harry's initial reaction was to jerk away in disgust and wipe the saliva away. Instead of FC's saliva, he found a sleek string of some type connecting a device in his ear to one near his mouth. And it wouldn't budge. "Can you hear me, Henry?" Harry nodded slowly. "We call it a spit set. It hides all communication between us and even the spells that we say out loud." Both turned as they heard faint sounds like restless animals moving behind bars. "We need to move forward." Harry only trusted himself to nod and follow the man through the shadows. He wondered how the British unspeakables worked and if they had similar gear. FC often spoke of the Americans and the Germans with reverence. Apparently, the MSRS, American Magical Security and Research Squad, and the German Mad Magisk Abschirmdienst or Magical Counter-Intelligence Service were the most technologically advanced worldwide, with Australian, Canadian and China rounding up the top 5. All of which with more open policies towards their non-magical counterparts. Maybe magical Britain will learn one day to embrace rather than spurn non-magical Britain. We cannot grow otherwise. After a full minute of shadowing his uncle, Harry had a feeling that something was missing. "Wait," he said loudly. He covered his mouth in shock, forgetting momentarily that only FC could hear him. He recovered quickly. The Dementors. Where are the Dementors? His uncle pointed towards a barred hole in the wall that his head barely reached. Outside he could see the sea shimmering in the moonlight. There they were, floating as if agitated by something or someone. I wonder why they're outside the prison. Is that even allowed? Dementors tend to be very restless and agitated on Halloween. You should ask Marty about it. He loves laughing at new theories about the demented Dementor dilemma or whatever the hell they call it now. Harry made to turn away from the window when all of the Dementors he could see went still as one. This can't be good, he murmured. What's happening? FC asked. I'm not sure. He tried to get a better view of the Dementors when the entire prison trembled. Rocks rained down from the ceiling and floors above on their heads. Harry ducked his head as a rather large stone tumbled towards him. He moved a moment too late and braced himself for the impact. The sharp pain he prepared to face never came. He tentatively touched the top of his hooded head and held a handful of ash. Merlin, I'm definitely joining your unspeakables when this shite is over, he said, jumping to his feet. FC laughed over the spit set. They charged through rubble and fleeing inmate toward something. Harry's bones and mind told him they were going in the right direction. They came to a stop where a few other similarly dressed unspeakables were gathering. They apparently were waiting on Harry and FC. There was a moment where no words were said. Harry realized then that they were indeed communicating with each other, but he could not hear them. They all, including FC, also had their secrecy masks on. After a full minute of this silent communication, FC turned to Harry. We will form a ritual circle around Riddle and attempt to weaken him so that you can hit him with a few shots. The family's judgment spell should do the most damage. He was spotted near the maximum security cells trying to free the inmates there. Harry nodded. They had gone through this before. There was a judgment spell in the Potter grimoire that only a beep could cast. Harry assumed he was the only beep in the bunch. His occlumency shields destroyed the blush that would have certainly otherwise crept onto his face. The group moved as one. Harry soon spoke the words to hide himself and mask his magical signature. He knew that he had a strong magical presence, and he was more than certain that space would sniff him out miles away. Riddle stood in the middle of the hallway being praised by two of his released followers. The stench of his twisted magic made Harry's stomach turn. Our people are getting into position, FC said into the spit set. When I give you the go, start casting as fast as you can. Harry gave a grunt of acknowledgement. His hands were sweating, and he was calling upon all of his mental focus to remember the words of the spell. He could hear vague sounds of fighting on levels below and above. He wondered briefly if the Death Eaters were battling the prison guards or if Dumbledore's order had been alerted so quickly. Now, Henry. Harry immediately gathered all his magic, infused it with some family magic and chanted. The spell was basically an old blessing but reversed. It called on magic to judge, rather than bless, the target for the harm done to his family. Murdering the lords and lady of the main line in cold blood should be more than enough. Harry added his own spin to the spell. With Space's mutilation of his own soul and other crimes against magic herself, Harry felt that the impact of the spell would be much stronger if he also called on the magic to judge this as well. His wand glowed a soft golden light in the beginning. After a full 30 seconds of chanting, it was barely possible to look at it. Soon Harry was forced to close his eyes as the light in his magic built up to an unbelievable level. With a shout, he released the spell at the unsuspecting Dark Lord. Harry fell to his knees panting, not able to see if he had hit or not. What ISSS this? He heard Space bellow. WHO dares SS attack me. Harry felt his heart drop. I've failed. Months of preparation for nothing. He barely noticed FC and the other putting up a shield around themselves. He cracked open a weary eye and saw Space swallowed in an orb of beautiful golden light, his frightened followers trying to free him futilely. The Dark Wizard gave an ear-splitting scream of rage as the judgment fell up him. Harry watched in amazement as Space's black magic was being beat down by the golden orb. The black magic curled and fought against the golden opponent wildly. Voldemort's screams of anger turned into screams of pain and his body seemed to rock and shake uncontrollably. Harry saw then that the golden light was seeping into Riddle's body. His robes, which had seemed to have been made of darkness, were gone. Riddle was bare ass for the world to see. Harry wanted to punch himself in the eyes, but FC and the other unspeakables began summoning their patronuses. He closed his eyes and assessed how much power he had left. His core was not empty, but it wasn't half full either. He wasn't sure if he could produce a corporeal patronus now. He shakily got to his feet, turning just in time to see the rutilant and convulsing Dark Lord whisked away by one of his servants. One of the unspeakables cut down the other rather quickly. He really wished he could have finished the bastard off, but there were still 2 Horcruxes they didn't have in their possession. There was one in Hogwarts, which was still baffling the unspeakables, and the one in Gringotts. The goblins were definitely terrible little, mammonistic creatures and had swiftly reached second place on his shite list, tied with Dumbledore. The little heathens did everything they could to prevent Harry from even hinting at the item in their caves. Their asses are the next to be kicked. We need to revolutionize and democratize our economy anyway. He stumbled around away from the raging battles around him. He was pretty much useless at the moment and had done his duty. The Death Eaters left behind were fighting a pretty one-sided battle against their opponents. Harry could see a few people he recognized from the Order meetings over the summer also fighting every now and then. He tripped over a body lying on the ground and nearly fell through an opening. He looked down into the moonlit night. He shook himself and rolled out of the way. He felt a hand touch his back firmly to steady him as the building rocked once more. "You okay, Henry?" Before Harry could even formulate a response, a Dementor suddenly flew in through the opening in the prison's walls behind FC. Harry shakily raised his wand but was too late. The Dementor yanked FC around and Ed. Harry could only watch in pure disbelief as his uncle was dissolved. His mind and hands didn't appear to be connected. Useless. The soulless body of his uncle dropped like a stringless puppet to the ground. The Dementor turned to him, but it met some sort of force field. Harry still couldn't wrap his mind around what had just happened. Harry could only stare at his uncle's body as the Dementor tried to fight its way through to him. He felt pain unimaginable as if someone had cast a Cruciatus curse on his very soul. No, 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 no. With a roar of agony and rage, Harry cast the first spell on his mind. Expecto Patronium Rucia. The unexpected force of the spell threw him back hard into the wall behind him. He slid to the floor, magically spent and racking with sobs. Prongs pushed the Dementor back through the opening in the wall. Black spots swam before Harry's eyes. He felt warm drops of a liquid slid down his cheeks. He didn't even notice that he was weeping. The Dementor gave an ear-numbing screech as Prongs mauled it. It was torn to pieces before his very eyes by the holy light. He barely noted loudly commanding Prongs to get rid of the rest of the beasts. Harry turned away, his focus on FC. Too weak to wipe the tears from his own eyes, Harry could only slowly crawl toward his fallen uncle and lay down beside him. "I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I wasn't fast or strong enough." The darkness before his eyes became too heavy to fight. Just before the darkness claimed him, he heard a raspy voice nearby. "Don't worry, kiddo. I got you." There was a resounding, surprised silence in the dimly lit hallway. "That kid has mettle," one of the ministry guards murmured as Ms. Granger stormed off away from the, now, restricted hospital wing. Dumbledore found himself stunned by the girl's actions and more than unable to agree with the Auror, Daniel Saphis, Ravenclaw class of '87. A budding charms master, if I remember correctly. He was rarely wrong. He swallowed his anger. He was more than a bit annoyed with the situation in his school over the 2 weeks following the Battle of Azkaban. Although he never showed more than his usual eccentric and professional congeniality, his fury burned deep. He was not used to being challenged in his own territory. Now, multiple old families were making inquiries into the day-to-day activities of the school and using their family members still within the school as spies. Aurors were guarding sections of the school, inspecting every dusty corner of his school for Death Eaters and reporting to all and sundry about Hogwarts affairs, all under the auspices of protecting the children. "Even the school children felt emboldened enough to physically assault me," he grumbled mentally. How the times have changed. Of course, Ms. Granger was not the only one ready to strike him simply because he insisted that Madame Pomfrey place young Harry in a potion-induced coma. After he insisted on no visitation under any circumstances, the Potters had declared an all-out media war on Dumbledore. The sudden appearance of image-damaging exposés in numerous regional and international newspapers was definitely not coincidental. Each chronicled the darkest secrets of Dumbledore's history, his past with Grindelwald, his manipulations within the international and national governments, and every single incident that occurred during his tenure as headmaster. They had even revealed the fact that he had perfect vision and only used his half-moon glasses to see through walls, doors, and enchantments within the school. That had caused many parents to protest for their children's privacy. He received so many howlers the days following that particular article that he had to put up an owl redirecting ward and have the house elves continually check the room where his mail was being redirected to. Fears of an escalation led to Minister Longbottom stationing more Aurors being inside and outside the school after several futile attempts to have Dumbledore to turn over Mr. Potter to the Potters before they ended up declaring war on the ministry. Lady Regnant Potter had already all but declared her intentions in an open letter to the Wizengamot. The only thing keeping the Potters from bringing magical Britain to its knees is Tom's desperate, guerrilla warfare on the Muggle population. At least Tom is rumored to be severely injured at the moment. He felt a familiar headache blooming as he contemplated this new, multiplayer battlefield so dissimilar to the one-front war of the last Blood War. And Ms. Granger has a rather heavy hand. His 2 weeks old headache had begun with a panicked flow call from Poppy. St. Mungo's policy for any current or recently graduated students taken to their hospital was to ask Madame Pomfrey about their medical records before they began with their healing treatment. This time, the hospital asked for the records of one Lord Henry James Potter. Lords and ladies were not to be healed without familial consent, and Poppy was only brought in thereafter if the family so requested. The typical policy would be to inform the Lord's lady, but since Lord Potter was not married they skipped that step. Thank Merlin. Otherwise, Dumbledore would have never found out about the secret mission at Azkaban, its repercussions or the opportunities it brought with it. A small guffaw from behind him quickly reminded him that he was not alone and that he had stood, stunned, in the same spot for quite some time. Dumbledore excused himself from the two snickering Aurors and quickly made his way to the Great Hall. He would have preferred not leaving the men unattended. Such a ministry presence was unprecedented in Hogwarts history and bespoke the fundamental change in his influence in Britain. And now the Potters are applying more and more pressure. For the past week and following her letter to the Wizengamot, Dumbledore received daily letters from the Lady Henriette Potter requesting information on her Lord Potter. Well, what began as information requests had evolved into thinly veiled threats to return him to his family immediately. If she had wanted to be reached in emergencies, she should not have put up owl wards. Granted, the few confounding charms I used on the owl delivering the letter should also be taken into account. Emancipated lord, young Harry might be, but he had no documented blood family in Britain. His mother's family had been Muggles and, thanks to Dolores Umbridge, no longer amongst the living. His nearest blood family in Britain were the Blacks, but Dumbledore did not give the St. Mungo's staff the time to dig deep enough into the ministry lineage records to figure that out. Thank Merlin Harry's black airship is not well known. Since the Lady Regnant Potter had been unavailable after the battle, and Harry's godfather had no say unless there was no Potter family whatsoever available, a small custody vacuum was created. Dumbledore quickly used the confusion to act in loco parentis as Lord Potter's headmaster and order his transfer to the Hogwarts hospital wing. Dumbledore gave himself a mental pat on the back in congratulation for a loophole well seized. It was technically very illegal. The unlawful confinement of a lord, especially one of multiple houses, could bring upwards of 10 years in Azkaban. It was well worth the risk. He had simply had no other choice. He was not used to being left in the dark regarding the political goings-on in England. Young Harry had managed to sideline and trump him so well, and in such a thorough manner, that Dumbledore no longer knew what was happening in his country. And who's to say that Harry has been telling me all I should know? I certainly wouldn't in his position. After Harry's last visit to Grimmauld Place, Dumbledore was not able to shake the feeling that Harry had not been telling him the entire truth. There were a few ends of this story that were just too perfectly tied up. Even though his subtle questioning of some higher-up ministry officials had revealed the same, if watered down, information, his gut feeling told him otherwise. That was all going to change now. In one risky swoop, Dumbledore had reset the entire board of the political game. He had the Potters isolated from there. Lord and safely outside of the castle wards. He had Harry in his possession and on a mentally weakening potions regime. He had the minister at bay by granting her a historical concession of stationing 10 Aurors in Hogwarts. And the media campaign against him was being met with silent resilience. He looked forward to using that against the ministry and the Potters once he had Harry under his control. What must be done, must simply be done. The sudden ringing of the dinner bell pulled him out of his reverie and made him jump somewhat. Maybe I should talk to Minerva about reducing that penetrating sound. He briefly considered making himself invisible to the children so that he could get to the Great Hall undisturbed. However, he observed the awe and reverence in which the youngest students were regarding him, despite the negative media, and decided against the disillusionment. It was a pleasant feeling, being the role model to an entire generation, and as such for multiple Hogwarts generations. For every few angry letters he had received in response to the news articles, he still received 1 or 2 supporting him and condemning the newspapers and ministry for being repugnant, deceitful and hateful. Nothing had touched him more. Dumbledore quickly and subtly expanded his aura to an impressive level. He soon felt a tight pressure on his magical core and immediately grabbed the handle of his Elder Wand in his sleeve to help him maintain the magic. For all of his endless prowess with a wand, Elder or his original one, time and age were still factors for all great wizards, including him. He was definitely no longer able to wield wandless magic with great abandon. His mental prowess and creativity had not waned, but his spells lacked the punch they had once had in his prime. It was one of the reasons why he had yet to retire the Elder Wand, a horrid and constant reminder of his former lover. The legend of the 3 brothers, especially of the Death Stick, was still told to young wizardlings at night. Dumbledore had thought about whispering into a few ears the improbability of there being such a thing, but he had wisely decided against it. To take such a concrete stance on a children's bedtime story should be beneath someone of his stature, and would unnecessarily fuel conspiracy flames to unbearable degrees. Harry's painfully accurate description of it at Grimmauld Place still bewildered him to this day. How in Merlin's beard had the boy known? That will be the first thing I look for when I open his mind. Since he had had no major accomplishments since his defeat of Gellert, he was careful not to bring too much unsavory attention to himself. His waning star was one of the many reasons he had taken an active interest in young Harry's life. Harry's defeat of Voldemort at the tender age of 1 paralleled in many ways his own defeat of his dear Gellert. Dumbledore had taken it upon himself to read all correspondence written to the young Potter in the years following that fateful Halloween night and saw the similarities to the pleas and well wishes in his own correspondence following Grindelwald's defeat in 1945. Though he had never shared this with another person, it had frightened and bothered him endlessly. The fear had weighed upon him in the months following Tom's defeat until he truly believed he would be not looked to for advice. Even the perpetual, awestruck looks of his students were no longer as present as before. It was then that he came up with the brilliant plan that had dictated all of his interactions with Harry thereafter. He would become the new Lord of the Light's guardian and mentor. Where necessary, he set everything up so that, upon Harry's re-arrival in their world, the boy would look to him and only him for guidance. The abuse that Harry faced under his relatives' care, Harry's interactions with Weasleys and other adoring followers of his, the limited interaction with others in the wizarding world and his limited knowledge of the world and his place within had all been part of his plan to endear Harry to himself. And it had been successful. He lived on through Harry. If anyone had wanted contact with or information on their child savior, they had had to go through Dumbledore first. When people mentioned the feats of one, they usually mentioned the others shortly thereafter. He was fairly sure that if Harry were to survive his final confrontation with Tom, Dumbledore would not only go acclaimed in history due to his victory over Grindelwald but also twice-fold with his mentoring of Harry Potter, defeater of the Dark Lord Voldemort. Harry might even name a son after me, he thought generously. Dumbledore knew his time as Lord of the Light was at an end, but at least he could endear his successor to him and live on through him. The world needed them to guide and protect those who were too weak and weak-minded to protect themselves. Dumbledore was doing his part for wizard kind. As the crowds of students parted in waves before of him, as if he were Merlin incarnate, Dumbledore knew he had made the right choices all of those years ago. Serious unlawful incarceration had slid comfortably out of his purview and off his radar. He truly had known nothing about serious innocence. He merely ignored an unnecessary bother, and Harry Potter had looked up to him more and more each year. At least until James's family came into the picture. Under his impeccable, grandfatherly facade, Dumbledore burned once more with rage. The Potters had destroyed all of his many years of planning, positioning and hard work over the course of one single summer. Harry had no longer looked up to him and even worked to spite him. But by allowing Harry to partake in the Battle of Azkaban, they had unknowingly given Dumbledore the golden opportunity to salvage some of his plans and correct their misdirection. Now all I have to do is wait. Once the potions he ordered Poppy to give Harry took effect and lowered his mental capacity, Dumbledore would be able to destroy the mental walls around his declared successor's mind and imprint the adoring and proper behavior fitting of his next Lord of the Light. A genuine smile graced his face as he nodded to some students leaving the charmed study room. Ms. Granger's physical assault was nearly forgotten as Dumbledore walked slowly through the masses and allowed the looks of admiration from his other pupils wash over him. If it weren't for the steady stream of owls pouring in with an hourly tact, the constant attacks on the wards, and, of course, the presence of Aurors in his domain, he would be completely at peace with the current situation. Daily, the Ward Stones and Stone Guardians of Hogwarts reported a rather strong and insistent testing of the outer wards by unidentified individuals. Dumbledore still wasn't sure if it was from Death Eaters or the Potters since the Death Eater activity had increased at the same time of his acquisition of Harry. It wouldn't matter anyway. Neither has the ability to break through the centuries-old wards, and neither would dare to do so while I'm headmaster. His pensive grandstanding was abruptly disturbed as Minerva called out to him from the grand stairway. Headmaster. She spoke as she moved quickly into his path. I've just received a flow from Minister Longbottom. She will be arriving in mere moments to discuss Mr. Potter's well-being. Over a century of hiding his emotions was the only thing that kept Dumbledore from groaning outright. Of course, she would be. The daily missives were not enough. How he missed her malleable and puppet-like predecessors. At least he could turn them away when they became too bothersome. Dumbledore was not, however, able to keep the exasperation out of his voice. Surely our honorable minister would not deprive an old man of his repast. Minerva's mouth formed a rather impressively thin line. It was amazing how often he forgot that his grandfatherly persona had no effect on the old tigress. Your belly has been thoroughly cared for over 5 decades, Albus Percival Wulfric Bryan. We have all been waiting patiently for 2 weeks on any news about Mr. Potter. Poppy has been turning people away left and right on your orders. Unless you want this to go to the Wizengamot, you will receive the minister. She whispered furiously. Her anger was so corporeal that students nearby instinctually put more distance between themselves and their transfiguration professor. Her temper was possibly even more legendary than his aura. He extended his hands in a peaceful gesture. Minnie. Don't you dare, Minnie, me. You will be. Her tirade was suddenly cut short as the entire area shook violently. It felt as if a horde of giants were shaking the castle out of its very foundations. Stones and debris rained down from the ceilings and walls, showering all beneath in a deadly cloud of rubble. 3 of the magical staircases above him crashed into one another, bringing more stones tumbling. A quick check of the castle's wards deemed them all intact. Whatever was causing the quakes must be coming from within. The quakes stopped just as suddenly as they had begun. Dumbledore doubted the quakes had lasted more than 5 seconds. With no time to further examine the wards, Dumbledore's wand was instantly out and creating a physical shield over the heads of the students in the entrance hall. He heard screaming from all sides, and students were running in all directions, knocking one another over. Portraits along the stairwell were falling and their inhabitants hurrying to other portraits before they were destroyed by falling stones. Dumbledore quickly discarded the idea to reduce the heavier stones to their basic components since the larger ones might be needed to rebuild later on. He hoped the students not in his vicinity were unharmed, but he knew it was most likely not the case. He could see some of the older students protecting themselves and the younger ones. Quite a few were injured in some way or another. After vanishing the dust particles, and with a mighty, 2-handed heave of the Elder Wand, Dumbledore guided the heaviest stones to an uninhabited area of the hall. Minerva, all students are to go the nearest designated shelter. Great Hall or common rooms. Those were the only areas in the castle, besides the headmaster's office, that were truly fortified against natural disasters like earthquakes. They were rare but had occurred at odd times over the past millennium. Minerva wasted no time in casting a sonorous and a school-wide communication spell. All students are to head to the Great Hall or their common rooms. All house heads should head to their respective common rooms. All other faculty and Aurors please head to the Great Hall. Please do so quickly and calm. A resounding boom from the direction, from which Dumbledore had just come, cut her off once more. The castle shook once more, though not on the same scale as before. Dumbledore was suddenly reminded of the Muggle bombings during their last World War and his war with Grindelwald. The deputy headmistress turned to her boss for further instruction, only to see the ends of his sparkling turquoise robes cutting through the air as he ran around students in the direction of the loud noise. She shook her head, and began assisting the injured students on the stairs. Dumbledore's wand never stayed still as he rushed to where the internal wards were, alerting him to major damage. He quickly bandaged bleeding students, moved more of the falling large stones to protect and free up the egress of fleeing students, and pulled precariously loose, hanging fixtures, stones and other things that could harm his students and staff, or himself down and out of the way, all while running at a breakneck speed. He halted as he stumbled upon the bloody and crushed form of a third-year student. Adelaide Brooke. His heart broke at the sight of the talented, pure-blooded girl dead for no reason other than being in the wrong place at the wrong time. After a moment of contemplation, he called for the head house elf, Tubby. "Master Headmaster," the creature said as it popped in. Its already large eyes went wider at the sight of the dead student, and its floppy ears drooping slowly in mourning. "Send a team of your fastest and strongest elves to scout the corridors for other fallen students or staff," he commanded with haste. He paused, internal morals conflicting the expectations of his responsibilities as headmaster. "Please adhere to the old ways when handling the deceased. Place them in the ante-chambers of the Great Hall." Tubby nodded rapidly and snapped his fingers as Dumbledore rushed off in the direction of the hospital wing. Dumbledore was purely against the druid-inspired and traditional old ways, especially when they pertained to funeral rites. Bodies were to be declothed and cleaned of all internal and external impurities before they were covered with a white sheet made of pure magic in preparation for the ritual of eternal life. Most dark and traditional families still practiced cremation by means of a funeral pyre, where the magical residue within the blood and body of the deceased, freed by means of the cremation, was reabsorbed by living family members. For the past century, only the lightest of families buried their dearly departed. It was nothing but magical cannibalism. Barbaric necromancy. Absorbing the magic of the deceased should never be allowed. The rituals had been practiced often in Grindelwald's war since he attacked many of the traditional families Europe-wide who practiced such barbarism. Dumbledore found himself the unfortunate participant of such a ritual at his son's and wife's funeral. It was organized by his wife's family, the Stewards, a branch of the famous Sayre family that returned to England after Isolde Sayre founded the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. All traumatic thoughts of the past were quickly torn from his mind as he turned the corner to the hospital wing. His mouth moved wordlessly, and his blood chilled. The hospital wing simply was no more. Water leaked from the pipes that ran through the ceiling. The entirety of the two walls that overlooked the school grounds had exploded outwards and were no more. A cool November wind chilled the area but was not the reason for his visible shudder. A glowing, green dark mark offered a gruesome illumination into who was behind the atrocity. Headmas. Good Merlin. Dumbledore felt and heard Severus coming to a running stop behind him. The sallow, black-haired man nearly dropped his wand at the sight of the heartbreaking carnage that he had walked into. Dumbledore waved his wand in a complex manner and frowned. He wasn't able to remove the dark mark glowing even more brightly now, as if mocking his efforts. "This isn't a typical dark mark," he noted as he expanded his magic. The mark was tethered to something or someone. Growling in frustration, Dumbledore turned his attention and wand to identifying any survivors. He cast a seemingly endless chain of spells and picked up 6 human forms in the area, excluding himself and Severus. He did quick maths and calculated that the lifeless 4 forms by the entrance belonged to the 4 Aurors who had been sent to guard Mr. Potter, 2 inside and 2 outside the door, yet all were within the room now for some reason. 2 other individuals were buried under rubble near where the beds would have been where Mr. Potter had lain. Severus, there. He pointed his wand toward where his spells picked up the only sign of life among the fallen in the area. Dumbledore expertly moved stones, beds and other rubble to the side where no bodies were located, praying simultaneously to any and all gods that Mr. Potter, no, Lord Potter, had survived the attack. Severus is at his side almost instantaneously. On 3, slowly, Dumbledore instructed. 1 2 3. Wingardium Leviosa. The two wizards intoned as one. With much care, the heavy stones were slowly lifted off of Ms. Granger. I thought the wing to be guarded off. Severus murmured more to himself than to Dumbledore after the stones had been laid to the side and his silent concentration was no longer required for casting. Dumbledore felt the world spin before his eyes as the realization sunk in that Harry Potter was either dead or, more likely, in the hands of Lord Voldemort. His shoulders sunk as the gravity of the situation weighed upon him. This can't be. Everything was perfectly planned. A heavy silence descended over the two as Dumbledore was lost in his grave thoughts about the repercussions of the attack, and Severus, the only of the two with extensive healing experience, did what he could to save the life of the tenacious girl. Thousands of helpless thoughts, fears, and possible impacts flooded Dumbledore's mind. He had ultimately lost everything. The chance to guide Harry back onto the path planned by him, the chance to save the wizarding world from the approaching darkness, the chance to live on through Harry's legacy. "Oh Poppy," Severus said with much, untypical emotion coating his voice. Dumbledore turned and confirmed what his calculations suspected. Dumbledore's troubled heart fell apart as he gazed upon the twisted form of one of his oldest and closest confidants lying near Ms. Granger. "Oh Poppy, indeed I'm sorry, my dear. I should have been able to protect you." He kneeled and gently closed her pained eyes right before Tubby popped in to transport her to the antechamber. Not a moment later, Dumbledore felt the outer wards register and admit 5 visitors through the castle gates, one of which had Minister Longbottom's magical signature and one with Lady Black's. His weeks-old headache returned with such a ferocity that he knew it could not be coincidental. He looked up through the destroyed ceiling and through Tom's monstrosity to the gray, eventide sky in a silent plea to any listening deity. He heard the rapidly approaching footsteps of Lady Black, the minister, and the minister's auror entourage before his plea could be answered, and maybe as a spiteful answer to his appeal as well. "I was so close," Poppy had mentioned to him just that morning that the potion would have opened young Harry's mind to him within 2 days' time. With great effort, Dumbledore righted himself. He took in the fearful and confused faces and, without any prompt, reported absent-mindedly what he knew. "What?" The minister's voice reverberated through that section of the castle, shaking bits of dust from the already loosened stones. Lady Black was rendered speechless and gaping for the first time in his presence. Under other circumstances, Dumbledore would have made a snarky comment about flies. This was however neither the time nor the place for such vitriol. He merely hung his head in defeat and accepted the abuse that began pouring from the two powerful women. He knew there was much more to come once the story broke. On the opposite end of the island, a raven-haired lady overlooked the immaculate grounds of her family's well-warded manor with a half-drunk, calming draught in her hand. The sun had barely set in Gloucestershire as the door to the Lord, now ladies, study opened to admit her uncle. She turned to look her uncle in the eye. Was the mission successful? He merely nodded. She exhaled slowly and swallowed the rest of her potion. The shaking of her hands let up after a moment or two. The first part of the plan was a success, though she refused to ask how much collateral damage there was. The second part would see her as the star in the media drama. This is where she would shine. The Potter way declared that if a Potter Lord or Lady were incapacitated for over 2 weeks, the Lord or Lady regnant was to be declared the new Lord or Lady pending the acceptance of the branch heads. She gave a small contented sigh, noticing only peripherally her uncle's abrupt departure. FC had been against the plan from the beginning, being against any unnecessary bloodshed and completely loyal to their incapacitated Lord Potter. Henriette was taught, as was Henry, that sometimes a lord or lady had to be willing to sacrifice everything for their family. Their health, their magic, their happiness or their life even. Henry would forgive her. Familia super omnia. That was their new Potter family motto, chosen by Henry himself. Family over everything, even you, Harry. She whispered before she headed to the dining hall to inform the family staying at the manor of the news. She gave the room a once-over. The letters for the Prophet, for other newspapers and for the rest of the family would be sent out tomorrow. They lay on the desk, prepared for the family, press, and public, tear-stained and pre-written with emotional words of mourning. She lifted her chin, her beautiful black hair cascading over her shoulders, and closed the door to her study. She was ready to be Lady Potter. The night following the attack on Hogwarts and the kidnapping of Lord Potter was the longest Neville Longbottom had ever experienced. Hogwarts was supposed to be impenetrable. The general consensus among the wizarding populace was that as long as Dumbledore was headmaster, no one would ever dare attack the school. Boy, were they wrong. Most students spent the evening and night within the Great Hall listening to the hundreds of theories as to what happened the night before. No professor or prefect enforced the lights-out curfew since they had all been on high alert after their impromptu, late-night meeting with Headmaster Dumbledore. Neville had never seen the man so downtrodden and perturbed. He looked broken and so unlike the super being that he was rumored to be. He had informed them all that there had been an attack on the castle by Death Eaters and that he had activated the war wards which prohibited movement into and out of the castle. The professors had been given all-night rotation duty, heads of house were to stay in the dorms with the students still there, and the prefects were asked to keep a vigilant eye on their fellow students in the Great Hall before the headmaster abruptly ended the meeting. The students still in the common rooms had just been brought down by their heads in the morning for breakfast. So Neville was not surprised by a harried-looking McGonagall's morning declaration to the general student population that you know who was behind the assault on the castle and that further information would be provided after breakfast. It had ruined his appetite immediately. "Where do you think Dumbledore is?" Ronald Weasley asked with his mouth full. His usual, terrible table manners disgusting those sitting near him. As usual, Neville noted aside. A growl bubbled in the back of Neville's throat as he spoke what was on his mind. The real question is, how can you stuff your face when so many of us are injured or missing? His disgust at the redhead gormandizing across from him was visibly evident. The freckled boy frowned at the unexpected response from the normally timid teen and swallowed a mouthful of eggs. "Starving myself won't help anything." Neville and several others around them snorted in disbelief. Neville turned away from his insipid classmate and stared out of the painted windows wondering if the injured students were being healed in the hospital wing or if they were taken to St. Mungo's. Each house table was missing a substantial number of students, more than the number of beds in the hospital wing. "I hope Hermione is okay." His bushy-haired companion of several months had taken Harry's hospitalization very hard. Neville assumed she was overwhelmed by guilt for ignoring him since the beginning of the school year. He had tried to explain to her the ways of family magic many times, but she was stubborn in her belief that if Harry were truly interested in her that he would be able to see through it. Neville knew such to be hogwash, but try as he might, he could not get the girl to see reason. He hated seeing the distraught looks that Harry had cast in her direction. Neville had been so fed up with Hermione on Halloween, after seeing a particularly heart-wrenching look from Harry, that he told her she had to approach Harry soon and talk to him directly. Apparently, she had been moments too late. Harry's disappearance from the castle had gone unnoticed by most until the Daily Prophet's morning edition had declared him the victor of the Battle of Azkaban. Hermione had had to be sent to the hospital wing for calming drafts once classes had ended that day. Unfortunately, that did nothing to help her since, as she angrily informed Neville afterward, Harry had been transferred from St. Mungo's to Hogwarts at that time, and she had been forbidden to see him. Neville remembered humorously the rampage she had gone on. She refused to answer questions in classes and even disrespected the headmaster to his face since it was under his orders that Harry was not allowed visitation. Neville wondered if she had even registered that Professor McGonagall had given her a point for speaking her mind since she, in the same breath, had put Hermione on prefect probation for disorderly conduct. "Neville," someone whispered loudly. He shook his head and turned to the garrulous Lavender Brown, who was impatiently waving her hand in front of his face. "What?" The girl flipped her hair over her shoulders as if she were modeling for a fashion magazine. "It's as if no one cares that students are missing and that we were attacked last night. I was just wondering if you knew where Hermione is," she said with small, flirty smile. "She's the only Gryffindor girl missing in our year." Neville was momentarily taken aback by her question followed by astounded and finally utterly disgusted. It was clear to him that Lavender believed Hermione to have had some part in the attack and was fishing for juicy details to share with all and sundry. Usually, whenever Harry was in trouble, Hermione was right there as well. "If you want to know if she was harmed or killed last night so can go gossip to your little air-headed friends, you will have to wait until McGonagall announces it." He all but barked at her. She flinched back as if physically struck by his words before she rushed off to the other end of the table. "Hey, that was not called for, mate," the freckled food bin across from him uttered in shock. She was just curious. If it weren't for the arrival of the Morning Post, Neville would have reached across the table and decked the idiot. He settled for a murderous glare since he could also feel the eyes of Professor Weasley on him from the head table. There was complete silence as the owls landed and the Daily Prophet was opened quickly by all. Suddenly someone sniffled and a small boy in Hufflepuff began weeping aloud. He had received a black owl, meaning a family member of his had died. The floodgates opened and more students began crying, gasping and speaking about what they were reading either from letters or in the Prophet. Neville peered over Seamus' shoulders, with Dean Thomas and 2 fourth years, to get a good look at the front page. Neville's blood chilled as soon as he saw the destroyed state of the hospital wing and the ominously glowing dark mark on one of the large pictures. Death Eater attack on Hogwarts. 11 students and 2 staff members killed. Many injured. Lord Potter kidnapped. By Semble Shuffleton. Last night, the nightmare every parent feared since the return of He Who Must Not Be Named came true. Hogwarts was attacked from within. As Minister Longbottom announced in a press conference this morning, at approximately 5:30 in the evening, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was shaken, literally, by a dastardly attack on the hospital wing. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore has informed me that as of this morning, 10 young wizards and witches lost their lives due to falling rocks and other cave-ins. The Hogwarts wards are still intact, so we believe the attack happened from within. This reporter reports that since the time of the conference, one more student, who had been rushed to St. Mungo's, passed away in the intensive care unit. The minister went on to state that the dark mark, He Who Must Not Be Named's brand, and trademark, hovered over the scene of the crime as seen in the picture above. Ministry investigators unanimously agreed that the attack on the school was first and foremost a kidnapping attempt on Lord Harry James Potter, age 15, whose controversial transfer from St. Mungo's to Hogwarts Hospital wing following the Battle of Azkaban on Headmaster Dumbledore's order has generated waves of disquisition from the Wizengamot to the Hogwarts Board of Governors. See pages 5 to 9 for a summary of the discussions and minutes from the meetings. When questioned this morning as to why he went against the Potter family's wishes and brought the wrath of you-know-who upon the school, see pages 10 to 12 for Lady Regnant Henriette Potter's heartrending appeals to Headmaster Dumbledore and to the Wizengamot for the release of her head of family into her care. Headmaster Dumbledore responded cryptically. Young Harry, excuse me, Lord Potter, was guaranteed the best of care in his 14 years under my custodianship. Unfortunately, his importance to our world is more crucial than bending to the whims of foreign individuals who have known him for all of 5 months. Neville skimmed the next few paragraphs since they only mentioned Harry and Dumbledore, as well as a summary of Harry's remarks at the impromptu summer session of the Wizengamot where he had been put on trial. He soon stumbled upon the name he had been desperately looking for 5 paragraphs later. Among the 31 students transferred to St. Mungo's for healing was 1 megasecond. Hermione Granger, the Muggle-born friend of Lord Potter. According to reliable sources, Ms. Granger was found within the hospital wing and her wand was registered having used many defensive and violent spells, most likely to protect the bedridden Lord Potter from his attackers. A powerful heroine for a powerful hero. Street. Mungo's reports that Ms. Granger was hit with a powerful stunning spell and later crushed by fallen rocks. Our Muggle-born heroine was listed in critical condition as of this morning. For a full list of deceased and injured students, see page 3. For more on Lord Potter's relationship with Ms. Granger, see the reprint of Rita Skeeter's article from February on page 12. Neville collapsed in his seat. Harry had been abducted by Death Eaters, and Hermione lay in critical condition at St. Mungo's. His mind could barely wrap itself around that information. So, do you know where Hermione is? I still need her help with charms. Ron's gobbled question breached Neville's shock. It's nice that you hang around her and all because Harry won't, but she's still my bookworm. The redhead's attempt at a joke instantly pushed him into a rage. Neville saw red and everything blurred. He was not aware of propelling himself over the table to clobber the redhead, sending food and people nearby flying out of the way. He just remembered knocking the boy off the bench, landing on top of him, holding red hair in one fist and hitting with the other. It took 3 professors, 2 repelling spells and a petrification spell to get him off of the, now, unconscious and bloodied boy beneath him. He barely heard the blathering of Professor Weasley about his imminent arrest and expulsion. He didn't even notice the arrival of anxious and mourning parents picking up their children, living or deceased. When his grandmother appeared with her Auror guard and demanded to know why he was bloodied and petrified, he wasn't even aware that he wandlessly broke the spell. He stunned everyone by righting himself, lifting his chin and speaking directly and formally to his grandmother. Mr. Weasley disrespected and insulted the honor of Ms. Granger, a friend of our house and of our sibling House Potter. If he were not bloodied and beaten on the ground, I would challenge him to a wizard's duel with no quarter. Neville spat upon the ground by the redhead. His gran gave him a shrewd look and turned primly to the shocked elder redhead. Please inform your Lady Pruitt that House Longbottom will be in touch. She grabbed Neville gently yet firmly by the shoulder and steered him out of the great hall. As they left the castle, and without turning to him, she said simply, "Your parents would be proud of the loyal friend and upright man their baby has become." I surely am. For the first time in his life, he felt a deeper connection to his grandmother beside that of blood. He only wished he could have made her proud without breaking his hand and without having 2 friends in precarious conditions. As the sad news broke at Hogwarts and at other breakfast tables in the UK, a certain Dark Lord was fuming in his manner. His Death Eaters were avoiding him as best as they could. The young recruit who thought he would be higher in the Dark Lord's favor if he were the first to bring the news to his lord ended up a twitching mess on the cold, stone floor when his lord was finished releasing his anger. Voldemort merely kicked the pathetic boy out of his pacing path. Who dares operate outside of my orders? He wouldn't put it past one of his more lower-ranking Death Eaters to try and curry his favor by kidnapping his nemesis. But breaking into Hogwarts belied skills that only his highest, most favored Death Eaters would possess. His initial thought was that the entire attack was a manipulation concocted by the old fool Dumbledore to focus Voldemort's attention elsewhere. However, his logical side kicked in. It was impossible for anyone other than his marked servants to cast the dark mark. He had put a safeguard in place for exactly such a situation. He also was receiving word from his followers with children that the injuries and deaths of the students were not being faked. If there was one thing that old fool would never do, it was deliberately and willingly kill his own charges. The old man despised bloodshed above all else, especially that of the young and innocent. It was single-handedly due to him that Voldemort's current followers were not killed after his demise in 81. Dumbledore had insisted that they all be imprisoned and re-socialized instead. At some point, I will have to send him a "thank you" card, preferably pinned to the smoking corpse of one of his order members. It wasn't a bad idea at all. I'll give Bella the mission. She's been looking bit sulky at the lack of high-profile killings lately. He knew she wasn't the only one. Since the Battle of Azkaban, as the papers were calling it, he found himself unable to wield magic as he had since his resurrection. He had his most loyal researching the curse that thrice-damned Potter had cast on him. So far the research bore no fruit whatsoever. Due to the curse, he found himself unable to cast any magic that would harm or kill others. Some spells left him drained, whereas the darkest spells ended up harming him painfully as well. Most of his other, non-dark spells were just as powerful as before. It was just the dark magic. A Dark Lord who can't wield dark magic cannot be rightfully called such. It is disgraceful. Even crucioing the foolish recruit had left him feeling as if he had single-handedly raised the fabled Atlantis. It was imperative that he regained his strength immediately. If there were dissenters in his ranks, he had to weed them out and publicly punish them in the presence of his remaining followers, otherwise, the rebellion would spread quickly. He would have preferred to kill any and all dissenters among his followers, but following dear old Gussie's rather accurate pamphlet to all of magical England about his parentage and background, recruitment had decreased severely. He had also suddenly lost most of his powerful and rich followers in the aftermath of Lucius' trial and the Death Eater purge that had swiftly followed. Many of his marked followers in the ministry went mysteriously missing all at once a few days after the trial. It was not a mystery in all honesty. He had viciously punished all of them through their dark marks for not responding to his summons, yet not one returned regardless of his actions. After he sent 2 more, lower-ranked, followers into ministry to spy, and they failed to return, He quickly declared the ministry off limits to all remaining followers until he had the time to see what was happening himself. After I find the counter to this dratted curse. The failed mission to break his faithful followers out of Azkaban had left him weakened, without many of his most faithful and 15 recruits lighter. Besides the Lestranges, the Carrows, and the Rat, Pettigrew, he was surrounded by a completely new, mindless and mediocre set of wizards. Luckily, he had sent McNair and Jugson to recruit the Giants prior to the mission, otherwise, he would have lost their talented ones as well. It was slowly dawning on him that he was facing a completely different England than the fearful and desperate one he had nearly been king of before his demise. He had a feeling that it all had something to do with Potter and with his foreign family coming to shore. A new feeling settled in his stomach, something he hadn't felt since his pre-teenage years. Fear. The one with the power to vanquish, what did it mean? Was it magical power, political power, or his extended family? The power of the Potters united under a Lord Potter. Maybe even their family magic. Of course, he snarled out loud. The spell that the Potter brat hit him with was from the Potter family repertoire. No wonder our research has been futile. Suddenly the recruit on the floor relieved himself, most likely in fear of more punishment. Voldemort did not even break stride as he banished the idiot and his excrement through the window and sat down heavily on his throne. I need to get my hands on that prophecy. The timing couldn't be better with Dumbledore currently occupied by the attack and the Potter brat off the map. I will need to be quick, but I also need to be at top strength. He needed to do another ritual, one that would strip him of all foreign magic and leave him as he was on Halloween 1981. He would need the Horcrux he had made before he attacked the Potters. He needed the locket, and he would need a lowly recruit to consume the drink of despair. He made all of his protections without any bypass methods. He had not planned on ever needing to retrieve them. At the same time, his thoughts shifted to his next plans. He would need to find out which of his treacherous followers was hiding Potter. His thoughts strayed in both cases to the blonde Potter in his service. Yes, he will do nicely. Once he was back at strength, he would have to single-handedly infiltrate the Ministry of Magic to find his missing followers and the prophecy. Or maybe I don't. He raised his wand to his ring and immediately summoned Bella. His ring was only linked to his inner circle. He had found it a bit appalling that he had needed Wormtail's arm to summon his most faithful followers at his resurrection. He would add the more worthy of his current followers to his ring after he returned to power. He had barely lowered his wand as Bellatrix opened his door and bowed deeply. Faithful girl. She was probably waiting outside the door just for me to call her my lord. Her adoration for him palpable through her words. He would reward her upon her return. Locate McNair and Jugson. They are to abort their mission and accompany you to Romania, where you will attack the International Dragon Reserves. You are not to be discovered. Kill or recruit the dragon handlers. How many you kill does not matter, as long as you leave the worthy ones and at least one of the tamers alive. Once you have the area under control, summon me. She nodded furiously and graciously, bloodlust swimming in her eyes, as she swiftly departed. He had no doubts that she would summon him through the dark mark in 2 days' time. An evil smile graced his face as he imagined her trussing up the McNair and Jugson in order to get to the reserves more quickly to kill. He summoned Wormtail with his ring and waited a total of 2 minutes before the rat-like man came scurrying into the throne room. My lord, he sniveled, gasping for breath, a newspaper clutched in his hands. Oh, how Voldemort would have loved to crucio the man, but he had to conserve his strength for retrieving his Horcrux. Your arm, he demanded. The dirty man scurried up to the throne, bearing his arm at a most uncomfortable angle while dotting his lord's robes. Voldemort swiftly pressed his wand into the mark and thought of Jonas Potter. Bring me Narcissa Black. I want her unharmed and in my presence upon my return tonight. Wormtail bowed his head even lower so that his lord could not see the worry in his eyes. Well, go. The man scurried to his feet and rushed from the room. Wormtail's special afternoon edition of the Daily Prophet lay open at his feet. He swiftly picked up the newspaper and read the article with Lady Regnant Potter's emotional letter calling for Dumbledore to take responsibility for his actions and inaction in her lord's kidnapping as the door to his throne room opened once more. To admit the blonde Potter. Before the boy had the chance to bow before him and his robes, Voldemort stood up from his throne and used some passive legilimency. The boy's mind was leaking worries about his Lady Regnant Potter and his Dark Lord. Voldemort viciously followed those thoughts into the weakling's mind. The feeble protection around the boy's mind shattered instantly under the Dark Lord's legendary legilimency assault. "Ah, such a clever girl," Voldemort told as he quickly found the information he was looking for. "So your Lady Regnant did simulate the Death Eater participation in the attack on Hogwarts," he stated, pulling out of the boy's ravaged mind. The blonde lay crying on the ground before Voldemort. If he had the power to spare, he would have crucioed the boy into next week and back. I wonder how she managed to fabricate the dark mark. He found himself at lost at how the Potters had even managed to infiltrate the school. He had many of his best Death Eaters, not that there are many of them left, testing the famous wards for weaknesses daily. None were having luck. For the Potters to have found a way in little to no time. He might end up having Snape drop his spying to launch an attack from within once he had dealt the Ministry and the Potters a blow with the dragons. He would promise Snape the headmaster position at Hogwarts. That would be a fitting reward for his many years of service. Maybe the Carrows could be my eyes and ears within the castle while I'm taking over the Ministry. My lord. The blonde spoke finally with fear, in pain and trembling. I was unaware that she had such an act planned. I was on my way to inform you when I received your summons. The stuttered to a stop as his eyes zoomed in on Voldemort's wand. He clearly expected pain. Voldemort's evil grin was nothing more than a promise of much more pain to come and nearly loosened the boy's bowels. It is no matter. We will deal with your lady's disrespect upon our return. Without waiting for the boy to wrap his mind around the fact that he would not be immediately tortured for withholding rather vital information, Voldemort apparated them to the first destination on his path to ruling England. Memory. Day 38 under the Potter time bubble. There is no rule book to becoming the Potter, Uncle Virgil said softly to Harry and Henriette at their first family magic lesson under the time bubble. The most important thing a lord or lady of our house must do is learn from their predecessors. Unfortunately, our headline has been all but destroyed due to the last civil war in magical England. He threw a sad look at Harry, the last of that line. Hopefully not for long, he thought with a fleeting glance at Henriette. FC's plan to get young Henry to open up by appealing to the boy's moral compass and valorous honesty worked like a charm, while the family magic relaxed and soothed the teen. Henry had given them a rather jarring and unedited version of his life so far, and Virgil had had the immediate feeling that either Destiny or this light Lord Albus Dumbledore, or both, was planning to end the Potterhead line. If Harry doesn't marry soon, Virgil had thought then, the chances of there being a continuation of that line are minimal with the rate at which he finds himself in dangerous positions. Neither Henry nor Henriette questioned the fact that he decided to have Henriette attend Henry's lessons, though most of his children had given him knowing looks. It wasn't too far-fetched to hope that the two lines, his and Charles, merged through a matrimonial union between the two raven-haired teens. He could feel the family magic pushing the two together, opening them up to one another, preparing them for a possible marriage. Since Harry had woken up under the time bubble, he and his cousin had been inseparable. Virgil was sure that the only time that they had indeed separated for had been to go to the toilet or to bed. The two gave him hope for both the headline and the future of the Australian line. He was, through his duties to one and headship of the other, deeply invested in the future of both of the teenagers. Therefore, you will be learning from the memories and portraits of the Lord and Lady Potters we can find. The portraits will test your knowledge and retention. Harry's paw of the memory. A little cheer went through Harry. He had heard about family grimoires from Henriette. They were supposed to be vast collections of spells, wisdom and secret adventures left by heads of house and prominent ancestors for their progeny. He was worried that his training would consist of lessons out of a book. He knew he wasn't the best student in the world, and nowhere near as academically disciplined as students like Hermione or apparently Henriette. His strengths lie in practical applications. He could spend hours reading a book and never understand the spell, but after a few tries, he usually had it. His studies at Hogwarts had proven such. He always did doubly well in practical exams compared to theory-based ones. I wonder if I will learn from my father, grandfather or great-grandfather. Henriette said she's seen the portrait of Charles Potter in Uncle Virgil's study. The portraits of all lords and ladies Potter should be in the Hall of Potters at Potter Manor. For the past few weeks, we've intensively chronicled our ancestors since the birth of the first Potter, Leopold Potter in 1271. We've discussed and debated who they were, browsed their memories and learned their stories. Today's lesson, Uncle Virgil said in his gravelly voice, is a lesson in family magic. Henriette knows a bit about this already, but there are certain aspects that not even I am privy to as head of this branch of our family. There is no simple spell or charm that allows you to receive knowledge without damaging your own mind. For this reason, I've asked my father's portrait to spend the next few days explaining in detail the family magic. Harry let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. He really wanted to see his father's portrait, but after the emotional high of the days past, he wasn't sure if he could handle it just yet. Henriette gave him a small nudge and pointed to the fireplace. Above the mantel hung a rather majestic-looking portrait, opulent gold and silver etchings reminding Harry again of his family's affluence. Uncle Virgil nodded coldly yet respectfully to his father's image in the frame before turning and exiting the room. After quite a few minutes of uncomfortable silence, and the shuffling it caused both Harry and Henriette to do, Harry turned to his cousin and whispered, "Do you think we are supposed to tap him with our wands or something?" Although his question was quite serious, Henriette giggled slightly. She was interrupted before she could speak. "So, you are the worthless sprogs of my loins deemed worth enough to call yourselves lord and lady of our family. I must be turning in my grave. A filthy half-blood and his worthless namesake. How dare!" Henriette began furiously. Harry was too dumbstruck by the portrait's vitriol to even blink. "How dare I? How dare I? I am Honorable Lord Hardwin Victor Potter, the first Potter in time memorable." Their regal ancestor sprung up from his throne-like chair and leered down at them from his spot above the mantelpiece. "You have the gall and audacity to even speak in my presence. You wretched, worthless weak-minded daughter of a squib." Harry was suddenly reminded of his potions professor. Years of abuse in his classroom had left Harry somewhat desensitized. He noticed however that Henriette was close to tears. A small flame burned in his stomach. "In my day, I would have had you whipped silly and crucioed you for good measure." Their ancestor continued on a roll. "And you, boy, are you a mute? Or are you too much of a mollycoddled, teat cling to even speak your mind?" Harry burned red but remained silent. "I don't know what made my son believe either of you has the family's blessing, ability or willpower to even lead this family," he growled. "Look at you, sniveling and crying like spanked toddlers. Stop your sniffling, weeb. Enough," Harry bellowed standing up. He didn't notice at the time, but every part of the house under the time bubble trembled from his magic. "You stand there, a treacherous murderer of our forefathers and spew bile at us for wanted to lead the remnants of the family you destroyed. How dare you?" Harry spat on the ground before the fireplace, not noticing his spit burning a hole in the carpet. He hauled Henriette to her feet and made to leave the despicable portrait behind him. "Good," a calm and satisfied voice called out softly from behind them. "I was worried that you would be too repressed and mentally stunted to handle verbal abuse." Harry turned to the apparently emotionally unhinged ancestor. The man was now smiling somewhat at the two of them. The one thing all Lord Potters, he cast an unfamiliar look of understanding at Henriette, and Lady Potters are known for is their endless strength, the power in their words, and their resolute protection of those they love. A pained look passed across his eyes, making Harry briefly forget the fact that the man in the portrait was just that, a magical depiction. The look was gone before Harry could dwell on it. "Young Henry, what will our family motto be under your headship?" Harry's chin tilted up. He had discussed this with Uncle Virgil the night before. Familia super omnia. A spark of pride appeared in the man's eyes. "Family above all else, may your motto carry the family into an era of prosperity and fortune. Long live the Potters," Harry declared, feeling the family magic revving up around him. "Long may we be," Hardwin Potter intoned proudly. As the family magic settled around them, he gestured to the chairs that they had just vacated. Harry hesitated but ended up leading Henriette back to their original seating. 4 hours later, at the conclusion of the lesson, Harry left the room alone and on a mission. Family magic swarmed around him like a mother welcoming back her long-awaited son. It was ironic that the one Potter Lord who was said to have betrayed the family in the worst way possible would be the one to unlock the hidden strengths of the upcoming Lord Potter. Even in his potion-induced coma, Harry twitched as his family magic jump-started his occlumency shields. Luckily for him, no one was in the Hogwarts hospital wing to observe the fluctuation in his brain activity. Memory. Day 266 under the Potter time bubble. Hurry Henry. Harry rolled his eyes exasperatedly at Henriette's half-D back. They had just hosted their 10th event under the time bubble. She was quickly changing out of one dress and into the other. He quickly turned around and began doing the same with his dress robes. He sighed at the unfairness of it all. If being Lord Potter were only about learning his family's secrets, history and magic, he would be halfway done. I can even deal with the politicking. But hosting social events was beyond him. Henriette was in her element, having attended and analyzed such events since infancy. Even though she was also new to the lady thing, she still picked up the social aspects much quicker than Harry. She's like Hermione. He quickly forced his occlumency shields to shut down that line of thought. He promised himself that he would reduce the time he spent thinking about his friends outside of the bubble after his crippling nostalgia attack a few bubble months ago. He was even hearing Hermione's voice in his head now. Why did Hermione's voice sound so sad? Zip please. Harry turned and automatically zipped her dress up. He wondered briefly how she managed to breathe in that. If we hurry, she said, slipping into a strapless white dress robe. As Harry buttoned his shirt, we can play a game of Quidditch. He quickly turned her around and gave her a peck on the cheek. Now you're speaking my language, despite the blackmail fluff. What did I tell you about using that ridiculous nickname? He ducked her fist swinging in his direction. Harry chuckled senselessly, attempting to tie his tie. Still no luck after 5 months of trying. It's not my fault that he cupped air near his to represent her Easts are just now getting bigger. You shouldn't have stuffed tissues into your brazier to make them look fuller. You should have known that Aunt Alex and Aunt Joan would notice it and say something. You shouldn't have laughed in the middle of dinner. She growled at him while fixing his tie and dress robes. How would you respond to someone saying, "Oh my. It looks like her left one has run out of fluff." He suddenly could not breathe as she pulled the tie too tight. Hey, she wandlessly summoned her fur and purse. If only they could see you after you've had one of those dreams of yours, Spotty. Harry cringed as he readjusted his tie. That was the most awkward moment of his life, inside or outside the time bubble. Henriette had come into his room to wake him up after he had a rather wet dream. Come on, let's put this behind us, she said, slipping her arm through his and putting on her most authentic, elite pureblood mask. He sighed and did the same before leading them both to the main ballroom. Despite her indifferent words, he felt the girl tremble in excitement as they walked down the beautiful staircase. Harry was pretty sure that the only people excited about these practice balls, dinners and gatherings were the women and the house elves. Everyone had been given a new wardrobe, and Henriette more than ready to show off the growing mounds of flesh on her. "All Lord Potter, Lady Potter. So kind of you to join us," Uncle Virgil said imperiously. Harry rolled his mental eyes. He reached out to shake his uncle's hand. The better he acted, the more authentic it came across, the quicker he could get on the pitch. Now that's motivation. Outside the memory. Despite his comatose state, Harry cracked a small smile. Hermione gasped from her spot at his side. She had spent the last few moments apologizing for her reaction and behavior of the last 2 months. And now Harry was responding. Madame Pomfrey. Come quickly. He moved. Harry moved. Madame Pomfrey rushed over from her office to Harry's bed, her headdress askew. Miss Granger. What on earth are you doing in here? How did you even get in? Suddenly, the room shook around them. Stones fell from the ceiling, and Hermione quickly sheltered herself and Harry. In a blink of an eye, a group of wizards dressed in black teleported into the hospital wing. Her screams were swallowed up by the rumbling sound. Her immediate thought that it was impossible to apparate into Hogwarts was swept aside by the realization that Death Eaters had done just that. Hermione immediately cast every defense and offensive spell she knew of at the men, as they moved as one towards Harry's bed. Her spells merely rolled off of their cloaks. She heard the disgusting sound of a body getting hit by a large mass of falling stones. She let loose a cry of mourning as she laid eyes on Madame Pomfrey's crushed form. The Auror guards she had managed to give the slip using Harry's invisibility cloak rushed into the hospital wing with shouts. Whether they would have been able to defeat the men in black, Hermione didn't get a chance to speculate on. An ear-splitting explosion was the last she heard. She held on to Harry's hand until he was suddenly no longer there, and the world around her exploded in pain and darkness. Memory. Day 511 under the Potter time bubble. Harry sat in his favorite chair in the sitting room on the first floor. Hardwin Potter's portrait still hung above the mantel. The man had absolutely refused to have his portrait moved out of Harry's favorite spot. Harry found himself conversing often with the man whenever he needed an hour or two away from Henriette. A good butterbeer and a small chat with someone not alive was the best way for him to rejuvenate. His schedule now was full of obscure magic, rituals, rites and runes, and ways to hide the fact that he had learned it at all. Uncle Virgil was nearly obsessive about his belief that both Dumbledore and Voldemort should be caught unawares by his new magical knowledge and prowess. He was learning how to fine-tune his release of family magic. The hole his spittle had burned into the carpet was left as a reminder of what family magic could do. Today, Harry was privileged enough to have Charles Potter join their Little Lords conference. It's a shame that Charles and James's portraits were not brought in before the fire chat spell was cast. I believe you would have learned a lot from my son. He threw a hard look at his father on the other end of the portrait. And every son of this family should meet their father. Harry rolled his eyes as the two began bickering like teens. He could see from the smile on Hardwin Potter's face that he actually enjoyed the tête-à-tête with his son. According to Uncle Virgil, Hardwin's portrait had been ignored by all others for over a century, even the portrait of his son ignored him. Harry suddenly sat his butterbeer on the table and looked around in suspicion. He felt a sloppy penetration of his occlumency shields. It was as if someone wasn't attempting to hide their intrusion and was trying to make their presence known. He blinked and found himself suddenly sitting next to a copy of himself in a memory. The realization began to clear up cobwebs in his head. He rubbed his eyes as the memory began to speed up around him. The two men in the portrait were talking to each other and to the copy Harry in an accelerated way. Harry reached for his wand and stood up. He was in a memory and someone was watching it with him. He cast a wandless mental protection charm around himself and repelled the attack. The memory slowed down suddenly. The boys got it. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. I told you, his mental defenses are second to few. Harry felt the prickle of his occlumency shields being tugged at once more. This time it was a subtle invasion. He quickly cleared his mind, pumped more magic into his shields. He invoked family magic to protect the family secrets in his mind. The scene in front of him changed. He found himself within his mindscape, a large Quidditch field with multiple rings of stands surrounding the hoops in the middle. The mindscape reached its vertical limitations at the top of the middle hoops. The stands reached up just as high, so intruders have to wander for a long time before they found his hoops. Attacking the stands forced his basilisks, goblins, gargoyles and dragons to attack the intruder. The stands also reformed instantly and changed so the people would lose their orientation. He had built his mindscape in such a way that intruders would focus on the hoops in the center, which were actually more traps, and ignore the land upon which everything was situated. A secret stairwell underneath the stands led to a gem-filled cellar. Those were memories that he didn't care much about. Another secret entrance under the trunk of gems led to a Gringotts vault, guarded by a dragon and that only opened to his Parseltongue phrase and blood. The rest of his memories and secrets were stored there. He considered his 5 rings of stone stands. The outer 3 were so decrepit that he immediately locked down the inner 2. Why on earth are my shields so low? Harry. This is FC. I'm on the edge of your mind. FC voice no longer echoed around him. It sounded as if he were sitting right next to Harry. He could feel his magic searching for and forcibly expelling hidden, foreign entities in his body. Potions, Harry thought with a snarl. Someone bloody drugged me. He forcibly closed all connections to his mind and let his body clean shop. He analyzed his most recent memory, up to FC being key, ed by a Dementor. A brief pang of sorrow went through him before he cleared his mind once more. After some time, he felt the familiar presence again. I saw FC receive a Dementor key. He can't be in my mind. Who taught me to drink fire whiskey? And where did it end up? Harry called out finally. The voice seemed overjoyed with the very question. I did, under the time bubble. You preferred butterbeer, but Grandfather Hardwin said that was for toddlers, so we spent the night in the cellar. You sicked up all over my shoes. I still don't know how it got in my left shoe. Harry gave a teary laugh. How is this possible? I watched the Dementor key. FC's voice sighed. With magic, anything is possible. Harry finished automatically. Harry pushed more magic into fixing his mental shields, their physical representation in his mind, and removing whatever was drugging him from his body. His anger at being rendered unconscious by a potion was fueling his will and accelerating his magic. He felt his physical body jolt as magic streamed through it. He felt like he was on fire for a moment and then cold and sweaty. His body jolted again, this time with a rather familiar stomach clenching. With a rather frightening shake, Harry shot up from his prone position and projectile vomited to his left. After a few moments of dry heaving, he was offered a glass of water, his magic scanning the glass for any potions or substances before even reached his lips. He slowly cracked open his eyes to see that 3 people surrounded his bed. The brightness of the sun shining through the window was quickly taken care of by his magic. Sirius jumped slightly as the curtains closed suddenly behind him. Harry almost chuckled at the reaction, but his body felt so stiff and unused. He turned to see FC spelling away the sick up on his robes. Harry blushed slightly as his uncle threw him an exasperated and knowing look as if to say, "Really? Again?" "Inverat Po," Harry said weakly. Sirius looked at the person next to him confused. "Draco Malfoy, what on earth happened while I was unconscious? He's asking for an invigoration potion," the blonde said, giving Harry a sharp look. "I'm surprised you even know what that is, Lord Potter." Harry could only smile weakly in return. FC quickly called for a house elf to bring it and a pepper-up potion. "Twinutrit," he said simply to Malfoy, who translated the Harry speech to the other two. "2 highly concentrated nutrition potions. I imagine his magic must be repairing everything it can, but it will need fuel." FC nodded and ordered as the suggested. FC asked Sirius and Draco to excuse them for a moment for Potter family business. The left without a word, as courtesy demanded. Sirius seemed hesitant to leave his newly awakened godson, but FC's magic flared slightly. Sirius gave a curt nod and left as well. Many disgusting potions later, Harry still felt weak but was at least a bit more lucid and responsive. "What should I know about?" he asked hoarsely. FC spent the next 2 hours of debriefing Harry, referring to and skimming through newspaper articles that clarified or verified certain information. Harry logged everything away and requested all of the newspapers be put in his study with a time turner. FC made to depart as the sun disappeared over the horizon. "It's good to have you back, Henry," the man said before closing the door. Harry wished he could have agreed. He felt a horrible headache brewing on the edge of his mind. He quickly summoned his private house elf Callie for a headache relief and a dreamless sleep potion and gave Callie a message to pass on to Sirius and Malfoy that they should return tomorrow at dinner. Family magic thrummed around him as he knocked back the dreamless sleep potion. "What a cluster f***, Henriette," was his last conscious thought before darkness met him. Harry awoke the next day feeling very refreshed, with a smile on his face and a hunger that would put a Roman legion to shame. It took a moment for his mind to catch up with the events of the past 2 weeks, but, once it had, a fury unprecedented came over him. He shook his head. "I need to meditate and focus." He asked his personal elf at Potter Manor, Callie, for some breakfast for him to take in his study and to alert the other elves that they were not to speak of his reawakening to anyone, including and especially Henriette. "That should buy me some time to sort this mess out." Harry stretched and made his way to the bathroom. The invigoration draft had worked wonders, he felt. The potion was one of the most difficult to brew, and he had been brewed himself. Under the time bubble, it had become quickly clear to him that he was more than capable of brewing the harder potions when he needed to lose all sense of place and time. "Maybe I'll stop by the potions lab to calm down after finding out what the hell Henriette had been thinking of with her latest actions." He could think of no simple way to rejoin society, since he was currently kidnapped by Death Eaters, or find out how Hermione and Ron were doing in the aftermath of the rescue mission 2 days prior. He sighed out loud as the hot water cascaded down his back. Dumbledore was a complete other set of problems. How dare he? Harry wasn't even sure where to begin with Dumbledore's list of recent atrocities and illegal actions against him and his house. "He should have left me in Henriette's care. Not to mention his poisoning me. If he had given Harry to Henriette, maybe Harry wouldn't be in the mess he currently was." He had a feeling that he would have to take the man down a peg or two publicly. He made his way to his study after his shower and luckily came across no one. His study was also pleasantly empty. He could see where Henriette had already made herself at home. She had a rather meticulous manner when it came to paperwork and the like. All of the books he had left on his desk had been restacked, letters and paperwork were stacked in 3 neat piles and her favorite ostrich quill lay sharpened and ready. Even the chair behind his desk was reset to accommodate someone a few inches shorter than he was. Interestingly enough, he had no problem with her taking the reins in his absence. He just had the feeling that she expected his absence to last a lot longer than it should have, especially if she had been doing everything in her power to get him back on his feet again. And if FC hadn't defied her orders and intervened. "Callie," he said, summoning his elf who popped in immediately, "please bring the post with breakfast." He turned back to the newspapers FC had given him yesterday. "Callie can't, Master Lordship," the elf said, pulling at its ears in distress. "Mistress Ladyship has ordered that all post be going to her." Harry growled softly. Even though his ire was not directed at the elf, he noticed that he still frightened the little being something dreadful and forced himself to calm down. "Then tell her the post was late or something. Do not allow her in my study. If you can, gather all of the post meant for me over the past 2.5 weeks, please. Also please go to the Daily Prophet and buy one of every newspaper they've printed since Halloween." The elf nodded furiously before popping away. His awesome elf brought Harry a hearty breakfast and a stack of newspapers not even a few minutes later. Harry made a mental note to do something wonderful for Callie and the other 13 elves at the manor. "Maybe I should have a small elf party for Christmas." With distaste marring his face, Harry got to work on the newspapers. He used the family's time turner 3 times and went each time into his private library as not to disturb his previous self. He only had to leave the door open a crack and summon the newspapers he had yet to read through the door. He had found out just before the Battle of Azkaban that he could handle brief glimpses of his past or future self without being driven insane. He wondered briefly if that was a side effect of seeing himself conjuring a Patronus in his 3rd year or if it had something to do with the Potter family magics. He wrote a brief note to himself to look that up. He had often contemplated the possibility of training with himself, but he wondered if that would lead to a paradox. What would happen if he accidentally or fatally injured himself? He sent a note to his Uncle Milton. That was a research topic right up his alley. Harry then made sure to read through each article, even the ones not about him. Just as he had been taught by Uncle Virgil. As suspected, he was mentioned in 60% of the articles even if the article wasn't explicitly about him. How someone managed to include me in an announcement about a new hair removal potion is beyond me. He had been hailed the hero of Azkaban, sharing the title in a few articles with the Azkaban farrier, Harrow's Carrot. Carrot had also sent him 2 letters, both unopened by Henriette, requesting an appointment to discuss his Patronus, some research on Dementors and the life debt Carrot had acquired. Harry made a note to respond to the man tomorrow. Harry was called the most powerful wizard since Dumbledore, something Dumbledore seemed to publicly support. There was an entire special edition of the Prophet on the great powers of Lord Potter. Harry shook his head in disgust. In the aftermath of the battle, Harry was suddenly the tragic hero, the victim of a custody battle that never should have occurred in the first place. There were reports of women crying in the streets. And finally, most recently, he was the Death Eater's captive. He had a feeling the women would be back in the streets again. His brow furrowed as he noticed Henriette's presence in an influence of the press becoming steadily more and more apparent as the articles progressed. Despite her foreign roots, the world sympathized with her. She was the sharp, Lady Regnant who was proud of her fallen lord and yet sad to have to step into the limelight in his absence. Codswallop. Henriette is a top-notch actress. He knew that, but the rest of the world was eating it all up. It was on his 3rd time turn that he stumbled across a passage in the article from the day prior that made his blood run cold, a passage about one Hermione Jane Granger. Among the 31 students transferred to St. Mungo's for healing was 1 megasecond. Hermione Granger, the Muggle-born friend of Lord Potter. According to reliable sources, Ms. Granger was found within the hospital wing and her wand was registered having used many defensive and violent spells, most likely to protect the bedridden Lord Potter from his attackers. A powerful heroine for a powerful hero. Street. Mungo's reports that Ms. Granger was hit with a powerful stunning spell and later crushed by fallen rocks. Our Muggle-born heroine was listed in critical condition as of this morning. For a full list of deceased and injured students, see page 3. For more on Lord Potter's relationship with Ms. Granger, see the reprint of Rita Skeeter's article from February on page 12. The logical part of his brain told him to read the rest of the paper and the remaining 7 papers as well. But Harry couldn't. His rational mind also told him to put on something other than his white pajamas, not to burst into his study with his previous self present, and to leave instructions with Callie. Another, louder part of his mind told him to go to her immediately. He jumped out of his seat, summoned his wand wandlessly, ran into his study, ignoring his startled other self, and jumped in the flow, destination street. Mungos. He arrived at the flow entrance inside the hospital, a soot-covered tangle of limbs. A Mediwitch on staff immediately came up to him, but he rushed past her. He ran to the golden-haired welcome witch and was promptly given the room number for Hermione after stating his name. It never crossed his mind to watch the witch, who quickly and covertly pressed her wand to her left arm as he ran toward the station she had given him. Drs. Jean and Hugh Granger had feared many things in their time together, their only daughter being the main component in almost all of them. Hermione had been a surprise, a pleasant one of course, but she had been a surprise nonetheless. They had been nearly at the end of their practical examinations at the Maynard Dental School when Jean was forced to go to the doctor after some dizzy spells and nausea. They had had many discussions on the topic of abortion after they received the news. A baby had simply not factored into their short-term, career plans at all. They had wanted to do at least 5 years of research and have at least 5 years of practicing under their belts before they had a child. They could never tell Hermione, but the decision to have her had been one of the most difficult of their lives. They married in a private ceremony not even a month later and had their beautiful girl 6 months thereafter. It had been a difficult birth for Jean. She found herself unable to have another baby, despite their wish to have 2. They never told Hermione that either. His name being called pulled him out of his thoughts. "Mr. Granger, you can go in now." The pretty witch with golden hair called him from the reception desk, the waiting room. Jean looked at her husband of 16 years and rolled her eyes lightly. They both knew why he had been acknowledged and not her. As they made their way to their daughter's room, Hugh pondered another big fear of his. He knew of the dangers of the magical world, even more so than they had let on to Hermione. It was the biggest secret they kept from her daughter, Hugh's magical lineage. Hugh was the last surviving, male descendant of Hector Dagworth Granger. As the eldest son of 3 children before the untimely death of his father in a potions accident in 1960, it had been a major disappointment to the rest of his family to discover Hugh's magical levels had been just barely above those of a squib. He had been hidden, and later ultimately erased, from magical society just after his 11th birthday had passed without the mandatory Hogwarts letter. That had been the worst day of his life. The anticipation had been high for all, and the disappointment heartbreaking for him. It was his own family who snapped his wand days later, bound the little magic he had, and shunted him off into the Muggle world with a small stipend, a full ride to Maynard Grammar School, and without so much as a goodbye. The Dagworth was removed from his name, and he never saw his magical relatives again. He was sure that they had been forbidden contact with him by his mother. "I wouldn't want to see the bastards anyway." He had been spat on by his mother's sister and mishandled by his mother's brother-in-law, who apparated him to the street in front of the boarding school and left him, teary-eyed and shaking, without a single word. It was only following the death of his childless brother, Howard, and the birth of Hermione in 1979, that he had been inundated with posts from his sister and mother regarding Hermione. The letters were not only clear in their disregard for him, but their interest in Hermione had been dubious at best. They wanted her to take on the name Dagworth Granger to continue his father's legacy, since his sister's children took the name of their father. Their knowledge of Hermione had come as a surprise at that time, but it had hit him later how they had found out about her. Of course, Hermione and any other magical children Jean would have had would appear on the family tapestry as the remaining heirs of my father. Those letters and the ones that followed were immediately burned, unanswered. He dedicated a special place in his garden, where the neighbor's dog tended to relieve himself, to the ashes. The letters had dwindled to 1 per year around Christmas, with a small increase after Hermione had been accepted by Hogwarts. Jean had come up with a great cover story for when Hermione was old enough to notice his odd, annual disappearances and began questioning them. Papa needs some time to think about his family, she had always said. They treated him quite badly. Hugh sighed as they reached the room where their beautiful daughter lay, lightly bandaged but visibly healthy in bed. He was happy to see her up and about. Yesterday she had not looked so swell. Potions, he assumed with disgust, are most likely the reason for her quick recovery. His magical levels, while low, had been adequate enough for him to work on potions as a child. He had been rather gifted with medicinal potions, even working on some that were more than likely sold to St. Mungo's. His mother had fully encouraged his brewing. He forced himself to turn his mind from his past. As usual, his little queen had a huge book in her hand. He felt Jean grip his arm tightly. A collection of over 300 recipes in cookery, physic, and surgery, ed. Hector Dagworth Granger, he read in his head. A small wave of anger went through him, but his wife's arm held him steady. His ever-observant daughter seemed to notice his discomfort and quickly lay the book to the side. He assumed she believed that magical things made him uncomfortable. And she would be right. Jean was immediately at Hermione's side. "How are you, dear?" Hermione gave them a happy smile. "The healer says I will be out in 2 days." She seemed more relieved and happier than she should have been by the news. Hermione gave her mother a quick, meaningful look, one that Hugh almost missed. "I can't wait to come home," she said a little too quickly for his comfort. "But, I'm starting to feel a bit sleepy. You two don't have to stay. I don't want you to see me fall asleep." Whatever hidden communication there was between Jean and Hermione, Jean seemed to finally catch on to the nonverbal messages. He saw as her shoulders stiffened and relaxed, a tic she had had since college. There was another look, a kind of confirmation from his little girl. The minxes. Hugh came up with a small plan. He gave Hermione a small key on her, now, tired, forehead and excused himself to go to the bathroom. He was gone for maybe 5 minutes to give them more time to work on their story. He assumed that their actions had something to do with a boy. With Hermione basically asking for them to leave, it was also plausible that the boy was still in the hospital. He grinned. He looked forward to throwing a wrench into their scheming. Hugh returned to a whispered conversation between his ladies which ended as soon as Hermione caught sight of him. He dried his hands on the paper towel he had taken with him to open the bathroom door and waited for them to make their move. He didn't have to wait long. His suspicions were soon confirmed as Jean cleared her throat, her back still to him. "Well, dear, we just happened to be in the area on our way to Dr. Rollworth's surgery. If you are going to head off to sleep, we'll just stop by tomorrow when you wake again." Hermione, who was now in a near slumber state, gave a small nod. "Go easy on the reading, my little queen," he said, coming to give her another key, and stepping over his suitcase. "We will come tomorrow if you want." Her small mo, and was all of the reaction he received before he and Jean said their goodbyes and departed. It was just as they were nearing the waiting room that it suddenly occurred to him that he forgot his suitcase. "Oh no, my suitcase," he said abruptly. "Stay here, love, I'll be right back." But, before Jean could even register it, he was sprinting off in the direction of their daughter's room. Good God, I need to take up jogging again. He was completely winded by the time he reached his daughter's room. He took a moment to catch his breath before he threw open the door as silently as he could. "Sorry, my darling, I forgot my..." His words ended with a growl as he caught sight of the young man sitting on Hermione's bed. His sleepy daughter was kneeling next to the boy, looking more than well rested. From the looks of things, he had just interrupted a rather private moment. "And who might you be?" he bit out. His red-faced daughter all but jumped off the bed. "Papa, this is..." "I wasn't talking to you, Hermione Jean," he said simply. His anger chilled the words. The raven-haired boy, who Hugh vaguely remembered from somewhere, seemed to come to himself and approached Hugh somewhat confidently. The young man stuck out his hand. "Harry Potter, sir." "Ah, of course you are." He took the offered hand roughly and a bit more firmly than necessary. "I've heard more about you than I would have preferred out of my teenage daughter's mouth. And definitely not enough for you to be so friendly on her bed." He deadpanned. Both teens winced. Hugh did a small happy dance in his head. The young man, Harry Potter, seemed to lose the ability to speak for a moment. I assure you, we What are your intentions toward my daughter, Mr. Potter? Hugh said coldly, taking a step forward into the boy's comfort zone. Despite his own magic being bound, he could feel the teen's magic flare against him. It hit him like a sentient gust of wind, suspicious and challenging. The teen cocked an eye at him. His green eyes lit up with a bright curiosity before they slowly narrowed distrustfully. A wand slowly slid into view. Hermione, the boy asked, never taking his eyes off of Hugh. Your parents are not magical, correct? Hugh's eyes widened nervously. Hermione looked at Harry's wand in shock. Yes, my parents are muggles. The green eyes blazed with a ferocity that seemed to drill into Hugh's very bones. I thought so. One moment the verdant eyes flashed, and in the next Hugh suddenly found himself tightly wrapped in glowing blue chains, gagged and trussed up. He gasped in pain as his side hit the ground hard. Harry! His little girl yelled, grabbing the boy's wand hand. If your father is not magical, then the man on the floor is not your father. He has a magical core. I can sense it. What? That's impossible. His daughter was suddenly examining at him closely. At least the boy can protect her well. Hugh thought, chagrined. We should go find your mother, if that was even her, Harry said, stepping over Hugh as if he were last week's rubbish. That was definitely my mother. We communicate very uniquely with one another. Hermione said, panicked. The lights to the room flickered and died. Hugh could hear loud screams from outside the room. Oh no, Hermione said, sounding panicked. You don't think. Get your wand out. The boy said simply, and the two left the room. Not even moments later, Hugh heard a very familiar voice scream in pain. Jean. Sounds of fighting could be heard through the open door, and Hugh could feel a deep pain lancing through him as if punishing him for not being able to defend his wife and daughter. The smell of burning metal reached his nose abruptly. It was only then that noticed the metal chains around him melting. The fury that burned through him for being incapacitated during an attack burning through the metal that restrained him. He had nearly succeeded when the door opened once more. Hermione, looking a bit shaken, her black-haired friend, who was half carrying Jean, and a few men in crimson robes entered the room. Order Tigress, we have an unidentified squib-leveled male in this room. One of the men said in a rather theatrically pompous voice. We can see that, Recruit Davis. The balding man nearest Hugh said with a roll of his eyes. The other man went red in the face. Squib. My father isn't a squib. Hermione said in her matter-of-fact tone. Jean looked briefly at him in apology before she gave her daughter a truncated version of his family history. What? But the Dagworth Granger. The green-eyed youth sized him up briefly and gave him an apologetic, lopsided smile. I apologize for the chains, sir. Hugh merely hugged his wife and shell-shocked daughter in response. To protect my family, I would have done the same, young man. I am grateful that you kept my angels safe and returned them to me. The two shared a brief look of understanding and mutual respect before roughly shaking hands. Men, Hermione said with a look of frustration at her mother. Well, the meeting between the two of them could have gone better, but I actually expected bloodshed, Jane said in an exasperated tone that Hugh knew all too well. He hoped he wouldn't have to sleep on the couch tonight. One of the wizards cleared his throat. We will come to collect your statements after the cleanup, Lord Potter Mrs. He nodded to Hermione and Jean. Purely a formality, I assure you. We fought alongside you and saw most of what you saw. Where can we reach you? If Hugh ever wondered about the relationship between his little queen and the unruly-haired teen, their moment of brief communication, which so resembled his own with his wife, convinced him that his little girl had found her little king. The realization took him momentarily aback. His wife, ever the observant, gave the arm around her waist a little squeeze. I will be seeing to the care of her Ms. Granger and her parents. I also invite them to dinner tonight at Potter Manor. He received an enthusiastic nod from both Jean and Hermione. You can find us there. Please stop by tomorrow, I wish to review my memories of the day. I spoke to no one of my visit, so there might be a Death Eater spy at St. Mungo's. The men nodded, fought over who would shake the boy's hand first and left once they had all had their turn. The young man, Harry, Hugh reminded himself, quickly explained sight-along apparition to Jean. Since he and Jean had little to no magical cores, the magic would not be difficult for Harry to transport all of them simultaneously. His apparent limit of 2 magicals would not be reached. Hugh could see his daughter and his wife both burning with questions about the magical cores and apparition of non-magicals, but Harry merely asked them all to take his arm. The unbelievably uncomfortable sensation left him feeling as if someone were trying to extract his navel with a hook and gave up after 5 minutes. The feeling brought forth the painful memory of his banishment from the magical world. The psychedelic and nightmarish trip could not have taken more than 3 seconds, and Hugh found himself suddenly standing in an opulent room that reminded Hugh of a picture he once saw of Lord Archibald Wavell's luxurious study. "Where were you? And who are they?" a chilly female voice said from the door frame. Hugh noticed his daughter tense slightly. He turned to see a female version of Harry glaring at the group. "You." Hugh was once more taken aback by Harry, this time because of the power he emitted. "Hold your tongue," he growled out. The girl flinched but still stood tall and defiant. Harry was exercising all the self-control he had to not give his cousin the verbal lashing she so deserved. "I will deal with you later," he said dismissively, hoping he could get the girl to retreat before he lost his control. "Sure you will," she spat, physically unable to enter the room but unwilling to remove herself from it. "First Azkaban, and now this." She gestured angrily at Hermione. "If only you spent half of the time you do on gallivanting off to play the savior and moping after this demi-mondaine on family issues, rather than heaping them on me." Harry flinched. She was unfortunately right. He did delegate everything he truly didn't want to deal with to her. All social calls went through her, all interior matters like spats between family members, the wedding, the Potter gathering, and other menial work as well. He ran off to Hogwarts for some reprieve from the duties that he hadn't wanted from the beginning, leaving Henriette to take care of everything. It made him feel like rubbish. And he had to give it to the girl, she always came up with the best insults. What did you call me?" Harry almost face-palmed at Hermione's response. He definitely didn't want the two to start fighting. His talk with Hermione in the hospital finally gave him some insight on the interaction between the two. He had been unbelievably dim and unobservant back then not to notice the family magic in play and the tension between Hermione and Henriette. "Not that me being unobservant is anything new," he thought self-critically. Henriette's countenance darkened considerably at Hermione. "I called you what you are. You do and have done nothing but keep my cousin in trouble and distracted from his familial responsibilities. A common strumpet with whom my weak-minded cousin is smitten, a distraction in a low-quality skirt." Enough," Harry bellowed. He infused a bit of family magic in his words, but Henriette was on a roll. Small-minded, know-it-all, first gen whose very existence is preventing Harry from leading the family to where it should be. "As Lady Potter, I prohibit your presence in this house." "Elves." There was a moment of silence. Harry felt his face go blank. 2 house elves, coming to carry out the wishes of the lady of the manor, popped into the room. Upon seeing Harry, they looked confused from Harry to Henriette, who now seemed to realize that she had gone too far. "Go back to your duties," Harry growled. He did not even notice the 2 elves hastily removed themselves out of the line of fire, nor that the lights in the room darkened, nor that a small glow surrounded his frame. "You are not Lady Potter," he clarified simply. "You will never be my Lady Potter. You are my cousin no matter how distant, what our family magic desires, or what the inbred social elite believes. I will never marry you." His anger was so heavy and potent that family members began apparating, flowing, and port-keying to the manor to see if everything was okay. He could feel the wards admitting them, the family magic welcoming them. Henriette's eyes looked pained at the thought of not being his Lady Potter. Her eyes flickered angrily to Hermione. If she hadn't been trapped by the magic in the doorframe, she probably would have physically attacked Hermione. "You dare! You expropriated the ladyship you now so freely wield. How can you stand there with such arrogance and good conscience when you were willing to let me be mentally BPD, and left in a magical coma so you can arrogate and usurp your so coveted dream position?" He was breathing so heavily that one had the impression he was physically keeping himself restrained. "I did bite your tongue, weeb," Harry roared, banging his hand on his desk. His mind briefly flashed back to an argument under the time bubble where Hardwin Potter's portrait yelled the same thing at her. He only felt slightly guilty as a small dribble of blood trickled out of the corner of Henriette's mouth as the family magic forced his will on her. "You know as well as I, that our family is of direct, Gryffindor lineage. We can command the Hogwarts wards, even if only partially." If you wanted, you could have had me out of there in moments and without anyone knowing. He could see FC actually face-palming in the crowd of the family gathering in the corridor behind the frozen Henriette. He most likely hadn't thought of that. The question is, why? Why did you allow me to remain in a coma at the whim of a deranged light lord? He stormed up to her and captured her eyes in his before throwing himself into her mind. She cried out at the violent, mental intrusion. He toughly broke through her shields in moments. She went limp in the invisible bonds holding her upright. He grabbed at her thoughts about his coma and incapacity. He batted away her futile attempts to protect her thoughts, getting more and more annoyed with his cousin. After seeing what he came for, he withdrew from her mind in disgust. He spat on the ground before her feet. A small fire began where the spittle hit the carpet. In the corner of his eye, Harry could see her mother being held back by FC. You concocted that ridiculous plan to prove that you have some semblance of power outside of organizing social events. Your plan to make your big debut in magical Britain over my comatose body ended with the death of numerous, innocent children. He growled. I hope you are proud of yourself. He turned his back on her. Were you not favored by our family magic, I would disown you this very moment. A ripple of distress went through the crowd outside his door. As much as he wanted to dismiss them and the Grangers, he knew that would be illogical now that they had heard all of the conversation thus far. His mind flew to the letter he would have received on Halloween from the new Lord Malfoy. His calculating mind quickly connecting the dots to Malfoy's visit yesterday. Callie. He called out to his personal elf as he made his way to his desk. He would send Henriette to her chambers and call for Malfoy. After a moment or two of searching for the aforementioned letter without Callie showing, he turned back to his cousin with a burning glare. He had not stayed in her mind long enough to catch her most recent memories, but he could make an educated guess at why Callie wasn't responding. Dolly. The personal elf to Henriette popped in immediately. She gave a shaky but deep bow. "Milord, where is Callie?" The elf gave a squeak of sadness and burst into tears. If Harry remembered correctly, Callie and Dolly were bonded mates. Well, he barked, making Dolly only sob more intensely. He saw Hermione frown deeply at this, and he took a second to calm himself again. "I'm sorry, Dolly. Please tell me quickly why Callie won't respond," he said softly. Dolly blew her nose in a handkerchief that looked suspiciously like Callie's uniform. Callie refused Mistress Milady entrance to Milord's study. Mistress punished him till he couldn't move and gave him clothes. Harry's fury detonated in a violent flare of red magic. Everyone was forced to the ground as his anger washed over them in waves. If there were any doubts about his power, they were immediately swept away. When he had calmed down once more, he spoke softly but authoritatively to the cowering Dolly. "Raise, Dolly. You have nothing to fear from me. How long does Callie have to live?" "Not much longer, Moss Milord," she squeaked, tears flowing anew. "Then we have no time to spare, bring him here as soon as you find him." With haste. Dolly was gone before he could finish his sentence. He collapsed into the massive chair near the fireplace. The others inside and outside of the room began righting themselves. Harry meditated briefly, this time using family magic to calm himself. "You had no right, Henriette," Harry called out simply. "No right. Of course, I had a right." She spat out blood. "I was not told you were awake. I was not told you were coherent. I was not even told that you were reading your mail." Harry's eyes widened at her guts. "Your elf refused to tell me what I deserved to know. It was insubordination." Harry raised a hand and wandlessly sealed her mouth. "Nothing but vile things come out of your mouth. It will remain sealed until I say, so mote it be." No one spoke aloud, but Harry could hear Henriette's mother, Alexandra Potter, née Rosier, weeping in the background. Dolly returned seconds thereafter with a battered and weak-looking Callie in her arms. Harry sprung around his desk and laid a hand on the elf's head. "I take thee, Callie, into the Potter family. May we grow old and prosper together." There was a flash of light around the two of them. "Callie, for your loyalty to me and to our family, I promote you to the position of presiding elf. You are to oversee the head elves of all Potter properties worldwide. You are to always speak your mind and be honest with me, my friend." The, now slightly healthier-looking, elf fell to his knees in shock. "Master Harry, you are too gracious. Please let me remain your personal elf. I is not wily enough to do what you ask of me." Harry was not surprised to hear that. Callie knows an elf who would be though. I will bring him to Milord if Milord so wishes. Harry nodded and gave the elf an affectionate pat on the shoulder. Go and get healed, my friend. He turned to Dolly after Callie popped away with a more serious tone. Please inform all elves in this manner and spread the news to all other Potter houses that no elf is to answer Henriette Potter. Her disgraceful treatment of Callie proves to me that she is simply incapable to even order a cup of tea. This was the hard part, but he knew he had no choice but to do it, and to do it publicly with family members present. His plan to confine Henriette to her chambers was no longer enough punishment for her. He took a shuddering breath and spoke with family magic coating his words. For her traitorous actions against her Lord Potter, breaking the traditions and morals synonymous with this family, and blatant abuse of her regency, Henriette is henceforth persona non grata. A massive, collective gasp arose from the crowd of Potters. It was only a slight step above disowning. She is not to be seen, heard or discussed until deemed permissible by me. So mote it be, so mote it be, the crowd of Potters chanted in response as one. Dolly, take her to the rooms in the dungeons. Bring her a meal 3 times a day. He looked Henriette in the eyes at this point. The defiance and anger he saw earlier in her eyes had broken off into a cold indifference. He needn't break into her mind again to know that she was hiding her true emotions. She needs this small lesson, he reminded himself. He sat down in his chair. All his anger left him, leaving him feeling drained and disgusted. Henriette was removed from the room. Harry stared at the grandfather clock in the corner of his study. Where Molly Pruitt's clock used their family magic and DNA from their children to track how each child was doing, his clock told him of his lateness to a meeting, though not to which, and whether his breath smelt bad. He still hadn't figured out which of his clever ancestors created that piece of rubbish. I bet it was Signius Potter. He stole numerous ideas from non-magicals and imbued them with magic in the 17th century. He saw the crowd of Potters in front of his study door dispersing with no small effort from FC, who seemed to be answering questions at a rapid pace. Merlin bless that man. He turned to the Grangers who had remained quiet and observant on the side of his study. I apologize. I would have preferred to deal with that in private. He pinched the bridge of his nose. He hated wearing glasses. He didn't even need the things. His vision had been fixed while under the time bubble. His simple glass lens were charmed to see small enchantments. It was one more thing to make his enemies underestimate him, one more thing Uncle Virgil had been adamant about him keeping secret. Even Henriette doesn't know. It was Mr. Granger who responded. I'm not sure I understood everything that happened. But, from what I understand, you reacted honorably and admirably considering the circumstances. He shared a brief look with his wife. You also have a beautiful home. Could you show us more? Harry smiled. I think Hermione has actually spent more time exploring this place than I have. He shared a small look with her. We will happily show you around. Hermione's smile brightened his whole day. Harry finally gave a sigh of relief as Hermione's parents finally called it a night, and he was able to ask Callie to show them to the guest wing. They had accepted the calming drafts and bruise ointment without questions. Much to Hermione's astonishment, her father recalled having once been able to brew both easily as a child. That had started a long discussion on the Dagworth Grangers to which Harry had happily supplied his knowledge. He enjoyed a few moments in silence with Hermione before the wards alerted them to the arrival of 2 people. He could feel the Black family magic reach out to him as 2 members of that part of his family entered his proximity. He assumed it was Sirius and maybe Malfoy again. Sirius had blanket access to all Potter properties, as Harry's godfather, and was able to invite others if the wards deemed them to have noble intentions. It was really nice of you to side with your elves. He could hear the disgust in her voice at the fact that he had elves. He decided not to speak on it. What Henriette did was wrong. Period. He said, grabbing the empty teacups left by her parents and putting them onto the tray. It's important as head of this family to make sure each member is treated well. The Potter house elves are traditionally treated very well. I wish other families thought the same. She said, biting her lip. Harry could just sense the question coming. Would he really have died if he hadn't been rebonded to you? Harry sat with a plop on the chair across from hers. Depends. Some elves are stronger than others. Callie was and is also very connected to the family magic rather than to the blood members. His magic has entwined with ours. To remove that, he struggled for a comparison. Would be like shutting off someone's life support. Their body would live for a while, but it would most likely die eventually. Whereas Dobby, she pondered aloud. Dobby lived in fear, hated the Malfoys and was most likely N's avenue to the blood lineage rather than a recipient of family magic. He most likely lasted a lot longer than Callie would have. She sighed. Hopefully he managed to find a family then. One day I will look more deeply into this curse of Eldaron and search for a counter. Her eyes sparkled at the challenge. Cursive, where did you find reference to that rubbish? He said with a chuckle. He realized how wrong that came out as she turned to him like a fury. It's not rubbish. It is a horrible. Harry held up a diplomatic hand in the universal sign for peace. Sorry. That came out wrong. He wandlessly summoned 2 clean cups for his incoming guests. The curse is in proven conjecture that allows light purebloods to sleep better at night for having avs. It also makes house elves believe that their avement is inevitable. That's preposterous. Sirius gave me a few books that explained the curse and its history in detail. She said with such conviction that Harry also regretted what he was about to say. He stirred his guest's tea absent-mindedly. Eldaron didn't exist, he said simply. He wondered why Sirius even gave her the idea to research that particular curse in the first place. Maybe he got too tired of her going on about creature rights. Or maybe he doesn't know himself. I can promise you that the authors of the books you read were purebloods, more than likely Edward Jones or Frederick William Hamsterley in the 1700s. Both were commissioned by Minister of Magic Magdalena May Marchbanks to write that dribble. As Hermione's mouth opened, a rebuttal waiting burst forth. Harry swiftly interjected. Talk to FC or, better yet, talk to my Uncle Milton. He loves debating and refuting the legitimacy of centuries-old lore and theories like that. He abruptly ended that part of the conversation as Sirius and Malfoy entered the room. Well met, Lord Black Lord Malfoy. He greeted with a bow at the waist, respectful of their titles and stations. They stopped a ways off from the two and gave equally deep bows in return, each declaring their peaceful intent by holding their wands in front of them the entire time. Well met, Lord Potter. Hermione watched with a small frown and observing eyes. He wished Henriette hadn't gone off the deep end. She would be able to give Hermione a lesson or two in this stuff. May magic bless this peaceful meeting of our 3 bloodbound houses. Harry intoned. So mote it be. The two replied in unison. A small wind ruffled their cloaks before leaving as quickly as it came. Now that the stuffy stuff is over, Sirius said, stowing his wand and grabbing Harry up in a tight hug. Harry had a small flashback to Uncle Virgil's greeting in the Potter house in Melbourne. He definitely said something similar. Malfoy rolled his eyes at the man. Harry gestured to an empty seat on his left, which the blonde promptly took before Harry levitated a warmed and ready cup of tea straight into Malfoy's hands. The blonde merely nodded before elegantly taking a sip. His eyes widened in shock before he took another. How many times could you have watched me prepare my cup at lunch for you to replicate it so accurately? He gave a small smirk. Harry detached himself from his godfather with a sheepish grin. Know thy enemy. Malfoy gave a true smile. Indeed. Harry quickly served Sirius, who sat next to Hermione after greeting her amicably. How can House Potter be of service to you fine gentlemen this evening? He said in most aristocratic voice. Hermione did a double take in shock. Sirius choked slightly on his tea. Wow, he said, clearing his throat. I doubt your father could have pulled off that voice as well as you just did, and he was trained since infancy. Harry gave an excellent imperious look. Some of us are just gifted. He was surprised by how well he kept a straight face as Sirius let loose a deep, belly laugh. Malfoy, who had already finished his tea and 2 raspberry biscuits, shook his head. Unfortunately, I do not come bearing pleasant news. Harry turned his full attention to the blonde before refilling his cup. May I speak openly? He gave Hermione a small, indecipherable look. She has my full confidence, even in family matters. Sirius attempted to hide a massive grin behind his teacup. Harry had all but declared the unaware Hermione a soon-to-be addition to House Potter. I wonder how many jokes he will manage to make. I see, Malfoy said simply, stirring 1½ sugars into his new cup of tea. My mother was summoned before the Dark Lord yesterday and has asked me to relay a message in her absence. He took a long sip of the tea he had made himself. The Dark Lord succeeded in taking over a dragon reserve in Romania yesterday. There were few survivors. Hermione gasped. Charlie Weasley works at a reserve in Romania. Malfoy nodded slowly. Yes, he was one of the 4 kept alive. All others not of pure-blooded English families were slaughtered by 3 of the Dark Lord's best fighters. Harry felt a small chill go down his spine. While the bloodshed was terrible and saddening, the idea of Voldemort having dragons in his arsenal was absolutely terrifying. What are Tom's plans with the captured dragons? Malfoy flinched slightly at the name. Many purebloods found it revolting how Muggle their precious Dark Lord's name was. My mother believed they will be used against the Ministry, Hogwarts or yourself. Harry sighed. He assumed as much. You can confirm this? He asked Sirius directly. Malfoy bristled at the apparent questioning of his mother's integrity. Yes. Dumbledore's spy in the Death Eater ranks confirmed the same. There are rumors in the Death Eater ranks of the upcoming attacks. How many fully grown dragons are we talking? Malfoy gave an uncomfortable look. Around 2 to 3 dozen. There are some dragonlings and around a dozen more ancients. Harry closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. Merlin help us all. This was a clever move by Voldemort, as much as it pained him to even think it. If there were only half a dozen, the Ministry could handle it easily. Over 2 dozen dragons, that's an army in itself. He pondered his possibilities. One of the sons of the first Potter had been a dragon tamer. Arwaz Potter was the reason why a dragon was a symbol of the Potter's family emblem and proof of their might in the 13th century. His research had been the first to be transcribed in the family grimoire. After his memories were found in the Potter Manor vault, Harry decided to revisit those recollections as soon as he had a moment. Hogwarts and the Ministry would have to be prepared and placed on high alert. Diagon Alley and Gringotts as well. Oh Merlin, the goblins will have a field day with this information. I assume they will be arriving soon. He asked slowly. Malfoy looked as if he expected the question. Tomorrow. Tomorrow evening at the latest. Then I will be swift. Harry said simply. All thoughts of dragons left his mind as he noticed Malfoy shifting uncomfortably. Harry's mind quickly linked Malfoy's willingness to provide the information to the rather vague, blood-sealed letter he had sent Harry recently. Let the political games begin, he sighed in his head. House Potter is more than grateful for your service and warnings. This is the second time Dowager Malfoy has given us warning of Riddle's activities. How can House Potter satisfy you, Lord Malfoy? Per tradition, Harry was only to state that House Potter was in House Malfoy's debt, and Malfoy could cash in on the debt at a later time. However, Harry preferred a direct approach. He also wanted to push Malfoy's hand. Not to mention that such debts in precarious times like these could be dangerous. A look of pure astonishment, then understanding and, finally, reluctant respect flickered across the S face. Harry already knew what the blonde would ask for. His letter vaguely hinted at his intentions. Malfoy cleared his throat and set the half-emptied cup down. House Malfoy finds itself in a particularly unfortunate situation since the demise of its previous Lord Malfoy. There are so many ways to interpret that, Harry thought with a mental snort. Due to the attack on your person by the previous Lord Malfoy and our years of rivalry, House Malfoy would like to show its goodwill towards House Potter. I propose bringing our families closer through matrimony to solidify a future of mutual benefits. Translation. No matter how many charity events she participates in or good PR Narcissa Malfoy manages to bring home, Lucius' actions would continue to besmirch their family name. Therefore, the only way to better their social standing is to have some public form of forgiveness from himself and House Potter. Before today, Harry would have politely declined immediately. Now, he saw it as a solution to 2 current family issues, House Potter's indebtedness to House Malfoy and Henriette's ambitious dreams of being a lady of a house. He had, of course, the legal authority to sign marriage contracts for any women in his family. No Potter had used such a contract for over 200 years though. He could imagine the press going crazy at the traditional and dark action and the possible shifting of his family's leanings. As he contemplated in silence, Malfoy fidgeted more and more. He was sure Malfoy did not come up with this by himself. This has Narcissa Malfoy written all over it. He nodded. Malfoy released a breath he had been holding. Let's see if he is still relieved at the end of the conversation. I agree under conditions. It will be the first time since 1722 that the Potters issue a marriage contract. Sirius nearly dropped his cup, and Hermione looked on the brink of exploding. Harry silenced both of them with a piercing look. The bride price will begin at 2 million galleons. BU, but that is more than triple the highest this century. The blonde exclaimed in shock. It was true. Narcissa Black's dowry of 600,000 galleons had been the talk of all Europe in the 70s. She is worth much more, Harry bit out, as a pureblood of over 15 generations. There will be no need for inheritance clause or heir clauses for your children. And Henriette is a thoroughly trained and experienced lady regnant of her house who is, as you mentioned, marrying the rival of her lord and the son of the man who all but assassinated her lord. This will be the first union of its sort. It is truly unprecedented. Malfoy looked a bit green, but he still nodded quickly. Harry suddenly wished he had started off with a higher bid. If Malfoy can swallow this so easily after the reparations for his family's financial donation to space, the Malfoy coffers must be deeper than we assumed. And to preserve the image of my house, you will declare House Malfoy an allied Grey House of House Potter. Harry was sure he would be reviewing the memory of this night many times just to see the fall of Malfoy's face over and over again. The blonde was rendered absolutely speechless. I expect an official announcement of the upcoming courtship and inevitable wedding in the Daily Prophet after the 1st of December and by Yuletide. I will have the family lawyers draw up a traditional contract with respect to your stations. He stood, effectively ending the conversation. Malfoy accepted his offered hand before leaving the manor in a rush. Harry. Hermione began angrily. He gave her such a penetrating look that she fell back in her seat. Do not, he said with authority. Please do not presume that you can debate with me on this. Do not assume I don't know how outdated and misogynistic that was. Do not insult my intelligence. With one swoop, I will give Henriette what she wants, ladyship of a house, while defanging multiple potentially dangerous enemies and relieving my house of current and potential honor debts. That is how it is done. That is my duty. Sirius gave a sigh. I don't disagree with your logic, pup. But I can't agree with it either. I hope your cousin will be safe. Harry nodded resolutely at him while blatantly ignoring Hermione's reddened face. Her well-being, despite her latest treachery, will be my highest concern. He had an unbreakable oath in mind for ensuring Henriette's safety once the courtship began. At Sirius' confused look, and for the rest of the evening, Harry gave his godfather a thorough briefing of Henriette's actions over the past weeks. Hermione remained silent during the entire exchange. It was only after Sirius' departure and after he had escorted her to the guest wing where her parents were also situated for the night that she finally spoke to him. You have changed, Harry. You aren't the oblivious teenager who depended on me for homework help anymore. She blew out an exasperated puff of air. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around who this new Lord Henry James Potter is. You have so many new opinions, new responsibilities, and perspectives, and the knowledge you have there are many things I don't know about you. Thinking she was planning to estrange herself from him, Harry made to speak, to explain to her that he was still the person essentially, but she quickly interrupted him. But I would still like to get to know the man my best friend has become. I would still like to be a part of your life. If you can bear my questions and outbursts, that is. Harry gave a small, nervous laugh. I would like that very much. He gave her a large smile and stunned her with a light peck on the cheek as he said goodnight. She squeaked something in response and fled into her room with a red face. Her departure meant she didn't notice his shaky movements as he made his way back to his study. I can't believe I did that. Harry sat in deep meditation. It was not the first nor would it be the last time he meditated. His occlumency shields required a minimum of 3 to 5 hours every few days to stay strong. It was, however, his first time ever doing so with family. Magic in the wardroom of Potter Manor. It was possibly the most magical and transcendent feeling he had ever had. Potter Manor had been purposely built by his ancestors upon the intersection of two of the largest and most powerful, magical ley lines in Europe. These two, rivers of magic, branched off in multiple directions over continental Europe, Eurasia, all the way to North America and Africa. The fabled Atlantis was rumored to be located at the point where the 5 largest ley lines converged in the North Sea. Besides Hogwarts, which was built at the intersection of 3 such ley lines, no other magical building in England had such uninhibited access to the abundant, wild magic, within the earth. And what an abundance it is. Harry felt as if he were high on some psychedelic drug. if he went off of Dudley's bragging with his friends after one of their study sessions, or aimlessly floating hundreds of feet above the ground on his firebolt. He reclined upon an elevated slate of vortexite, the stone which channeled and redirected the magical energy flow from the ley lines to the nearly 20 transmission stones surrounding it. These connected the excess magic which powered and warded Potter Manor to the reception stones at Potter properties worldwide. Each house had a different stone. The Tiger Ironstone, a native stone of Australia, powered the sister stone at the Potter Country House in Melbourne. A 2-footed pillar of sunstone powered its sister stone at the Potter Ranch in Austin, Texas. Each house also had its own focal and ward stones, which ultimately connected them with their respective ley line and with Potter Manor. Surrounding Harry in a rather neat-looking concentric circle were multiple stones, all with different meanings and properties. All of the stones radiated an ethereal light and emitted such a powerful aura that Harry was rendered lightheaded when he opened his eyes. Yet, he meditated comfortably in the presence of such magical power, waiting for the moment of amalgamation. While looking through the family's grimoire, he stumbled across one of his ancestors' protective measures for defending the wards against attacks from dragons and drakons, and extinct an even more dangerous relative of dragons. This amalgamation was how Leopold Potter II, the son of the first Potter and the acclaimed geomagus of his age, described the moment of connection to the wild magics of the ley lines when he built the original Potter Manor in the 15th century. Wild magic, historically tamed only by the legendary Merlin, was the only sure defense against dragons. It was rumored that they connected to wild magic on a level unfathomable to humans, and that dragons respected the magic. I can imagine why. Harry recalled briefly the day Uncle Virgil showed him and Henriette the wardroom upon his return from Australia some months ago. Henriette nearly fainted as soon as the door was opened, overwhelmed by the power in the room, and Uncle Virgil had appeared close to following her. Harry recalled instantly feeling at home and energized. He had been, and still was, awestruck by the room. The ward stones were truly a thing of beauty. The raised platform of beautifully mixed red and gray stone surrounded by nearly 24 pillars of colorful mineral stones. Everything pulsated with a powerful glow, creating a show of light. Harry could just watch it all day. And watch, he did. Today was the first time he had stepped foot into the room since he took control of the wards, this time with the mission to bond more wild magic to the Potter wardstones. The room had been his refuge after the unnerving and uncomfortable breakfast that morning. It was full of drama. Alexandra, Henriette's mom, had spent the first part of breakfast trying to get Harry to rethink his decision in regard to making Henriette a persona non grata to the family and sending her to the dungeon. If traitors to our family and family traditions are allowed to run rampant over everything this family has fought for, then I have failed in my mission as head of this family. Harry had growled, pounding the table furiously. Alexandra had retired angrily to her chambers shortly thereafter. Weirdly, Jonas followed her out, white-faced and shaky. Uncle Milton and Uncle Orville feebly attempted to alleviate the tensions at the table by debating some random sequence of arithmancy. It had fooled no one. Cousin Andrew and his fiancée Maeve excused themselves, both throwing Harry heavy looks. Only Hermione seemed to be able to understand them. FC took his breakfast in the library, leaving Harry completely open to questions from the rest of the family. And then the newspaper arrived. Everyone seemed to have questions for him then. The Daily Prophet had lauded his apparent escape from his Death Eater captives, and immediate defense of St. Mungo's from a Death Eater attack like he was the second coming of Merlin. Even Hermione's parents got in on shooting questions at him as if he were some sort of oracle. Needless to say, he happily escorted Hermione and her parents to the door once they declared their intention to go home before he promptly fled to the wardroom. He knew he would not be able to run forever, and Uncle Virgil would most likely be reaching out to him too once word of yesterday's events reached him. Harry shivered at the potential reaction to how he dealt with Henriette. Harry knew how much his great-granduncle wished to reunite the two lines, although the man had never said so. A wave of anger went through him before he forced himself to clear his mind once more. He would deal with all of that once he increased the protections around Potter Manor. An inevitable attack by dragons was more important than smoothing over some ruffled feathers. His desire to protect his family outweighed everything. After a few minutes of meditation, there was a brief moment when he felt on the brink of something before it was simply gone again. He opened his eyes in frustration. The flashing stones seemed to mock him with their glowing dance. "Come on, Harry. You can do this." Harry attempted once more to concentrate on nothing. He closed his eyes and fell back into a relaxed state. Just when his mind had cleared of all thoughts, at the point where he would normally begin with working on his occlumency shields, he felt it again. His eyes flew open. There was that feeling again. He had felt something similar moment to before his distracted mind had wandered. It was as though someone or something was knocking on his entire being, more so on his magical core, to let them in. He suddenly felt giddy with excitement. He closed his eyes, steadied his breathing and relaxed once more. He never noticed the increasing intensity of the magic around him. Something electric passed through him. A pulse of magic unlike any he had felt before went up through the stone platform, charged through his magical core and seemed to flow out of the very pores of his skin. It was like a cautious animal, carefully testing to see if the coast were clear. Harry's more cultivated magic seemed to encircle and observe this wilder magic for a few moments before it tentatively reached out to it. Harry lost track of time as the two magics slowly came closer and closer to one another. He almost held his breath for fear of disturbing the interaction. The moment the two magics touched, Harry was knocked flat onto his back by the eruption and magnitude of the magic rushing through and around him. His eyes flew open, to a blinding illumination of flaring colors from the ward stones. Try as he might, he could not close his eyes. He later realized, after his initial moment of panic had passed, that he felt no pain from the flare. A growing discomfort within his magical core caught his attention. His core struggled to accommodate, capture and refine the magic to be like his own. That was probably what his ancestor had done, Harry considered absently. The discomfort quickly turned into a straining pain. The level of power pulsing through him, it was simply too much for him or his magic to tame, let alone channel. Harry quickly tried to redirect the power to the ward stone for Potter Manor. He gave a small sigh of relief as the pressure on his magical core lessened briefly. Much like with a bucking hippogriff, the wild magic threw off his weak reins. Harry lost control of the wild magic and felt the searing pain building up again. His mouth opened in, what he believed to be, a silent scream. He convulsed erratically as the raging magic seemed to direct its ire toward him for trying and failing to subdue it. This level of sentience and pain had not been described by Leopold Potter, Harry thought. In his ancestors' recollections, he mentioned a brief merging of enormous magics, not that the magical mediator would be harmed by the wild magic. Leopold had also had years of practice with geomagic, Harry was quick to remind himself. He had been suspected of being an earth elemental, one of the 5 highest calibers of specialized sorcery. His heart raced and the convulsions forced him to thrash slightly on the stone platform. Harry made a split-second decision. He took a gasping breath, and let go of the magic. He had learned his lesson. He simply would not be able to tame the wild magic inundating him from the 2 ley lines. He pulled back his magic and let the wild magic charge around and through him. He noticed an almost instantaneous change in the behavior of the wild magic. It seemed also as if it were excited now. It was almost playful as it interacted with his core and his magic. Harry could feel himself smiling even as his eyes watered from being held open for too long. On a whim, Harry called on his family magic to join in, and it did so quickly. The 3 magics mingled like 3 sister lionesses who had been separated for years. They mingled, clashed, embraced and played with each other. Without warning, Harry felt the wild magic withdraw. He was able to blink his eyes and move slightly. Just as he made to get up, a power many times greater than the wild magic surged through him. His world exploded in a plethora of positive sensations. The overwhelming magic did not hurt, neither was it completely comfortable and comforting. Harry's back arched on the platform. His magic and the family magic attempted to protect him by pushing back the flood of magic. His magical core strained once more. Be not afraid, chilled. Embrace me. An ageless, genderless, yet caring and a motherly voice said softly from all around and inside of him. It carried with it a limitless power. After a few long moments of hesitation, Harry stopped working against the magic, took a deep breath, he hadn't come this far just to stop, and accepted it. His world promptly exploded into a myriad of sensations and colors. His magic and family magic rejoiced within and around him. Both seemed to sing within his expanding core. He wouldn't have traded the orgasmic feeling for anything in the world in that moment. My blessings are yours. Harry wasn't sure if he was too out of it or if the voice actually spoke to him, but he mo.net out loud as the sensations intensified once more. After what seemed like an eternity of bliss, the magic receded. Harry could still feel it lingering in his core and around his body, but its magnitude had lessened. He took a few moments to catch his breath. He felt energized like never before. He could wrestle a bear with his bare hands if he wanted to. Even the pain in his toe, from stubbing it that morning, was gone. He opened his eyes to a room so bright that he was forced to quickly close his eyes. He quickly transfigured his simple glasses into sunglasses, wandlessly, he later noted, and opened his eyes once more. His jaw dropped. Each of the many pillars surrounding him was glowing spectacularly. They shone in unison with 3 blithesome swirls of light. Harry stood up quickly and took in the room. He could feel the presence of his magic, family magic, and the original wild magic filling the room. They had merged. Maybe this is what Leopold meant by amalgamation. It was definitely unexpected. For once, he was happy with the odd magical phenomena that always seemed to happen to him. He now found himself able to assess and access each ward at each Potter property on a whim. The strength of many wards had increased tenfold, some even more. Many practically hummed with power. The wonders of magic, as FC would say. His connection to each of the wards was so intimate that Harry knew he had somehow managed to imbue his own power into all Potter wards. He could sense that the rodent removal charm on the house in France was failing and that there was a log cabin in Canada that no one had visited in over 200 years. He knew that he could have the wards do whatever he wanted them to. He wondered briefly if he could activate the defenses if he was not in the same country, or use them as one would a wand. Both ideas, he decided to test after he had talked to his uncles Milton and FC. This most likely won't stop a dozen dragons, but it should keep them at bay until I can get some help. He wondered briefly if that was how Madeline Potter, née Lovegood, had rewarded all Potter properties. Harry hadn't been able to find any entries from her in the Potter grimoire. She might not have been allowed to create an entry since she wasn't born a Potter. He left the brightly lit room with a wide smile on his face. As he made his way through the tunnels that led up to the ground floor, he paused briefly at the entrance to the dungeons, all thoughts on the brief connection to Lady Magic leaving his mind. Henriette normally would have been the first person he told about what he had just experienced. He had a feeling though that the news would only upset her. Taunting her was not his intention. Power-hungry she might have been, but she did nothing to deserve disrespectful mocking. He made his way slowly up through the dungeons to the ground floor. He was greeted in the entrance hall by over 100 silent Potter house elves. Dolly and Callie stood in the front of the masses along with the 20 or so head elves of all Potter properties. Harry had a flashback to his first day in the manor where he had bonded with each elf individually. He had gotten to know Dolly, Callie and 2 of the elves in Australia personally since they had accompanied him under the time bubble. Their presence reminded him to work on a small elf party for the Yuletide gathering. He knew that the house elves would not celebrate with the wizards, especially the older and more traditional ones. But maybe he could get them to at least celebrate with each other. Master Harry. Callie spoke out from the front, unsure and more in awe than usual. Lady Magicness has given you her blessing. We is pleased to be serving her through you. He fell to his knees. The other elves quickly followed suit. Just as Harry began to tell the elves to rise, he saw one very familiar elf without a typical Potter crest. Dobby. Is that you? Dobby's ears wagged while kneeling with the others. Master Harry remembers lowly Dobby. Harry shared a meaningful look with Callie. Was Dobby the elf he was referring to yesterday? How on earth did they even get acquainted? Of course I remember you. How could I ever forget how you tried to save my life? It took all of his self-control to not emphasize the word, tried. He remembered all too well Dobby's violent attempts to keep him out of harm's way during his second year at Hogwarts. The other elves looked at Dobby in complete and utter adoration. Harry could tell that Dobby would soon be a hero amongst the other elves. Dobby went red at the glorification. Harry almost laughed at the amusing, giddy twitching of Dobby's ears. Callie, please instruct my friend Dobby in the ways of the Potter elves and bring him to me when you believe him ready. Callie nodded seriously, and Dobby appeared to have a heart attack after being called Harry's friend. He quickly ordered all of the other elves to rise and sent them back to their duties. They seemed more than excited to receive new orders from him. The marble floors of the grandiose entry hall seemed to shine even more than usual, and the lights burned livelier. I wonder what else has changed since I amalgamated with the wild magic powering the wards. Just as Harry made his way toward the staircase to go to his study, FC came flying down the staircase. I don't know what you did, but the flow has been burning non-stop. Potters all over the world are registering changes in their house wards. FC said with his wand out, casting a complimentary diagnostic spell at Harry. Your mag levels are absolutely off the charts, and the house feels like it's about to explode with power. The man sounded so excited that Harry could only laugh his way through an explanation of what happened to him in the wardroom. FC only shook his head in disbelief. Only you. Really? Only you could have something like this happen. Only you would get Lady Magic's blessings while trying to strengthen house wards. Harry agreed completely, having thought the same only minutes ago. But that's not the only reason I sought you out. Come quickly. Harry was then grabbed by the shoulder and all but carried up the stairs. We've finally made a breakthrough with the dark mark research. His uncle gushed. I just received a compiled summary from the unspeakables here. They might be behind the times, but they do great work. The man practically shook with excitement. Harry found himself growing more and more excited. The enthusiasm was definitely addicting. After they reached the library in record time, thanks again to the Merlin-blessed, enchanted stairs, Harry asked his questions. What can we do with it? What do we need in order to do it? His uncle pulled him over to a table with one single piece of parchment on it. What can we do? What can't we do is a better question. He thrust Harry into a seat and sat across from him. Our research hit a wall since none of us could speak Parseltongue, and we didn't want to use you since Riddle used your blood to get his body. Who knows how the mark would have reacted in your presence? We've remedied that with the assistance of a trained, Indian Parselmouth. They provide their services for a pretty steep fee. If you ever need to make some quick money, you should think of doing the same. I would rather not sell my abilities, Harry said with a laugh. I prefer to call it, utilizing your resources to get more resources, FC said with a grin and a shrug. He pushed the paper towards Harry, who read the offered parchment with gusto. Tests on 6 subjects over the age of 20 confirm an unimaginable reaction to, blah blah blah, here we go. Proper access to the mark allows for following, summoning, inflicting various amounts of pain, draining magic. This is amazing, we could do so much more than we imagined to the Death Eaters. He turned slowly to his uncle with a dropped jaw as he reached the final points on the page, able to, murder of more weak-minded servants. If this, he cleared his throat. If this is true, FC summoned a bottle of fire whiskey and 2 glasses, we can disable his entire army without the wards we put up in the Ministry and Saint Mungo's. Did you figure out how the Death Eaters got into Street Mungo's? Harry asked spontaneously. The attack had been on his mind a lot lately. FC nodded. We assumed that one or more members of the hospital staff could be Riddle's minion. We believed that they found a way around the wards by confounding one of the warders into believing they had successfully and securely warded a section of the entrance. It could only have been the healer on duty or the welcome witch. They were the only staff members I saw, Harry said. FC nodded. Harry took that to mean he would look into those suspects. Harry sat back in his chair with the parchment in his hands. The prospects were good, great even. Could it really be this simple to end this war? What about space? Can we get him too with this information? FC shook his head. We decided not to probe too deeply lest he noticed it. We cannot create or destroy the mark since it is connected to Riddle's magic and life force. But we can replicate it and isolate it to keep it from killing someone or draining them of magic. He poured 2 glasses. Oh, and 2 of my colleagues believe they might have found the soul piece in the school. Only the one in Gringotts will be left. Harry was astonished. How? FC gave a deep laugh as he offered Harry a glass of the fiery red liquid. When we removed you from the hospital wing, his voice suddenly solemn, 2 of us stayed to scout out the area. Using Riddle's signature from the soul fragment that used to be in your head, we were able to locate and disable 3 curses linked to him in the Horcrux. Apparently, the soul piece is located in a secret room on the 7th floor of the school. We will need you to grab it, Lord Gryffindor. Harry merely nodded his head, catching on to what they needed him to do. How did Dumbledore never notice the magic of the Horcrux or the curses? Maybe he had. He shook those disturbing thoughts out of his head. We've also received word that Space went to the cave with one of his idiotic servants to grab the locket. FC raised his glass in a toast. Harry quickly returned the gesture. He was apparently furious when he left. Harry noticed FC steadying himself as he considered how to deliver the next part. Well, Harry asked after a few long moments of silence. FC sighed. He had Jonas with him. Harry's heart dropped. He hadn't even known that the blonde was missing. If he remembered correctly, Space had left a terrible potion that had to be drunk in order for the locket to be retrieved. Oh, Jonas. For an instant, he felt as if he had been a terrible Lord Potter until FC continued. Jonas is one of his. Harry promptly choked on this burning alcohol. He quickly revisited his interactions with his blonde cousin over the past months. He did not doubt FC's intel, and he did not put it past Jonas to do such a thing. The blonde had been dodging at least and doing all he could to avoid Harry lately. His loathing was most likely too deep to be satisfied by the financial power Harry had given him. Were his ambitions for the Potter lordship really that extreme that he would betray his family? Harry still saw it as his fault for not noticing. He had yet to use the family magic to ascertain the loyalty of any of his cousins. He thought it excessive and had worried that it would be seen by all to be a sign of his distrust. Maybe I could have prevented Henriette from going batshit crazy from power and Jonas from joining the enemy. I'm too trusting. And it had almost been his downfall with both Henriette and Jonas. He closed his eyes in pain. I wonder if this is how Sirius felt when he learned of Wormtail's betrayal or that his brother had joined Space. He knocked back the rest of his drink, not even bothering to shudder as steam puffed from his ears. His mind was connecting dots and making plans at a rapid pace. FC had waited patiently for at least 5 minutes and poured them another glass of Augen's finest before Harry spoke again. This is what we are going to do. Neither knew explicitly then that they were at a true turning point in the war, but both felt it. What became known as the Firewhiskey decision would be told to future generations of Potters for centuries to come. It was a lesson in how to be a true Lord Potter, how to masterfully deal simultaneously with enemies inside and outside the family. It was a lesson in how to change the world. Damn him. Damn him. Voldemort had crucioed everyone in sight upon his return to his manor. Even Nagini was avoiding him for fear of catching his ire. Damn Regulus Black to the pits of any and every hell. He hoped his death in the cave had been excruciatingly long and painful. His excessive use of dark magic left him lightheaded and weaker than he had been since his resurrection. He threw everyone from his throne room and collapsed into his throne, furious and exhausted. It was simply not possible. How did Black find out about my Horcruxes? He knew it was a silly and rhetorical question. The Blacks had delved into the darkest of dark arts. They were bound to have information on Horcruxes in their libraries. It was one reason why he trusted their family with 3 of his treasures. Any other family would have been disgusted with, too intrigued or frightened by the aura of death magic. He had merely misplaced his trust in the young Black heir. After the devastating revelation in the cave, Voldemort had simply left the blonde Potter weakened and crying at the entrance while he went to check his other's Horcruxes. Gone. Each and every one of them. He threw back his head and roared in fury. His destructive magic shaking and upturning everything in its path. He panted and trembled from head to toe. Magical exhaustion was beginning to set in. First Azkaban, then Street Mungos and now this. Many foreign emotions struck the darkest lord of the century. Fear, apprehension and other weaknesses he thought he had bested decades ago. He immediately made his way to his potions lab, sending Death Eaters scrambling to get out of his way. He would have to prepare the potion and ritual for creating another Horcrux. He could take no chances. This Horcrux will be tossed into the channel if need be. Or he glanced at his wand. His wand was the only thing in the world that he treasured and kept on his person at all times. It will do. He would have Bellatrix retrieve the goblet from Gringotts, and Snape the one in Hogwarts, and place them with Nagini under Fidelius. Maybe he would join Bellatrix. He was sure that his Horcruxes had yet to be destroyed. Maybe they were floating around on the black market somewhere. Snape mentioned how Sirius Black had thrown out all of the dark objects from his family house and that Mundungus Fletcher had stolen quite a few things to sell. The blood traitor Black would not have known what the treasures were, neither from knowledge nor from his estranged brother. Maybe I can locate them with the right financial incentive in the right places. He would need to withdraw from the Slytherin vault. Yes, he would join Bellatrix. He would have a few of the dragons currently hidden in his underground hall with him just in case the goblins caused problems with Hufflepuff's goblet. No, I don't want to reveal them to the world yet. They will be for my taking over the ministry and getting the Forsaken prophecy. Bella and I can handle the goblins on our own. The cup will have to do for my regeneration, he thought, replanning quickly. He would need to make his 7th, backup Horcrux now and prepare for the ritual to absorb the one in the cup. He didn't mind looking 50 years younger. It was the loss of the many rituals he had undergone afterward to his body that annoyed him the most, and the fear that his Horcruxes had been discovered and destroyed by the traitor Black. This is not the end, he promised himself, just as he had done when he sent Bellatrix to Romania a few days prior. It is merely an obstacle before the beginning. Henriette sat in meditation in the dark and dreary dungeon, not knowing that her cousin was doing the same a few yards beneath her in the wardroom to prepare for his mission. She had eaten the meals she was given, relieved herself in the bucket that was caringly provided, and carried herself with the dignity of a lady imprisoned in her own castle. Inside, she was a broken woman. She, like Harry, was 2 years mentally and physically older due to their time under the time bubble. They were both youthful and robust. It was almost unnatural for her to feel like her life was over. Yet, she did. Her internal turmoil was overwhelming. I feel like a beaten, old spinster. Ever since her former, personal elf, Dolly, unceremoniously dropped her on the floor of the cell she currently inhabited without a wand or a change of clothes, she had found herself meditating more and more. Only her dark thoughts and regrets kept her company. She no longer felt the nurturing warmth of the family magic in the manor. Where that warmth once was, an empty cold ache filled its place. She had felt something overwhelmingly powerful, a few meals ago, meals now being her only way of telling how much time was passing with no son, watch or wand to help her, but she had felt nothing since. Her sense of time had long since departed. She had not expected Henry to react so strongly to her actions and plans. He surprised her with his punishment, his besmirching and all but disownment. She had expected clemency, having never known him to be so cold and judicious. She had truly expected Harry to fold and visit her within a few hours. He had not. It was only after her 8th meal that she received any contact from the world beyond her cell. Henry's note, which she had received a meal ago, lay crumpled on the small nightstand by her rather simple bed and similar wash area. The note from Henry had been brief, but that was not a surprise. He had always been a few words. She recalled a time she had complained about that to her mother under the time bubble. That's just how most wizards are. Her mother had said in total commiseration. Your father, Merlin bless his soul, was the same. Broody, emotionally disoriented and a man of few words, but he had a caring heart of gold and more redeeming qualities than I could count. I imagine that is how Lord Henry will be with you. She gave a small smile and bid Henriette good night. Henriette scoffed. Unfortunately, she was only half right. Henry will be all of those things, just not with me. Henry's biting words about never marrying her had been her main tormentor. The thought of marrying her cousin wasn't as revolting for her as it apparently was to him. She had to remind herself that he had had a completely different upbringing than she. Incest encompassed many more degrees of familiarity among the non-mags than among wizards. Still, she and Henry would have most likely been able to marry within the non-mag world as well. This is all because of that Granger girl. She knew that Henry was still pining after his bushy-haired friend. He wanted to marry her, for whatever reason. And as punishment for her ambitious actions, Henriette was being forced to marry Henry's rival, the son of the man who had tried to kill him. His note was very clear. She had reread the piece of paper many times just to make sure she had not missed anything, nearly committing it to memory. She was being used as a bartering tool. Henriette Marie, the note read. It was truly hard for me to make the decision I have. You know how much I hate the pureblood ways. Lord Malfoy has asked for your hand in marriage. In order to resolve all debts incurred between our houses, to give you the opportunity to be the lady of a house, which was your wish, and to stymie any and all future schemes from House Malfoy, I acquiesced. You will be the Potter eyes in the Malfoy household. Your bride price will be triple the highest ever recorded and will be stored in a trust fund for only you and your children to access. I will also ask your opinion of the marriage contract being drawn up by our lawyers. Your security and health will be my utmost concern before signing anything." So it ended, abrupt, cold and inconsiderate of her feelings and wishes. And Henry swears he hates the pureblood ways. Henriette gave a loud, scornful laugh. That was the epitome of a pureblood decision. Henriette figured that she would be released when it was time to commence her courting with Lord Malfoy, a man she had never met. She had cried and tantrumed once the news set in, but now, a meal later, she could see the benefits. She was a bred and trained lady of the highest pedigree. She had an intimate connection to her family magic. She would most likely not be happy with the man, but she would make the most of the situation, of his social standing, circles, etc. She would be the first ever Lady Malfoy, née Potter. She would bring a disgraced house to the top of the social echelon. And she would go down in history for her actions. I will make Henry regret trying to push me away like a wayward child. No matter if it takes me years or decades, I will show him in his first general floozy who the better Lady Potter is. She reclined on her hard mattress with a grim smirk. She would show him. Harry sat in his study with Snape, Sirius, Remus, Bill Weasley, and his uncles FC, Milton, and Orville. He had spent the entire evening going back and forth with FC on their plans before he retired to the wardroom to meditate some more. He and FC had come up with a rather extensive plan to crush Voldemort and his Death Eaters for good. Harry was introducing it to the men who would help him carry it out. "That's a lot to accomplish," Sirius groaned, his eyes contradicting his tone with their sharpness. Snape rolled his eyes. "Yet, it is quite feasible. This is the plan I was waiting for Lord Potter." He gave Harry a respectful nod. "That's it. The world must be ending." Harry returned the nod, hiding his surprise well. "It's feasible since your wand most likely won't be in the battle with ours." Sirius snarked. A small bickering match ensued that had everyone shaking their heads. If it weren't for the fact that the two men were declared enemies, Harry would assume that they were already married. Their spats seemed to be getting more and more superficial and half-hearted, almost as if they just wanted to see who could top the other in a verbal sparring. This was the third spat they had since they arrived just over 2 hours ago. Harry was now absolutely sure that there was some pent-up say-UAL tension there. And from the way Bill was glaring at the potion's master, Harry could sense a storm of drama building up on the horizon. Merlin forbid. A Black, his sworn enemy, and a Weasley, thrown in for kicks and giggles, get swept up in a love triangle. Harry was quite sure the world was not ready for such a show. "I've already told you, Black. The Dark Lord is weakened now." Snape spat. His creation of another Horcrux has left his magic so unstable that he can't even punish his lower-ranking Death Eaters anymore. He lets Bellatrix play with them. Everyone shuddered at what the deranged woman could even consider to be playing. Since the failed attack on St. Mungo's, he has been getting more and more desperate. The time to act is now. Harry completely agreed with Snape. His respect for his potions professor had skyrocketed over the past 2 hours. Apparently, news of Voldy's rage and tantrums had made its rounds amongst his servants. Once Voldemort sent for Snape and ordered him to receive a special artifact from the Room of Requirements. Snape had wisely put 2 and 2 together and assumed Sphace had discovered his Horcruxes to be missing and wanted to secure the remaining ones. Snape quickly grabbed the Horcrux from the nearly emptied school and rushed to Potter Manor before anyone could stop or question him, anyone being Dumbledore. FC lit up like a baby when he was presented with the trinket. Harry still wasn't sure if he was happy to hold such a fabled piece of history or if he was just ecstatic to have another Horcrux. So, Sphace, as Harry loves to call him, has the a new Horcrux and will try to get the chalice as soon as he's well. Remus summarized. Who's to say he won't just send Lestrange to retrieve it? That sent a pause through the group. It was of course in Bellatrix's vault. Voldemort couldn't grab it alone even if he wanted to. Harry thought furiously for a moment. The only way to get Voldemort to go himself is to make him either worried about the cup or angry enough to get information from the goblins about. He slapped his hand to his head. "I'm a bloody idiot." Sirius stepped on Snape's foot as the man's mouth opened happily to respond to, and most likely agree with, Harry's self-deprecating comment. To everyone's surprise, Snape actually did go silent and did not retaliate. Remus looked on in shock, and Bill observed in fury. Harry ignored the weird scene playing out in front of him. He turned to Milton and Sirius. If someone breaks a marriage contract, it is considered null and void. He stated to his uncle Milton, who nodded slowly in agreement. His knowledge of the law, especially regarding the old ways worldwide, was well regarded. For most families, there is a clause or two dedicated to this. It was made standard procedure after the 1800s. His uncle supplied. And if, in the black family, this happens, the black member's property and monies are returned to the family vault. He asked Sirius. That was also the standard procedure in the Potter family when they still used marriage contracts. Sirius was pensive for a moment before also nodding. The blacks did the same. Harry made a mental note to delve into the black ways as soon as he had a free moment. FC's eyes widened before he too slapped himself on the head. Harry blew out an exasperated breath. Why didn't we think of this before? Sirius, go to Gringotts and declare the Lestrange marriage to Bellatrix null and void. FC is 100% sure that the cup was placed in the vault by her. So, the cup will be sent to the Black family vault. Got it. You're coming with me, Brainy. I'm sure you can find a loophole faster than I can. Sirius said, grabbing Milton by the shoulder and all but dragging the man from the room. It was definitely amusing to see the stiff Milton adhering to the childlike Sirius. Remus, could you and Orville write an article on the Potters inheriting the Slytherin heirship and vaults? I'll submit it in my name, to ensure that Space goes to the bank to get that straightened out and to pick up the cup with Bellatrix. That is a sound plan. It will definitely drive the Dark Lord out of his manor. Snape said slowly. What does that do for us? We will already have the cup in our possession. Such an action would only serve to anger him. Harry smiled. Snape's eyes widened in approval. You won. The goblins. The man looked at FC in shock. He's serious. No, I believe Sirius just left. FC deadpanned. Harry coughed to hide his snicker. But, Potions Master Snape Prince does have a point. Harry never understood why FC felt the need to call Snape that. Snape almost always winced and glared at the man. Why spend so much time and effort on this? We need to get to Slytherin's chambers and harvest the basilisk remains there, get the dragons from under Riddle's control and rescue my brother. Bill interjected. Nothing I've heard so far, and I have been unnaturally patient, has even touched on rescuing Charlie. Harry nodded. We will do all of that. We are still missing 2 people. When they are here, we will discuss the rescue bit. No, we will discuss and do something now. The redhead exploded. Dumbledore would have. Do I look like Albus F. King Dumbledore? Harry growled, his magic whipping around him as he merely stared Bill down. And what is Dumbledore's plan for rescuing Charlie? Bill's face reddened as he sat down. His silence was enough of an answer for the room. Remus and Snape had already informed him that the Order had met immediately after the attack on St. Mungo's to squabble about everything and decided to do nothing. As usual, the dragons were a concern for Dumbledore, but he had nothing in his arsenal to battle so many of them. We can't rescue Charlie until Space and Bellatrix are not in the manor. Regardless of how vulnerable we think he is, Space still just managed to do the impossible and unknowingly create an 8th Horcrux while under a magic inhibiting spell. His magical reserves are either completely depleted or his power levels are beyond what we assumed. If you want to go off on some harebrained rescue mission under the slight chance that he can't hurt you, feel free, but you will go alone. You will not get any of us killed. Or you wait and let us plan like adults. The loudmouth gave him a rather rude glare but shut up nonetheless. Remus, Uncle Orville, Harry said, turning back to them. Already going, Remus declared, sharing a look with Orville before they left, speaking in hurried whispers as they did. After a few moments, Harry sealed the room and spoke openly to FC, Snape, and Bill. Sorry about that, Bill. Unfortunately, we couldn't speak about the attack on Space's manor with Jonas's father still in the room. Bill looked confused but kept quiet. Harry realized his magic was still pulsing angrily through the room and quickly retracted it. Jonas Potter is a traitor to my family. He is one of Space's servants now. Harry explained coldly. Snape sighed suddenly. Harry eyed the man curiously. Ah, a Fidelius charm most likely. It would not surprise Harry if Space had placed the information that Jonas Potter was a Death Eater under some secrecy spell. It was his trump card against the Potters. After uncovering the traitor, Harry had briefly wondered why Snape had not already informed him. It's good that I didn't interrogate the man like FC wanted who knows what's faces. Curse would have done to him. We will use Jonas's magical signature to enter the wards unharmed. And one of us will use Professor Snape's. Harry held up a hand to prevent the incoming questions. Yes, we will and can use Potter spells to copy magical signatures. No, we don't use this for nefarious reasons. It's actually a rather uncomfortable thing to do. Your magic fights the foreign signature after a while. I believe it's one of the reasons why magical children usually take on a magical signature similar to that of their mothers. The mother's magical signature usually beats the father's into submission unless the father's magic is very strong. Then it usually means a rather painful pregnancy and, FC swallowed his next words as everyone stared at him for going off on a tangent. Well, I never, he said, turning his nose up at them. Harry just shook his head and ignored his uncle. Sometimes, I don't know what to do with him. As I said, with the 2 signatures, Bill and I will enter the manor. FC will have his own secrecy magic to hide his presence. Harry would need his cloak from the Australian Unspeakables to break into Hogwarts with Snape. We will need to be swift. I will go for the FC the new Horcrux, and Bill will find and free his brother. We will meet up here. Get in, do your thing, and get out. Everyone nodded, and Harry quickly wrote the location of a hidden Potter property down on a scrap of paper. Bill, tell your brother that there is a Potter property on an island in Ireland that should be big enough for the dragons. It is under the Fidelius, so I've written the secret down for you, and make sure you release all captured prisoners and dragons. FC and I are aiming to destroy the manor after you guys leave. Bill nodded once more, taking the offered paper. Harry turned to Snape. Professor, you and I will go render the basilisk down in the meantime. But, Bill made to interrupt, but FC pointed to this watch. Right, time magic. Sorry, I forgot. The redhead said abashedly. When do we depart? Snape said, looking more excited than Harry had ever seen him. We have to wait for Remus and Orville to finish, and for their article to get published. I think it will be tomorrow morning at the latest. I have a few letters to write and a meeting with Minister Longbottom. Let's meet up for breakfast tomorrow morning. I'll let you know if we can make our move earlier. Snape nodded and left. Harry caught Bill by the shoulder before he could depart as well. He could see the bloodlust, pain and anxiety in the redhead's eyes. Don't worry. Voldemort wanted your brother and the other tamers alive. I'm sure he will be fine. Harry reassured persuasively and with ardor. He could see the man's shoulders relax somewhat. I hope you're right, Potter. He said and departed from the room. Harry sighed and immediately got to writing his correspondence, making his flow calls, and punctually made it to his appointment with the minister. He swiftly made his way through the ministry and made sure to speak to as many people along his way as possible. The more people assured of his goodwill, and the more he talked to on a personal level, the easier it was for him at difficult sessions. And the easier it will be to push harder policies through, as he found out during his meeting with the minister. After he informed her of his plans, Minister Longbottom surprisingly did not push for more details. She seemed to expect Harry to succeed with his mission. It was foolish of my predecessor to go against you, Lord Potter. You are a politically and magically powerful young man. I do not need to question many of the things you do. She said when he confronted her with her lack of questions. Young Neville has had nothing but good things to say about your character, and your selfless actions thus far have proven his claims to be true. Your plans have also yet to fail, and I'm counting on this one not to either. Please don't let my hope in you have been misplaced. Completely out of character, she gave Harry a biscuit and a pat on the cheek. After subtly checking the minister for any forms of mind controlling, polyjuicing, and other potions, Harry left her office with a lighter heart and yet with a bit more responsibility on his shoulders that he would have preferred. He quickly checked in on Remus and Orville's progress once he returned to the manor. Pleased as he was with the results, he still added his own writing to parts of their draft. If they were lucky, they might just make the evening newspaper. He left them with instructions to send it off in his name when they were sure it was good. He managed to relax only when he returned to the wardroom. The wild magic seemed to call out to his own magic to play. Family magic hovered around him like a middle child waiting to be invited to play with its oldest and youngest siblings. Harry fell into a deep meditation as the magics played, tested and, apparently, strengthened each other. It felt like only minutes had passed when the manor wards tapped him to alert him to Sirius and others entering the wards. Indeed, it was already morning. His magic sang to him like a devoted phoenix, and the family magic seemed to surround like a comforting and protecting mother. Harry walked into the dining hall where everyone was congregated, and looking a bit peckish, while still connected to the wild magic and the family magic. Bill Weasley was the first to respond to the glowing, vibrant-eyed youth. With his line of work, he knew true power when he saw it. He bowed his head respectfully, the others followed suit. "Lord Potter," Bill greeted in awe. Snape flashed a genuinely radiant smile for the first time in many years. He knew at that moment he had chosen the correct side to fight for. "Are we ready?" Harry asked. Balmy magic, regardless of origin, hummed around him. They were. It was the first time in her young adult life that Hermione would have an autumn breakfast with her parents. They extended their holidays by a few weeks due to her hospitalization over a week ago. Their patients were referred to their closest friend and colleague, Drive Rollworth. Their dental practice was closed, but their mobile phone had rung often over the past 3 days she had been home. She had never expected her parents to forward all calls to their voicemail and to put her before their work and research. She could tell that her parents were happy to spend more time with her. And with Hogwarts being closed indefinitely, her parents used the time to learn what their daughter had truly been up to in the wizarding world. They demanded a detailed play-by-play of her 4.5 years at Hogwarts. "And I'm finally getting to know the true extent of Dad's magical knowledge." The time they spent together since her premature release was used well in her opinion. Although she exchanged a letter each with Ron, Neville and Harry, she spent more time getting to know her father. Or, as he put it, interrogating him, to Kingdom Come. He didn't seem upset with her curiosity. It just seemed to sadden him, talking about his childhood. She had always thought he had been neglected, somewhat like Harry had. Apparently, her suspicions were nearly right. After the 3rd glass of whiskey last night, Hermione nearly had her father in tears as she began her psychoanalysis of his feelings and memories. She was curious about the Dagworth Grangers, but she wanted nothing to do with them. It was her belief that a letter from her and her father on how inhumanely the family had treated him and how they wanted nothing to do with the purebloods would allow her father to have the peace of mind he deserved. She had added her final touches to the letter before she was called down for breakfast. In their quaint, though rather large for 3 people, kitchen, her mother was serving eggs, and her father nursed a rather strong-smelling cup of coffee. "Good morning, dear," her mother greeted as she took her seat. Hermione smiled as her father grunted a few words of greeting. For someone who equates handling liquor with masculinity, he sure turned into a baby after 2 drinks. Breakfast was eaten in a comfortable silence. When the post-owls arrived, Hermione paid the newspaper little attention. She expected the letters from Neville and Ron. Harry had told her that he would be busy for the next few days, but that she could expect a visit from him afterward. "Oh my," her mother gasped as she read the title page of the Daily Prophet. Her father choked on his coffee. Hermione's heart dropped as she put down the letters. "What now?" As she attempted to grab the newspaper, her mother slapped her hand and neatly hid the newspaper behind her back. Now, my little queen. You know the rules. We take turns." Hermione's eyes narrowed and her hands found her hips. Hugh hid a smile behind his coffee cup. It was always amusing to see the two argue, especially since Hermione took after her mother so much. "I know a spell to close cavities," Hermione threatened. She knew how much her parents hated the use of magic to heal dental problems. They flipped a script when they found she had her teeth reduced by Madame Pomfrey last year. She understood now her father's agitation and would never bring up his difficult past with magic by even alluding to such. Her mother was a completely different story. "And she has 2 cavities." Her mother paused, deeply stunned. "You wouldn't dare." Hermione merely twirled her wand. She had not been able to use magic outside of school before he who must not be named returned. Voldemort, she quickly reminded herself, remembering how much Harry hated the moniker. The rules regarding underage magic had relaxed somewhat since then. As much as she wanted to summon the paper out of her mother's hands, she was sure that the monitors in the ministry would still register the magic used. "Mom, please." She gestured to the paper. "I just want to make sure everyone is all right." Her mother sighed. "Just promise me you will not fly off the handle." Hermione nodded quickly, stowing away her wand. Her mother handed her the paper and sat down to her breakfast once more. Expecting another mind-blowing article about He.W. Voldemort like the one from yesterday on him no longer being the heir of Slytherin, Hermione still could not believe what her eyes read. She read the article aloud in shock. Lord Potter strikes fear into Riddle. Riddle's manor destroyed, over 30 Death Eaters killed. By Penelope Clearwater. At a press conference that began at 8 yesterday evening, the minister's office and Lord Potter released the details of Lord Potter's latest actions in response to his own kidnapping and the attacks on Hogwarts and St. Mungo's. At approximately 9 o'clock yesterday morning, Lord Potter and a small team of ministry-sanctioned forces, possibly the same wizards and witches who partook in the Battle of Azkaban, entered the manor that housed Riddle's forces. Though Lord Potter was tight-lipped about details, he revealed the following. The team entered the manor, freed all captives and leveled the building upon departure with no casualties and minimum injuries for our people. Lord Potter himself glowed with pride at the accomplishment and seemed unharmed. The names of the released captives have yet to be released to the public. A list of all fallen Death Eaters can be found on page 3, confirmed by Goblin representatives of the Heritage Office. Yes, they are dead. No, I don't care what you miserable mammals do to each other. The spokes-goblin declared. This is interesting. If goblins are not mammals, how can you have crossbreeds? The Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Department of Mysteries are currently reviewing Lord Potter's and his team's memories of the battle. An official statement is expected by this evening. For more information, stay tuned to the Daily Prophet channel of the Wizarding Wireless. Lord Potter considered this attack a necessity. It was time to go on the offensive. Too many innocents have died while Tom has gone unchecked. Lord Potter declared last night in the minister's office. The power of his aura moved all who were present. No longer will we stand by and allow SFACA Tom and his servants to hurt and kill our innocent loved ones. It's time for us all to take a stand. Many Wizengamot members applauded Lord Potter's resolve to remove the stain of Tom Riddle from society and hastened to throw their support behind Lord Potter. Some, like Headmaster Dumbledore, showed more hesitation. Although I cannot condone the senseless violence young Harry is carrying out, and although his methods leave a more experienced statesman shaking his head, his stance against the dark forces proves him to be the new champion of the light. Headmaster Dumbledore stated after arriving 10 minutes late to the press conference, obviously unaware of the attacks. He followed with a particularly harsh comment. I just hope this bloodthirst for revenge does not lead to unfortunate consequences for Harry's friends and loved ones. Lord Potter does not share the headmaster's views. No, his statement does not surprise me at all, Penny. There is no purely dark or light house. If anything, I am a champion of magic and of my family. Such can be said for any lord or lady of a house. Lord Potter scoffed. Dumbledore represents a way of thinking that, in my opinion, led us to and left us with the situation we've found ourselves in since Grindelwald. Please note, Penelope Clearwater and Lord Potter attended Hogwarts together for several years. The reporter wants to assure her readers that no disrespect was shown by the use of her first name. Such an accusation against a figurehead as Albus Dumbledore would have been unthinkable last year or earlier. However, many Wizengamot members, public and not-so-public figures all agree with Lord Potter's assessments. See pages 7 to 12 for more information on the discussion on how Headmaster Dumbledore has failed magical society and pages 4 to 5 on the opinions of many prominent witches and wizards to Headmaster Dumbledore's statements. Lord Potter responded to Headmaster Dumbledore's rather peculiar second statement with a no comment. Director of the Department of Magical Law, Lady Amelia Bones had no qualms about denouncing the headmaster's comments as disgraceful and improper. Such a statement only shows the lack of. Hermione stopped reading, slowly handing the paper off to her father. A very familiar look graced her face. Honey, he warned her. He knew that look much too well. Mom, she said. If Dad decided to run off and destroy some terrorists' hideout, what would you do? Her mom sent a defeated look at her father. Don't hurt him too much, my little queen. Any objection her father could have had was caught in his throat when her mother gave him a burning look. He swallowed his complaint loudly. He went back to nursing his coffee as if nothing had happened. Hermione ran to their living room before grabbing the special flow powder that Harry had given her to take her directly to Potter Manor. She found her black-haired friend sitting in his study, facing the fire. Harry James Potter. What did you do? Harry turned around, stopping her in her tracks with one look. Tears welled in his red, sleep-deprived eyes and several bottles of butterbeer surrounding him. He wore the same robes that she recognized from the photos on the front page of the Daily Prophet, from the conference he had held just hours before. My own. He choked out her name. I killed them. I killed so many some. He gave a small, heart-wrenching sob. Some, I remember from Hogwarts. Marcus Flint, Boyle, Montagna, not was in our year. And I slaughtered them all. Harry's sobs overwhelmed his ability to speak. Hermione was momentarily rendered speechless. She had never seen her friend cry before. Oh Harry. She simply vanished the bottles and wrapped him up in a shaky hug. All thoughts of giving him a piece of her mind gone. She wasn't sure how long they stayed in that somewhat uncomfortable position, but soon his sobs turned into soft snores. Hermione joined him soon thereafter. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.